Introduction. He has traversed realms. The unfortunate news is that he has become Tyrion Lannister from the world of Game of Thrones. The fortunate news is that in this realm, Tyrion is not a dwarf. As the second son of Tywin Lannister, inheritor of House Lannister and Casterly Rock, Tyrion has been lavished with affection and indulgence since childhood. He possesses a tall and handsome stature, with flowing golden hair that shimmers faintly in the moonlight. One of his eyes is a vivid green, while the other is a pale lavender. This peculiar appearance, combined with the arrogance fostered by Tywin's favoritism, has earned him the moniker of the Charming Demon. Now, Tyrion must rely on the memories from his previous life. And Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Land of Smoke and Salt. Tyrion Lannister struggled to prop himself up as the howling cold wind lashed against his face like a blade. The hard, frigid stone walls were encrusted with frost, resembling salt, and this room had only 3 walls, with the 4th facing the thin air and a sheer cliff. Where am I? Memories surged in his mind indeed. He was no longer the original Tyrion Lannister. He was a traveler from Blue Star, having crossed into this pitiable body. He hastily lowered his gaze to inspect his limbs, his arms and legs, and then let out a sigh of relief. They were of normal length. Indeed, this Tyrion Lannister was not a dwarf, but a regular man. Though there were no mirrors or water to reflect his visage, the fact that he had not transformed into a dwarf was a stroke of fortune amid adversity. His father was Tywin Lannister, the head of House Lannister, the Duke of Casterly Rock, the Shield of Lannisport, and one of the most powerful individuals in the 7 Kingdoms. Tyrion exhaled once more since he was not a dwarf. This traversal could be considered a stroke of luck. Surveying his surroundings again, he confirmed his location, the dungeons of the Eyrie. Gathering his courage, he leaned toward the edge of the cliff and peered down. Approximately 500 or 600 feet below lay a castle, separated from his cell by only air and a thin veil of mist like wispy smoke. Even more troubling was the fact that the cliff was only 5 feet away from the opposite wall, and the ground sloped slightly, sending a chill down his spine. He quickly retreated, leaning against the stone wall, striving to distance himself from the precipice. Turning his head, he noticed a line of words inscribed on the wall. "Gods, save me." It appeared to be the plea of a previous inmate, scrawled in blood upon the wall, starkly visible against the grayish stone. He needed to escape this dreadful place, and the sooner, the better. He thought to himself, taking a deep breath, yet he did not dare to stand. First, his legs and feet were numb with cold. Second, the dungeon floor sloped slightly, and he feared a misstep would send him plummeting. Thus, he could only drag his body along the ground. Striving to ignore the gentle pull of the slanting floor toward the edge of the cliff, crawling to the front of the dungeon door. The door was an old iron gate, weathered and rusty, likely due to a high concentration of impurities. At its base, there was a small square hole, intended for the delivery of sustenance. Tyrion pressed his face against the door, straining to peer through the opening, his vision limited to the dimly lit corridor of the dungeon. Not far off, beneath the flickering torchlight, sat a corpulent figure. "Hello, is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" Tyrion called out loudly. The rotund silhouette stirred slightly. "Guard!" He continued to shout, beginning to pound on the iron door with his fists. Grateful that he was not a dwarf, Tyrion, despite not knowing how long he had been frozen, found his arms still strong, making the cell door resonate with each blow. At last, the portly figure heaved himself upright, unable to fully straighten in the cramped corridor, the wavering torchlight obscuring Tyrion's view of his face. He waddled to the cell door, swaying as he approached, and delivered a kick to the iron gate, sending Tyrion's face reeling back, crashing against the stone wall. Moments later, with the turning of a key, a chilling creak echoed as the cell door swung open. A plump, round face with small dark eyes appeared before him. "Guard, I wish to speak with you," Tyrion said, reclining backward and extending his arms. "I'm not guard. I am Maud." Maud grinned, revealing a mouthful of brown, decayed teeth. "You are too loud." "Very well, Maud. Let us converse." Tyrion endeavored to maintain a calm tone, unwilling to reveal his fear. "Do you wish to become wealthy? You deceitful succubus. I'd rather escape through your back door." Maud bellowed, bloodshot eyes aflame, clutching a thick leather strap, folded in his palm. Then Tyrion found himself on the receiving end of a blow. Maud swung the strap, striking his arm. "Damnable succubus." Maud repeated, "You can lie here and wait for death while I am crammed in that small space, unable to stand upright." "Be quiet," Maud commanded, attempting to shove Tyrion toward the edge of a precipice. "Turn over. Let me find some comfort." Maud swung again, but Tyrion rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the strike. Gold! Gold! Tyrion shouted, pressing his back against the stone wall. There is no gold. They took my wallet when they captured me. But I am the heir of House Lannister. I shall inherit Casterly Rock. I shall rule the Westerlands, and I will offer you a respectable position, allowing you to earn gold while reclining, so much gold that you would never need to stand straight again. Maud's strap lashed out again, yet this time it was a careless swing, slow and filled with disdain. Tyrion seized the strap, thus making himself Maud's prisoner. You need not take any risks, simply relay a message on my behalf. The jailer yanked the strap from Tyrion's grasp. A message? He questioned, as if he had never encountered the term before, his brow furrowing deeply, leaving several pronounced creases across his forehead. Indeed, my lord Maud, heed my words and convey them to your lady. Inform her. What should he communicate? How could he possibly sway Lysa Arryn? Tyrion Lannister pondered. Confession? Absolutely out of the question. I am no longer a dwarf, and trial by combat would lead to certain death. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Tell Lady Lysa, I wish to discuss the Mockingbird. Mockingbird? Maud raised his hand, mumbling indistinctly. Tyrion braced himself for a potential beating, yet the jailer hesitated, a battle of suspicion and greed flickering in his eyes. He yearned for a change of allegiance, but feared deception. It appeared this fool had often been the butt of others' jests. Deception, he muttered darkly. The succubus seeks to fool me. Let us put in writing, Tyrion insisted. Some illiterates harbor a particular disdain for the written word, while others venerate it as if it were sorcery. Fortunately, Maud belonged to the latter category. The jailer set down his belt. Right of gold, gold that can be earned while lying down. Indeed, gold that can be earned while reclining. Tyrion assured him, my dear friend, I promise this gold will leave you unable to stand upright, just as in this narrow corridor. The tunnels of Casterly Rock were equally confined. Constructed within the mountains, this dimwit would surely be unable to discern the difference. Maud toyed with his belt, but ultimately acquiesced, fetching paper and ink. Once Tyrion had penned his guarantee, the jailer scrutinized the document with a furrowed brow. Now, go relay my message, Tyrion urged. Chapter 2. From the Titan's giant head to the Mockingbird. That night, when they came for Tyrion, he was shivering in slumber. Within the dungeon, the cold wind howled, its biting chill seemingly able to penetrate the thick stone walls and reach the very core of one's being. Maud opened the door silently. Sir Varys nudged Tyrion awake with the toe of his boot. Succubus, rise at once, my lady wishes to see you. Tyrion rubbed the sleep from his eyes, deliberately feigning displeasure. Of course she does, but it's such a late hour. What could she possibly want with me? I have no interest in widows. Sir Varys frowned. He had served as the captain of the Kingsguard in King's Landing years prior, and Tyrion held a vivid impression of him. This man possessed an unremarkable, broad face, silver hair, and a complete lack of humor. Enough of your jesting. Succubus, show some respect, or I shall leave you to rot here. Tyrion rose from the ground and obediently followed Varys out of the cell. Maud's small eyes fixed intently on his back, a silent reminder to remember the guarantee. The pair traversed the lengthy corridors of the Eyrie every 12 paces. A torch flickered on the distant wall, and it was not until they had counted 55 torches that they arrived at their destination. In an unremarkable chamber within the castle stood 4 heavily armored knights at the entrance. Everything is ready, said a middle-aged man, his voice hoarse. As he approached, Tyrion recognized the weathered face, grizzled with gray hair, belonging to Blackfish Bryn Den Tully. Varys opened the door, gesturing for Tyrion to enter, while cautioning him. Succubus, mind your behavior should you dare make any perilous move. I am well aware, Tyrion interjected, you would rush in like the wind and chop me to pieces. He then winked at the Blackfish. There are 4 of you. Along with the Blackfish, I am acutely aware of my predicament. Varys nodded, nudging him inside, the door closing softly behind him. The room was engulfed in darkness, and Tyrion took a moment to adjust. It was filled with statues, and as he reached out to touch them, he found them to be alabaster figures. There were male and female forms, but their features remained indistinct even if he could discern them. Tyrion likely would not recognize them, as they were mostly effigies of the Arryn lineage. Tyrion Lannister. The voice emerged from a corner, startling Tyrion. As he stepped closer, he discerned Lady Lysa, clad in a black veiled gown, adorned with a pearl-embroidered crescent falcon crest, her long hair intricately braided and cascading over her left shoulder, though in the dim light, her auburn hue was indiscernible. Lady, Tyrion bowed, it is an honor to meet you here. What do you wish to discuss? Lysa Arryn stated directly, the Mockingbird? I do not comprehend its significance if you intend to confess. No, you are well aware of its meaning, Tyrion interrupted. The mockingbird fashioned from a titan's head is my ally. No, Lady Erin's tone suddenly escalated with fervor. You are the butcher who conspired against my husband. He would never associate with such a friend. Indeed, Tyrion replied. While certain Lannisters may pose a threat to you, it does not preclude me from being friends with Lord Baelish. What a hypocritical woman, this face of treachery. Tyrion internally chastised her, fully cognizant that it was none other than Lysa Arryn who had orchestrated Jon Arryn's murder. This deranged woman might regain some semblance of reason only when the name Peter Baelish was mentioned. You are lying. Lysa had no intention of believing him. Tyrion quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to lower her voice. I am not deceiving you, Lady Arryn. His gaze was filled with caution and tension. He intended to persuade her, albeit with a subtle approach. I do not know which Lannisters conspired against you, but I assure you it was not I, for I have been a long-time friend of Lord Baelish, even. Even if you are friends with Peter, it does not grant you immunity, Lady Arryn whispered, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush at the mention of Littlefinger, fearful of being overheard. Even what? She inquired further. Even. Tyrion leaned forward, drawing closer to Lysa and lowering his voice. We are plotting for me to assume the position of his master of coin, while he returns to the Eyrie to assist you. Ah! Lady Arryn gasped softly, startling Tyrion. He feared that the people outside might overhear, and that Blackfish would burst in and cleave him in two. Is this true? Lady Arryn asked impatiently. From her tone, Tyrion discerned a note of delight. He recognized that the proposal was immensely tempting for Lysa Arryn. If it could lead to Littlefinger's return to the Vale, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her sister's dignity to liberate herself. Absolutely, my lady, Tyrion affirmed with conviction. If I return to King's Landing, Lord Baelish will surely return to the Vale shortly thereafter, I assure you. Lysa paced within the small room. Tyrion's words indeed resonated with her, yet she remained hesitant. My lady, I understand how much you require Lord Baelish's assistance, Tyrion remarked while feeling the nearby plaster statue. The life-size figure depicted a male, shorter and slightly frilier than himself, with a smooth chest yet an unexpectedly large member. Once I return to King's Landing, you shall no longer be accompanied by these cold, lifeless plaster figures. That one is modeled after Peter, Lady Arryn replied. Tyrion stood before the statue, scrutinizing it. My lady, I truly could not tell for Lord Baelish bears a long scar across his chest. You actually know of this? Lady Arryn expressed her surprise. Good friends are always candid with one another, Tyrion said, but he has never disclosed to me the origin of that scar. The source is of little consequence. Lady Arryn approached the statue, tenderly caressing its chest with a hint of reluctance. In my heart, Peter is a perfect man, which is why I did not etch that scar into the likeness. Tyrion recognized that his persuasion had succeeded. Lysa Arryn remained silent before the statue for a moment, then turned to Tyrion. I shall judge you shortly. Be wise, demon, and wait here. With that, she pushed open the door and stepped outside, two armored figures clattering behind her, their sounds echoing in the corridor. Two guards remained stationed at the entrance to watch over me. Tyrion listened to the receding footsteps, contemplating within the confines of the room. Chapter 3. Let the Seven Gods judge. Tyrion found himself in a dimly lit chamber, accompanied by an array of plaster statues. Above him, a small aperture resembling a vent connected to the outside of the castle. He groped his way towards it, only to discover that it was insufficient for his passage. At that moment, a twinge of envy for the dwarf struck him. Suddenly, Tyrion's foot collided with an object. He bent down to inspect, discovering several bags piled in the corner. As he reached out and pinched the contents, he recognized the texture of plaster powder. Given the abundance of statues, a bit of plaster dust was hardly surprising. Not long after he settled in, footsteps echoed once more. Was he still here? It was the voice of Sir Varys. No one entered, nor did anyone depart. Blackfish interjected. My lord Tyrion, please step away from the door. We are about to open it, Sir Varys called out. Fear not. I am quite far, Tyrion replied. I would not be so foolish as to ambush for fully armed knights. The door swung open, and four figures filed in, with Sir Varys leading the way, holding a cloak in his hands. It seemed Lady Alyn had taken it upon herself to grant him the dignity he deserved. Tyrion steadied himself against the wall, accepting the cloak, draping its long hem over his right shoulder, feeling warmth for the first time in many days. Sir Varys, please lead the way. The hall of House Alyn was ablaze with light, 50 torches flickering on the wall sconces. Lady Lysa, clad in a black lace gown adorned with a pearl-embroidered crescent falcon crest, sat upon a lofty chair, still in mourning attire. Tyrion surmised that once Petyr returned to the Vale, she would soon don her bridal garb. Her long, chestnut hair was intricately braided and cascaded delicately over her left shoulder. The taller throne beside her was empty, presumably occupied by the young lord of the Eyrie, who was likely shivering in slumber. His absence was a relief. Standing beside her was a woman with auburn hair, blue eyes, and long fingers. She bore a striking resemblance to Lady Lysa, yet was far more pleasing to behold. It was Lady Catelyn Stark, whose youthful beauty was evident. Tyrion executed a deep bow, seizing the opportunity to survey those present. Lady Lysa had not summoned many. Likely wary of the secrets Petyr might divulge. He recognized the weathered face of Ser Brynden Tully, a knight of the Blackfish, akin to the Ironborn of the Eyrie, and thus had every reason to be present. The remaining familiar faces were mostly companions of the same company. Ser Roderick Castle, the trainer from Winterfell, appeared pale, his injuries still unhealed. A minstrel was tuning a wooden harp, prompting a smile from Tyrion. Regardless of what transpired that night, he hoped it would not remain clandestine. For there was no better messenger than a bard. At the rear of the hall, a wandering knight lay languidly against a column, his dark eyes fixed on Tyrion, a hand gently resting upon the hilt of his sword. Catelyn Stark was the first to speak. Tyrion Lannister, do you wish to plead guilty? Guilty. Tyrion scratched his chin. What crime have I committed? Is it because my visage is too handsome, causing discomfort to your eyes? Or is it my numerous romantic escapades that have provoked the jealousy of the Seven? I admit, I sometimes treat commoners poorly. I have wagered on games of chance. And what makes me blush is that I have even cheated. I have spoken ill of the noble lords and ladies at court, and made many lewd jokes about them. A few people chuckled softly, and whispers began to fill the hall. Do not prattle on here. Lady Lysa abruptly rose from the weirwood throne. I have brought you here today to grant you a fair trial. Delighted to oblige, Tyrion replied, tilting his head in anticipation. Remember, honor is paramount. Lady Lysa said as she took her seat, and the Knights of the Vale stood at attention upon hearing the words of House Arryn. Sister, let us commence. Lady Lysa turned to Catelyn Stark. Catelyn Stark stepped forward. You are accused of sending an assassin to attack my better-than son Bran, as well as conspiring to murder the king's hand, Lord Jon Arryn. I deny the charges, Tyrion said, shaking his head, his filthy, mud-streaked hair falling into his eyes, which he had to brush aside. I fear I cannot confess to these accusations. I know nothing of murder. I swear upon my honor, Lannister honor. She merely stated this and raised her hand for all in the hall to see. This scar was left by his dagger. He sent someone to slit my son's throat with that very blade. That is not mine, Tyrion insisted. How many oaths must I take for you to believe me? Lady Stark, whether you believe it or not, I am no fool to entrust my weapon to a common thief. Only a fool would do such a thing. What a foolish woman, Tyrion thought bitterly. She does not even know her own sister, yet she places such trust in Petyr Baelish. Lady Stark, accusations require evidence, solid proof. Tyrion pressed on. Is there no sense of justice left in the Vale? Has honor vanished behind the blood gates? You accuse, I deny. And you simply cast me into the dungeons to starve and freeze. As he spoke, he glanced around and could clearly see the minstrel intently recording the proceedings, seemingly gathering material for a new ballad. Pray tell, where has the king's justice gone? This is a time for fair trial. Allow me the chance to defend myself. I am a member of the royal family, the heir of House Lannister. Lady Arryn, Lady Stark, should anything untoward befall me, my father and my brother would be more than eager to take matters into their own hands. Indeed, Lysa Arryn found herself ensnared in indecision. While Catelyn Stark possessed no evidence to substantiate her claims against the Lannisters, no one wished to endure the vengeful wrath akin to the storms of Castamere. It appeared that victory was within his grasp. Tyrion reveled inwardly at this development. Invoking Petyr Baelish had proven advantageous, as the Lady of the Eyrie was clearly at a loss, allowing him to navigate his predicament unscathed. Sir Varys, escort him to the guest chambers, Lysa commanded. Varys rose, casting a glance at Lady Stark before nodding towards Lysa, and finally addressing Tyrion. Come along, charming demon. Tyrion arched an eyebrow at Catelyn Stark, then turned to depart the hall, already envisioning a life of indulgence in the lands of Westeros. I demand trial by combat. Catelyn's voice rang out from behind him. Chapter 4. Stepping into the fray, trial by combat. He involuntarily halted, as if an invisible force had drawn him back, freezing him within the grandeur and gloom of the hall. The flickering candlelight danced around him, casting enormous shadows upon the cold, hard stone walls, each beam seemingly narrating the turmoil within his heart. Was the timeline truly converging? He sensed that the others in the hall shared his confusion. Lady Stark, I am the accused. Why do you propose trial by combat? Tyrion inquired, stealing a glance at Blackfish. Brienne's expression was grim. It was evident she wished to dissuade her niece, yet Lady Stark did not regard her uncle. The gods of the heavens shall deliver justice for me. I wish for them to serve as the judges, not mere mortals. I demand trial by combat. Catelyn Stark's voice was resolute. Tyrion understood well that this woman was as obstinate as a mule. Once she set her mind to something, not even a herd of cattle could sway her. After all, she was capable of freeing Jaime at will. Dear lady, you call for trial by combat? Tyrion countered. Will you don armor? I am acquainted with a few lady knights. Though you hardly appear to be one who wields a sword. Do I possess such a right? Lady Stark posed the question to her sister. Lisa Arryn's blue eyes brimmed with uncertainty, clearly taken aback by her sister's audacity. You certainly have that right. In that case, I demand to choose a champion. Only then did Catelyn Stark turn her gaze towards her uncle. Blackfish's blue eyes sparkled with anticipation, but before he could speak, Lisa Arryn interjected. Ser Brynden Tully is a knight of the Bloody Gate. He is a knight of the Vale, appointed by my late husband. Indeed, after the War of the Usurper, he had accompanied Lisa Tully and her husband Jon Arryn to the Vale, where Jon had designated him a knight of the Bloody Gate. Tyrion was well aware of this fact, but he is also a member of House Tully, our kin, Catelyn Stark asserted, invoking themes of family, duty, and honor. But I am no longer a Tully, Lisa Arryn retorted, gesturing to the crescent moon and falcon emblazoned upon her breast, and you are no longer a Tully either. Ser Brynden, I shall not permit you to act as Lady Stark's champion, she commanded. Blackfish nodded and knelt on one knee. Tyrion secretly reveled in the thought that without a champion, they would have no choice but to let him go. My lady, I shall serve as your champion. A voice startled Tyrion, turning his gaze towards Ser Rodrik Castle, the stout and portly instructor of Winterfell. Rodrik tugged at his white beard, declaring, My lady, I will fight for you. I am willing to be your champion. Old man, your hair and beard have turned completely white, Tyrion exclaimed. You are still injured from the attack by the Mountain Clan. How much are the Starks paying you? What folly is this? I, a Lannister, am willing to offer double. Rodrik did not acknowledge him, instead fixating on Catelyn Stark and Lisa Tully. Both ladies nodded, prompting Lisa to turn her attention to Tyrion. Thus, Ser Rodrik shall become Lady Catelyn Stark's champion. Wait, I must find myself a champion as well, Tyrion interjected. As far as I know, my brother Jaime would be more than willing to fight in my stead. Your illustrious King Lair is hundreds of leagues away, Catelyn Stark retorted. Send a raven to summon him. I would be more than happy to wait. You must duel Ser Rodrik at dawn, Catelyn declared. You are a healthy man. Why seek a champion? I've been frozen here all night. Had it not been for sheer luck, I would have lost my life, Tyrion replied. Though inwardly he mused that his life was already forfeit. Ser Rodrik is also injured, Catelyn remarked, glancing at her sister. I will not allow him to seek a champion. The other knights began to murmur, and Tyrion could see the disdain on Ser Vardys' face. Tyrion Lannister, you must fight yourself, Lisa Tully concluded, leaving no room for dissent. Very well, my lady. I am willing to abide by your decision, Tyrion said, his eyes darting. However, I have a suggestion, and I wonder if Lady Stark would be amenable to it. What deceitful trick do you have in mind, imp? Catelyn inquired. I believe it is unsuitable for us to engage in a duel with real swords. Tyrion gestured towards Rodrik Castle. After all, I wield a sword with the same prowess as my brother. Defeating an injured old man holds no honor. Then what do you propose? Catelyn asked. I suggest we engage in a bare-knuckle duel, Tyrion asserted, extending his fist. Boxing, do you understand? Boxing. Catelyn was perplexed by his intentions and opened her mouth to refuse. But Tyrion quickly interrupted. Fisticuffs are considerably safer, and should I lose, I shall still submit to judgment. Tyrion's green and purple eyes fixated intently on Catelyn Stark. Moreover, I believe you would not wish to gamble with the lives of the Northmen. Catelyn hesitated. The words of the succubus were not without merit. Yet, she felt an insidious trap lurking beneath the surface. Reluctant to acquiesce to Tyrion's request, she found herself ensnared in a predicament. The succubus's voice whispered in her ear. Each phrase a meticulously crafted lie imbued with undeniable allure and logical precision, stirring a flicker of uncertainty within her heart. The wisdom and cunning reflected in those utterances evoked both reverence and dread, akin to the temptations of the abyss, luring one step by step into the unknown. Very well. I shall agree, Lady Catelyn finally nodded, but I must caution you against any deceit. What tricks could I possibly employ? A Lannister always pays his debts, Tyrion replied. Lady Lisa, I request to return to that chamber to rest until the trial by combat commences. He referred to the room filled with plaster statues. Lisa Tully nodded, instructing Ser Vardys to escort him back. Rest assured, my lady, all will be well. Observing the retreating figure of Tyrion Lannister, Rodrik Castle quietly remarked to Catelyn. Look at his arms, as thin as a stalk of flax. Though I am aged, I do not lack strength in any measure. Ser Roderick sought to reassure Catelyn. I will make him aware that the old wolf still possesses a few teeth. Catelyn nodded, the sigil of House Aaron, the crescent moon and falcon, fluttering above them. Chapter 5. The mercenary brawn in the lengthy corridor. Tyrion suddenly recalled that, although the Eyrie was smaller than the fortresses of other great houses in Westeros, it was deemed impregnable. He pondered whether Casterly Rock or the Eyrie was the more formidable stronghold. He believed his own home to be the more secure. In fact, Casterly Rock had never fallen, being the largest, wealthiest, and most defensively sound castle among the Seven Kingdoms. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, Ser Varys declared, opening the door and inviting Tyrion inside. I shall not assign a guard. I trust you will honor your word and uphold your honor. It seemed he was confident that Tyrion would not attempt to flee under such circumstances. I will, Tyrion nodded thoughtfully. But I would like some candles and water, drinking and washing water. I shall have someone deliver it, Ser Varys replied, nodding in agreement. Until tomorrow, Succubus. With that, he closed the door, the sound of the lock remaining silent. Tyrion remained crouched in the corner, his plans taking shape, yet his heart raced with anxiety. After an indeterminate passage of time, footsteps echoed from outside the door. My lord Tyrion Lannister, a man called from beyond. Are you still awake? I am indeed awake. Is that you, Bronn? Tyrion replied, please state your business. I am pleased you still recognize my voice, the mercenary responded. I bring candles and water on Ser Vardys' orders. Then please, come in, Tyrion said. The door swung open, revealing Bronn, candle in his left hand and a water skin in his right, the flickering flame illuminating his face. He possessed a lean, ferocious demeanor akin to that of a ravenous wolf, adorned with ebony hair, obsidian eyes, and an unruly stubble. Following closely behind him was a servant, cradling a wooden basin brimming with water. Setting the basin down, Bronn gestured towards an empty space and proceeded to drip wax onto the crown of a plaster statue, affixing a candle atop it. The flickering flame illuminated the room, causing the plaster figure to appear as if it were swaying and dancing. The servant, evidently apprehensive, clattered the basin onto the floor. You may take your leave, Bronn instructed the servant, who hastily exited the room, closing the door behind him. The two men exchanged silent glances for a moment until Bronn broke the silence. You are quite cautious. Indeed, Tyrion replied. I fear that Lady Catelyn Stark might pay you to procure my head. But upon reflection, such a deed is one I could commit. The Starks would not. Precisely. Bronn affirmed. I approached of my own volition. No one has compensated me. Did Lady Stark not pay you? Tyrion inquired, referring to the ransom for bringing him here. She did, though it was a paltry sum, Bronn replied, disclosing a figure. By the 7. But Tyrion feigned astonishment, exclaiming, I could spend more on a single round of drinks. Bronn nodded, his dark eyes growing even more profound. Rest assured, if you work for me, the reward will far exceed that miserly woman's. As Tyrion glanced at the water pouch in his hand, he licked his lips, stating, a Lannister always pays his debts. Bronn nodded again, handing him the water pouch. Tyrion gulped down several mouthfuls. Once he finished and wiped his mouth, Bronn produced bread and jerky from his cloak. This isn't from that so-called night, is it? Varys, Tyrion replied, accepting the food. This is worth at least a silver stag, but for a Lannister, the price is a golden dragon. A smile began to emerge on Bronn's face. However, if you cannot escape from here, no matter how high the price, it is of no consequence. Indeed, Tyrion concurred, munching as he spoke. So you intend to assist me? If you wish to choose a champion, I would gladly fight on your behalf, Bronn responded. I know your price will be substantial. If it were Ser Vardys who wished to duel me, I would certainly select you, Tyrion remarked. As for Roderick, the fat old man is both overweight and aged, with injuries to boot. I do not consider him a worthy opponent. Yet he is quite robust. Bronn leaned against the door. If he were to catch you, it would not bode well. Tyrion observed Bronn resting his head against the door panel. This allowed for clearer listening to the footsteps of any approaching visitors, while also preventing sudden intrusions. The mercenary was quite astute. Were he a decade younger, he would indeed be a formidable adversary, Tyrion noted, but he is twice my age. I will maneuver around him, exhausting both his stamina and patience. With his injuries, he will struggle to endure a protracted battle. Moreover, my height and wingspan should be greater, and I must be swifter and more agile. I shall leverage these advantages. This old wolf cannot bear its fangs before a young lion. Speed outweighs strength, Tyrion concluded. Well said, Bronn nodded in approval. Had I not seen your hands, I would truly believe you wielded a sword as adeptly as the regicide. Tyrion chuckled, wiping his mouth. The food had been consumed. He brushed his hands on his tattered clothing, revealing a pair of hands devoid of calluses, indicating he had never practiced swordplay. I have another plan, Tyrion continued. Let us flee tonight. You shall escort me through the Bloodgate to find my father, and I shall reward you handsomely. Boron laughed heartily, shaking his head. Without a horse, we would be apprehended before covering 10 miles. I am not willing to take that risk for you. Besides, if we are caught, you may escape execution, but I am likely to be hanged outside the Bloodgate. You seductress, do not think to deceive me. I will not fall for your tricks. I am not like that Na'vi jailer, under your control. Mott, Tyrion inquired. What of him? What did he say? As I passed him, I overheard him muttering gold. Boron paused, then burst into laughter. And your back door. It seems that being handsome is not always a blessing. Tyrion sighed. This foolish oaf had an extravagant imagination. If he won, he would gain gold, but if he lost, he would merely satisfy Boron's twisted desires. Your plan is commendable, yet unnecessary. Boron rose, pushing open the door. However, nothing is foolproof. A meticulous plan must be executed flawlessly to bear fruit. Should you falter, rest assured, I shall not let your investment go to waste, Tyrion assured him. Moreover, I possess a secret weapon. Oh, Boron halted. I had not intended to disclose it prematurely. Tyrion replied. Let me take a guess. Boron mischievously winked. You intend to employ magic, sending some plaster figure into battle, seductress. Chapter 6. Tyrion's revelations the following morning. Tyrion abruptly opened his eyes, and through the small window, he could see that dawn had already broken. He gathered several bags of plaster powder, forming a makeshift nest in which he had curled up all night, the anxiety within him delaying his slumber until late. Now, his body ached all over. The candle from the previous night had burned out, leaving its wax atop the plaster figure like a hat. Tyrion rose, rubbing his eyes, and approached the basin of clear water, reaching out to touch it. The water was bone-chillingly cold, causing him to wince. Taking a deep breath, he submerged his face in the basin, scrubbing away the grime, using his hands to wet his hair and remove the dirt. The sound of splashing water filled the room. Succubus, a voice called from outside. Tyrion paused his actions, straining to listen. Succubus, are you awake? Time's up. It was Sir Vadis's voice. I'm awake. Tyrion shouted back. Sir Vadis, may I have a moment to freshen up? Please afford me the respect befitting a noble. Very well. Sir Vadis stood outside the door, refraining from entering. Delightful, Tyrion thought to himself, for he had just felt a pang of annoyance for rising too late, as his forthcoming actions must remain undiscovered by others. He first wiped his face with the hem of his garment, then tore off a sleeve. Next, he divided the sleeve into 2 strips of cloth and approached the makeshift nest he had constructed from bags of plaster powder the previous night. He coated the strips with plaster powder on the ground, then wrapped them around his hands, layer upon layer, circle upon circle. Are you ready, Succubus? Sir Vadis urged from outside. Almost there, Tyrion replied, securing the cloth around his palms to protect his knuckles, puffing out his cheeks to blow away the excess white powder. With a creak, the door swung open, and Sir Vadis stepped inside, fortunately, just as Tyrion completed his preparations. My lord, I had assumed you would grant me a modicum of privacy, Tyrion remarked. Sir Vadis regarded him intently. I have been instructed to ensure your absolute safety, and the trial is about to commence. Tyrion moved toward the door. Thank you for your diligence. I trust my conduct has not disappointed you. Not just me. I believe all present at the trial today shall not be let down. Sir Vadis followed closely behind Tyrion, as they would soon all understand why he was referred to as a succubus. The hall of House Arryn was resplendent. The cold wind sweeping through the windows made the crescent falcon banner flutter, more vibrant than at night. Yet Tyrion suspected it was merely the after-effects of his recent awakening that rendered him shivering. 50 torches had already been extinguished, and the wretched imp sat high upon the intricately carved throne of fishbeam wood, gazing down at him. Here comes the villain, Duke Robert Arryn of Eagle's Nest proclaimed. Lady Lisa sat beside him upon a smaller throne, donned in a blue gown, having adorned herself with powder and perfume to please her suitors. Standing next to her was Catelyn Stark. We meet again, he said, bowing deeply while surveying those assembled. Lady Arryn had summoned her knights and retainers to attend the trial. He spotted the weathered visage of Blackfish Brynden and the amiable Baron Nestor Royce. Beside Nestor stood a younger man sporting a sharp black mustache, undoubtedly his heir, Ser Albin. These were familiar faces to him. Most of the primary nobles of the Vale were present for the trial. Tyrion's gaze fell upon the gaunt Ser Lyn Corbray, the gout-stricken Earl of Hunter, and the widow Lady Waywood, surrounded by her numerous sons. There were also some unfamiliar sigils, such as the Broken Lance, the Green Serpent, the Burning Tower, and the Winged Chalice upon a pink field, small lords of no particular renown. The minstrel was also in attendance, as was Podrick, standing at the back of the crowd, his dark eyes scanning over the heads of those present. And where is my opponent? Tyrion inquired, referring to Roderick Castle. I am indeed here. A voice, aged yet resonant, emerged as Sir Roderick pushed through the throng. He shed his heavy ringed leather armor, revealing a linen shirt beneath, his hands wrapped in strips of cloth, and his hair tied back in a ponytail. This venerable figure possessed a wealth of experience. He was no mere swordsman. However, the wrappings on his hands lacked the enhancements that Tyrion had applied to his own. Tyrion mused to himself, calling out, "Who would be so kind as to tie my hair as well?" Inspired by Sir Roderick, he wished to avoid having his hair obstruct his vision during the impending conflict. Podrick navigated through the crowd, arriving behind Tyrion, and deftly secured his hair with twine. The onlookers erupted in whispers, and Tyrion knew that the cleanliness of his own visage had sparked the commotion. Jealous glances from Ser Elbert and Ser Lyn Corbray pierced him like blades. The noble ladies, including Lady Waywood, exhibited flushed cheeks, shyly averting their gazes, while others, akin to hawks spotting prey, gleamed with fervor in their eyes. "Mother, he is so handsome!" The young Duke of Eagle's Nest exclaimed from his throne. Lady Lisa Arryn had to soothe the child. "Dear, we shall soon see him soar." "I do not wish for him to fly," the young Duke shouted. "Children never lie," Tyrion remarked with a smile. "A favor, Lady Lisa, halt the trial for a moment. And I promise to return to Casterly Rock with 10 golden eagles." He had intended to say 10 golden replicas of his own little fingers, but wisely refrained. "Let us commence," Lady Catelyn Stark urged anxiously, fearing that delays could alter the course of events, as murmurs began to ripple through the hall. She understood all too well that beauty could garner adoration, even for a murderer, let alone the heir of Casterly Rock. "Let them fly," the young Duke of Eagle's Nest shouted, seemingly less enchanted by the demoness allure and more interested in watching others take flight. Lady Lisa nodded, and the crowd receded, leaving Tyrion and Roderick standing at the center, kneeling face to face. The officiating monk approached Tyrion, retrieving a multifaceted crystal from a soft pouch at his waist. Raising it high above his head, light refracted, casting a spectrum of colors across the demoness' visage. In a tone that was elevated, solemn, and almost melodic, the monk beseeched the gods above to witness, to unveil the truth within this man's soul. If he were innocent, grant him freedom. If guilty, bestow upon him death. His voice resonated throughout the hall. "Let them strike," Duke Robert bellowed. "For the honor of House Stark and Winterfell." Sir Roderick rose, addressing Lady Stark. "For my face," Tyrion interjected, "please do your utmost to avoid my visage." "They await your command," Lady Lisa informed her son. "Strike swiftly," the boy cried, gripping the armrests of his seat, trembling incessantly. Chapter 7. The Western City, as hammer with a command issued. The Moon Gate, standing between two slender marble columns, creaked open slowly. Adorned with a crescent moon carved from white wood and secured by a heavy bronze latch, it led to the long sky fortress, built into the mountains 600 feet below. Most executions in Eagle's Nest City were conducted through this very portal. Roderick Castle rose, his legs heavy and cumbersome, advancing towards Tyrion with the laborious gait of an old ox plowing a field. The demon retreated cautiously, extending its left fist to disrupt. Time and again, they tested each other. With each step back the demon took, Roderick lunged forward, raising his arms in pursuit. He swung a punch, but the demon deftly leaped back, evading the strike, as the old man's fist sliced through the air. The demon then pivoted to the side, and Roderick followed, arms still aloft. The instructor from Winterfell approached step by step, carefully navigating the uneven ground. A faint smile lingered on the demon's lips as it continued to retreat in circles. The injury on its leg was apparent. Observing the old man's awkward gait, Tyrion mused to himself. Roderick continued his relentless assault, yet Tyrion leaped with greater agility, gracefully vaulting over a moss-covered stone. The demon then veered left, distancing itself from the old fists, approaching the instructor's wounded leg. The instructor attempted to seize him, but the distance was too great. The demon jumped again to the left, and the instructor turned in pursuit. "This fellow is a coward," remarked Lord Hunter, a timid soul. "If he had any guts, he would engage openly." Others echoed his sentiments, yet the ladies voiced a starkly different opinion, praising Tyrion's nimbleness. Blackfish had appeared behind his niece without her noticing. Her uncle shook his head succinctly. "He is deliberately leading Roderick on. At his age, and with an injury, even the strongest will tire swiftly." Catelyn felt a pang of remorse at that moment, regretting not persuading her sister to keep the demon confined in the dungeons. A moment's impetuosity might spell disaster for them all. Roderick unleashed a flurry of alternating punches, fierce in their execution. The demon continued to retreat, deflecting each assault. Nimbly leaping over steps and skirting around columns, its gaze never wavering from its opponent. Catelyn observed the demon's extraordinary agility. Roderick's old fist could never land a blow, while the demon landed several light strikes upon the old man's head and shoulders. Tyrion's speed and reach surpassed Roderick's, though those few punches were merely featherlight, lacking true force. "Mother, their fight is hardly impressive," complained the Lord of Eagle's Nest. "I want to see them truly clash." "Dear, they will soon entertain you," his mother reassured him. "The demon cannot evade forever." Tyrion fixed his gaze intently on his adversary, acutely aware that the old man dared not meet his green and purple eyes. He wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, allowing it to seep into the wrappings around his fists. He circled behind a column, then suddenly lunged out from behind, still veering left, reaching out to test the old man's cheek. Although Sir Roderick managed to block the blow, it was a feeble defense. He was breathless, beads of sweat streaming down his back and into his eyes. In the brief moment he blinked, Tyrion seized the opportunity to strike his injured leg. The old man could not suppress a muffled grunt and staggered backward. Tyrion advanced a step and landed another kick on that same leg. Sir Roderick was wounded. Blackfish's tone was grave, yet there was no need for alarm. The demon's fists were as gentle as a maiden's touch, and I would allow him to strike my nose. Certain that not a drop of blood would be shed. No words were necessary. All present in the hall could see the elderly instructor struggle to remain upright, while the demon closed in on him. "My dear instructor," the demon chattered incessantly, feeling his fist grow heavier and the wrapping around his hands becoming increasingly rigid. "If I let you off the hook today, would you be willing to teach me the art of swordplay?" The knight ignored him, casting a glance at the distant Lady Stark, before suddenly lunging forward, attempting to seize the demon in an embrace. Tyrion was acutely aware that the old man outweighed him by at least 50 pounds. Should he be pinned to the ground, his fate would be sealed. He hastily retreated. Yet the instructor seemed intent on expending every ounce of his strength, gripping one of the demon's arms and delivering a vicious punch to his gut. Had he not skipped breakfast, Tyrion surely would have been sickened by the blow. The punch caused him to convulse. Yet the subsequent retaliatory strike landed squarely on the instructor's chin. The plaster had already set, and Roderick Castle fell to the ground like a stone. Crashing down with a thud, the hall erupted into chaos, with men wailing, accusing, and cursing. However, the ladies appeared quite delighted. Tyrion gagged a couple of times, then approached Sir Roderick. "I truly envy him. He has such robust health that he can simply fall asleep." He then turned to Catelyn Stark. "My lady, shall we cease this contest? Otherwise, I will surely rearrange his nose and then leave him at the moon door." "Fly. Let him fly." The Duke of Eagle's Nest shouted at the perfect moment. Catelyn Stark shivered and reluctantly nodded. "I concede. Sister, the gods above deemed this man innocent. We have no choice but to let him go. This cunning devil, inheritor of the Mad King." Lady Lisa's face flushed, and she quickly pulled her sister back, preventing her from continuing. It seemed the Starks still valued their family honor. As Tyrion spoke, he hurriedly unwrapped the cloth from his hands and tossed it out the moon door, as lofty as the honor of the Vale of Arryn. "My nickname is the Hammer of the West." He winked at the crowd, alluding not only to his fists but also to his manhood. "One should be grateful not to have chosen to duel with true swords. Even during training, my elder brother had to exercise caution." "You promised me I could let him fly," the Duke of Eagle's Nest yelled at his mother, trembling in anticipation. It appeared that today was not the day. Lisa Arryn soothed her son, and Tyrion agreed, noting that the chance to let the handsome brother fly was likely gone. But perhaps they could consider sending this old man soaring. At this moment, the Blackfish approached, intending to assist Sir Roderick to his feet. He could not fathom why Tyrion's seemingly light punch had felled the master-at-arms. "Silence, demon," he warned. "Utter another word, and I assure you, you shall not traverse beyond the blood gate." Tyrion, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly sealed his lips. The Blackfish was among the few astute individuals present. Lady Lisa Arryn raised her voice, commanding, "Someone, escort the demon of House Lannister away. Ensure he is taken to the Bloodgate, and then set free. Prepare horses and provisions sufficient to sustain him until the Trident, and be sure to return all his belongings and weapons." Navigating the mountain paths? He will surely require such equipment. "Mountain paths?" Tyrion Lannister retorted. A slight, yet triumphant smile graced Lisa's lips. Catelyn suddenly comprehended. This was nothing short of a death sentence. Tyrion Lannister was likely aware of this too. Nevertheless, the demon merely feigned politeness, bowing to Lisa Arryn. "As you wish, my lady," he replied. "I still remember the way." Chapter 8. The Moonlight Mountains. When you felled that old man, the crowd erupted in cheers. They paused for a brief respite beneath the aspens bordering the mountain path. Podrick held the horses while sipping from a mountain spring, engaging in light conversation with Tyrion. "They all believed your fists to be feeble, but only I know the truth. The seven have witnessed it. They said nothing, yet they acknowledged it." Tyrion, clad in leather armor, bent to gather dry twigs from the ground. The plaster hardened by sweat rendered his hands as tough as iron, his secret to victory. That old man was no match for me, even in a true sword duel. Maud, gather more twigs. Indeed, Maud followed suit. Once the duel concluded, Ser Varys, with a grim visage, expelled them beyond the blood gate, forbidding their return. Maud accompanied them as well. From that moment, the trio spurred their horses onward, never pausing, causing Tyrion to suffer from aches in his back and limbs. Relying on brute force to break through is out of the question, Podrick remarked, but traveling light will allow us to move faster and attract less attention. The shorter our stay in the mountains, the greater our chances of safely reaching the riverlands. Thus, I propose we hasten our journey, hide by day, act by night. Avoid the road when possible, make no noise, and refrain from lighting fires. Tyrion Lannister sighed. Podrick, this plan is indeed splendid. Just don't blame me for not stopping to dig your grave when you freeze to death at night. Your death is inconsequential, but if Maud perishes, he will merely remain a corpse in the wilderness. He is far too large. I doubt I could dig a grave for him alone. Wouldn't you agree, Maud? Maud grinned, revealing a mouthful of crooked teeth, chuckling foolishly as he diligently collected more twigs. From the moment the trial by combat concluded, Maud became the prisoner, while Tyrion assumed the role of the jailer. I do not understand why you insisted on bringing him along, Podrick complained. His meat is bound to be tough and unpalatable. You fool. Stop gathering twigs. Lighting a fire will attract the mountain folk. Tyrion shrugged. To hasten our journey at night is akin to courting disaster. I would prefer to proceed leisurely and comfortably. Boron, I am aware of your fondness for horse meat, but should my steed perish, I can still ride Maud, while you will be left to walk. Frankly, I believe that regardless of our actions, the indigenous people will inevitably seek us out. Their scouts and spies lurk everywhere. He extended his gloved hand towards the weathered, towering cliffs surrounding them. As for Maud, I have promised him a commendable position. Are you not of the same mind? Mercenaries work for what reason, if not for coin? Do you truly believe Lady Catelyn will reward your assistance or secure you a position? Tyrion scraped the moss from the bark with a small knife to serve as kindling. Do you possess a flint? Boron produced a piece of flint from a pouch at his waist and tossed it to Tyrion, who caught it midair. With a swift strike of the knife against the flint, sparks flew, igniting the curled bark that began to smoke. Thank you, though you are a mercenary. Your utility is undeniable. If you wielded a sword in addition, you would be nearly as formidable as my brother Jaime. Boron, what is it that you desire? Gold, land, or perhaps women? Just ensure my survival and assist me in my endeavors, and you shall have whatever you wish. Boron gently blew on the fire, causing the flames to leap high. What if you die? Die? That is hardly a concern, Tyrion replied. I was born into this world to achieve greatness. Otherwise, I would not have been reborn as a Lannister, the son of Tywin. By the Seven, is that not so? Boron considered him arrogant. You speak like a true hero. My sword is yours, but do not expect me to grovel and bow, uttering the titles of lords. I will not be anyone's servant. And you shall not be anyone's friend, Tyrion retorted. I am well aware that when profit is involved, you would betray me without hesitation. Boron, should the day come when someone offers you a price to sell me out, remember this. No matter the sum they propose, I can afford it. Life is precious. I hold mine dear. Maud approached, placing the twigs he had gathered onto the fire. My lord, do not forget. Fear not. I shall secure you a commendable position. Tyrion said, not concealing his disdain. It is the kind of position that allows one to earn without effort. Maud nodded eagerly. Very well, take care of the horses. Boron declared as he unfastened the hunting knife at his back and strode into the woods. I shall procure some meat. An hour later, the horses had been groomed and fed, tethered to a tree, while the campfire crackled and sizzled. A small goat roasted on the spit, its skin peeling away and dripping with juices, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Now all that is missing is a fine wine to accompany our meal, Tyrion remarked, having loosened the straps of his armor without removing it entirely. Perhaps a woman as well, and ideally a dozen soldiers to protect us, Boron suggested. Seated cross-legged by the fire, sharpening his longsword on a whetstone. The harsh sound of stone against metal provided an oddly comforting sense of security. Mord sat in a corner, softly snoring. Soon, the night would envelop the land in darkness. The mercenary declared, I will take the first watch, although it may be of little use. At least I can perish in my dreams. I doubt I need to wait until I fall asleep. They will come for us, without a doubt. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, causing Tyrion to salivate. Boron, across the campfire, fixed his gaze upon him. What are your intentions? His dark eyes resembled the night sky, as stone polished his sword. I have many plans, Tyrion replied. I am a succubus. Boron unsheathed his dagger and began slicing off charred pieces of lamb from the rotating spit, while Tyrion produced 2 stones he had retrieved from the creek to serve as plates. If we truly manage to return to the Riverlands, What do you intend to do? The mercenary queried as he continued to carve. Fine, my lord, win some battles, and then head to King's Landing or Casterly Rock for a decent position. Tyrion offered his plate, which Boron filled with chunks of meat. The mercenary chewed and swallowed mouthfuls of roasted meat. So you haven't lied? The crimes they accuse you of are not your doing? Certainly not, Tyrion said between bites. Not only am I innocent, but I also know who is responsible. Regardless of whether I am 3, 13, or 30, should someone dare to slander me in such a manner, I will have their life, Boron asserted. Tyrion turned to face him. Perhaps one day you will have your chance. Remember what I told you. A Lannister always pays his debts and avenges his wrongs. He stretched lazily. I shall attempt to rest for a while. Be sure to wake me when it is time for us to meet our end. Time passed. Though how long, Tyrion could not tell. Boron, came the mercenary's urgent whisper, low and insistent. Tyrion immediately awoke. The campfire had dwindled to embers, and shadows were approaching from all directions. Chapter 9. Mord's new employment. Boron rose to one knee, sword in his right hand and dagger in his left. Tyrion gestured to the mercenary. Steady now, do not act rashly. Tonight's night wind is chilly. Why not join us by the fire? He called out to the lurking figures. Though we lack wine to offer, all are welcome to taste the roast. All movement ceased around them. In the moonlight, Tyrion caught a glimpse of gleaming metal, the reflection of armor and weapons. The mountain belongs to us, a deep, resonant, and unfriendly voice echoed from the thicket. The meat is ours as well. Indeed, it is all yours, Tyrion concurred. But who are you? When you ascend to meet your god, tell him it was Gonser, son of Gon, from the Stone Crow tribe. Who sent you? Another voice replied. He stepped through the foliage, emerging into the light. The figure was slender, adorned with a horned helmet, wielding a hunting knife that glinted dangerously. And I am Shaga, son of Dolf, the first voice continued, its tone ominous and lethal. Suddenly, a massive stone shifted to their left, then stood upright, transforming into a man. He was broad and imposing, seemingly slow in movement, clad in animal hide, with a wooden staff in his right hand and an axe in his left. He approached them with heavy footsteps, forcefully clashing his weapons together as he walked. Other voices followed, calling out names, Khan, Torik, Jagoth, and several others that Tyrion could not fully recall, yet there were more than 10 in total. Some wielded swords, while others brandished pitchforks, sickles, and spears fashioned from trees. Only after they had all announced their names did Tyrion respond. I am Tyrion, the son of Tywin of House Lannister, and he is the Lion Chief residing in Casterly Rock. I have come specifically to seek your assistance. What can the son of Tywin Lannister offer us? Inquired a man named Shaga, who appeared to be the leader of the group. I possess some gold and silver coins. Tyrion informed them. I am gathering a force. The Lion Chief is assembling a company, and I require the aid of the mountain clans. I can offer substantial rewards. You are a charming little imp, Shaga remarked, but you seek to deceive us. Shaga was correct. Gonser interjected. Your gold and silver belong to us, as do your horse, armor, weapons, and your supplies. You have but one life to offer as compensation, Tyrion, son of Tywin. How would you prefer to meet your end? Khan, go fetch the horse, Shaga commanded. Slay the other one, and capture the pretty lion imp. He should fetch a handsome ransom. Balin sprang to his feet. Who wishes to die first? Enough, Tyrion barked. I come seeking you, and this is how the mountain clans treat me? Tyrion expressed his discontent. Shaga, son of Dolf, Gonser, son of Gon, I am well aware of who you are. I have come expressly for you. And there is also Zira, daughter of Zik, from the Blackear clan. Timmy, son of Timmy, of the Burning Hands. Ulf, son of Umar, from the Moon People. Additionally, from the Milk Snake clan, the Painted Dog clan, the Fog People, the Tree Folk, the Howling Mountain clan, and the Redsmith clan. Balin gazed at Tyrion in astonishment, marveling at his extensive knowledge of the mountain clans. The pretty lion does not deceive, Shaga said. He has certainly done his homework. It sounds as though you have come specifically for us. Pray tell, what business do you have with us? The mountain clans were renowned, yet they often consumed one another or were harassed by the Knights of the Vale. Tyrion continued. The Lion Chief is willing to offer you favorable terms, should you agree to assist, gold, silver, spoils, women, and even lands and castles. Deceit, Shaga exclaimed. The pretty lion is not a good man. Every castle has its lord. No, Tyrion asserted firmly. You must have heard the tale of Castamere, have you not? Balin nodded. Who in the Seven Kingdoms hasn't heard of the reigns of Castamere? The castle of Castamere was once held by House Rain, but was eradicated by my father, Tywin Lannister. For offending the Lannisters, Tyrion recounted, clearly noticing some of the clansmen swallowing hard, perhaps out of greed, or perhaps out of fear. The Mountain Clan, driven to despair by the Knights of the Vale, found it hard to fathom the notion that someone could vanquish a lord. The Lannisters always repay their debts. Tyrion continued, offering substantial rewards for assistance, while warning of the consequences of defiance. A single castle may be too small to accommodate us all, Shagga remarked. Casterly Rock is a grand fortress, with countless underground tunnels. Do you fancy caverns? Tyrion replied, certainly, though if it proves too vast. There is also the Tower of the Hand, which my father destroyed. The Mountain Clan warriors inhaled sharply. Could the father of the beautiful lion truly be the most powerful man in the realm by raising 2 castles at once? Indeed, if your numbers are great enough. Both castles can belong to you, Tyrion added, even the Vale. He held little regard for Lisa Arryn and her sickly, neurotic son. Of course, it ultimately depends on the contributions you make. That sounds promising, Shagga nodded. Perhaps we can gather our people to discuss the matter, whether in groups or all at once. In truth, the number of warriors they could muster mattered little. What concerned Tyrion was the prospect of them convening for 3 days and nights. This was the most troublesome aspect of the locals. They possessed a peculiar notion that everyone had the right to voice their opinions during meetings, including women, leading to endless bickering over trivial matters. It was no wonder that for centuries, apart from sporadic small-scale raids, they had never truly threatened the Vale. Discuss as much as you like, Tyrion said, reluctant to assume the role of leader for fear of inciting them. However, since collaboration was necessary, he decided to assign them a task as a demonstration of the Lannisters' commitment to repaying their debts. Pointing at the slumbering Mode, he declared, that rotund fellow over there. Each time you visit his rear entrance, I shall pay you 2 silver coins. Of course, 1 coin goes to him, and the other to the one who engages him. Shagga and Gonser exchanged glances. If you find it troublesome to extract payment from him, feel free to use your wooden clubs, but do be gentle, Tyrion added. This offer is valid only for tonight. The clan warriors began to stir with eager anticipation. Form a line, Tyrion instructed, picking up a stone and tossing it at Mode. Lazy Mode, rise and shine. Your dream job awaits. Through the flickering light of the campfire, Podrick gazed at Tyrion, whose green eyes sparkled as always, while the depth of his purple eye was strikingly different from its lighter hue during the day. You devil with mismatched eyes, Podrick murmured. Now I understand why you were called the demon. Chapter 10, The Green Fork of the Riverlands at this pace. It will take us half a month to reach the Green Fork, Podrick remarked, riding alongside the ragtag procession. The mountain clansmen resembled an army of beggars. Tyrion surveyed his motley crew of ragged bandits, over 600 warriors hailing from the Stone Crow, Moon Men, Black Ear, and Burning Men clans. Forming the nascent structure of the army he was endeavoring to assemble. Shagga represents the Stone Crow tribe, while Wolf stands for the Moon People. Zira, the daughter of Kik, embodies the Black Ear tribe, and Timmy, the son of Timmy, symbolizes the Scorching People. At this moment, Ganzer, the son of Gun, is convening the other tribes. He is uncertain how Tywin would perceive these individuals clad in animal skins, wielding pilfered scraps of metal. Indeed, he himself is at a loss for words. Is he their leader or a captive? Perhaps he is both. We must accelerate our march, Tyrion proclaimed, with the leaders of the mountain folk trailing closely behind him. Zira and Ulf maintained a close proximity, as the Moon People and the Black Ear tribe have always shared a strong bond, engaging in joint raids and intermarriage. And during times of hardship, they would share their spoils. Timmy, however, advanced alone, a young man with a single eye. Every tribe within the Bright Moon Mountains harbored a deep-seated fear of the Scorching People, for they proved their courage through fire, even roasting humans at feasts. Though Tyrion suspected such tales were mere fabrications, yet Timmy instilled not only fear in others but also terror among his own kin and the Scorching People. For upon reaching adulthood, he gouged out his left eye with a searing hot blade. Tyrion had once heard that a typical rite of passage for boys in the Scorching People involved burning off a finger, while only the exceptionally brave or mad would sacrifice an ear. Timmy's act of self-mutilation earned him the reverence of his fellow tribesmen, who prostrated themselves before him, instantly elevating him to the status of Red Hand, a title denoting a war leader. Many remained in the Bright Moon Mountains, preparing their belongings to relocate to the ruins of Taybeck Hall, although several were reluctant to depart. For those willing to move, Tyrion left them personal letters to prevent unnecessary conflict with the Lannister forces in the Riverlands. We need to hasten, Tyrion shouted again, his voice cutting through the clamor of the march, drawing the chieftain's attention. I do not believe you, Zira. A diminutive yet fierce woman with a flat chest akin to a boy's, retorted, displaying no naivety as the plains chieftains had previously deceived the mountain tribes. Have I commanded you to swear allegiance to me? Tyrion countered, or to lay down your arms? Religion and force provide a sense of security. Timmy shook his head. Indeed, you have not. Not only that, Tyrion continued, I have also provided you with a battleground for your plundering, as well as a place to reside. Taybec Hall is infinitely superior to the frigid caves. Hey, Boron, if I were to grant you a castle. Before Tyrion could finish, Boron interjected. As long as you don't make me suck your manhood, I'd accept anything. His just elicited hearty laughter from Shaga. Like Maud? Tyrion inquired with a grin. Maud had completely exhausted himself, lagging at the rear of the group, moving alongside the clan's supplies. The good news was that he had managed to clean out Tyrion's silver stag in a single night. The chieftain is your father, not you, Zira remarked. Trust me, Zira. Daughter of Kick, Tyrion solemnly replied from atop his steed. If your son resembled me even slightly, you would not deny him anything he desired. I harbor no doubts. Boron nodded in agreement. The child's mother gazed at him with wide eyes. Shaga said, I deceived her. The lad's manhood is as slender as a twig. And that is why she averted her gaze. The chieftains erupted into laughter once more. The Trident is a river in the Riverlands, branching into 3 tributaries, the Red Fork, the Green Fork, and the Blue Fork. In times of peace, the tributaries of the Trident serve as the most efficient means of transporting people and goods across the Riverlands. However, during wartime, Tyrion had witnessed numerous charred homes along the way. They galloped past scorched fields and burnt cottages, entering the Riverlands and nearing the Green Fork of the Trident. While Tyrion did not see any corpses, the air was thick with the stench emitted by carrion-eating crows. Indicative of recent battles, Tyrion selected 300 warriors from the mountain clan, marching them with haste, arriving at the crossroads several days ahead of schedule. North of the crossroads through lush valleys and woodlands, lay prosperous towns and the flowing castle, with part of the King's Road paved along the Green Fork. It was here, north of the Ruby Ford, that Robert Baratheon won the crown during the Battle of the Trident. Do you remember this place, my dear Succubus? Boron chuckled, recalling how he had assisted Catelyn Stark in abducting Tyrion at the inn. I do not recall, Tyrion replied, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of his father's army and his elder brother. He needed to reach the camp, not for the sake of this initial victory, but to send word. He needed to notify his brother. If the timeline held true, his dear brother was besieging the flowing castle. His beautiful and wise sister and kind-hearted nephew were of little concern. His brother must be safeguarded. The sound of hooves echoed ahead as Zira, daughter of Kick from the Black Ear, took the lead in reconnaissance and soon returned with scouts. By the campfire's count, there should be 20,000, she announced, with red banners adorned with a golden lion. Is that your father? Boron inquired. Most likely, Tyrion replied. It could also be my brother Jaime, but he is not accustomed to commanding such numbers. Tyrion directed the main force to advance slowly while he, accompanied by several tribal chieftains, moved swiftly. Before long, Lannister patrols appeared. Upon seeing Tyrion's distinct appearance, with his light golden hair and mismatched green and purple eyes, the captain of the guard immediately recognized him as the Lord's son and promptly dispatched men to escort him onward. Half a league from the crossroads, a defensive structure of sharpened stakes was erected, manned by spearmen and archers. Beyond the defensive line, the camp stretched into the distance, wisps of smoke rising like delicate fingers from the hundreds of campfires. Armed soldiers sat beneath the trees, sharpening their weapons, while familiar banners fluttered in the wind, their poles deeply embedded in the muddy ground. As they approached the wooden palisade, a troop of cavalry advanced, intent on questioning them. The leading knight, clad in silver armor adorned with amethyst, draped in a cloak of purple and silver stripes, bore a shield emblazoned with a unicorn motif, and his horse's helmet was crowned with a spiraled horn. He swiftly halted his men, for the figures before them were easily recognizable. Tyrion reined in his horse and greeted. Sir Flemont. Chapter 11. Tywin Lannister. Sir Flemont Blacks raised his visor. My lord Tyrion. His astonishment was palpable. My lord, we all thought you perished. He hesitated, glancing at the indigenous companions. These are your associates? They are my close friends and loyal vassals, as well as allies of House Lannister, Tyrion replied. Where is my father? My lord Tywin has temporarily established his command at the inn by the crossroads. I shall take you to him. As you wish, my lord. Sir Flemont turned his horse, and with a command, men began to uproot 3 rows of wooden stakes, clearing a path for Tyrion and his retinue to pass through. The encampment of Duke Tywin sprawled for miles, with an estimated 20,000 men, a figure not far from reality. Common soldiers made their camps in the open air, mostly beneath trees or in makeshift shelters. Knights erected tents, while some lords had pavilions as large as houses. Tyrion caught sight of the red bull emblem of House Prester, the striped boar of Earl Crack, the burning tree of House Marblin, along with numerous other heraldic symbols whose names eluded him, indicating his previous disinterest in such matters. He hurried past, greeted by knights, while the militia gaped at the indigenous companions, their mouths agape, as if they had encountered specters. Shagga's astonishment was equally pronounced, clearly having never witnessed so many people, horses, and armaments. The Knights of the Valley, well-equipped though they were, had not gathered more than 1,000 in over a decade. The surprise of the other Highland clans was somewhat better concealed, yet Tyrion sensed their astonishment rivaled that of Shagga. The circumstances increasingly favored him. The more they were awed by the Lannister power, the more pliable they would become under his influence. Beneath the inn sign stood 2 guards clad in crimson lion helmets, flanking the entrance. "Where is my father?" "In the hall, my lord. My men require sustenance," Tyrion instructed. "See to it. And, Borland, ensure they are calmed, lest they cause a ruckus." He entered the inn, where the dining area had been cleared, for square tables pushed together and covered with a large red cloth, around which a group of knights sat, their armor gleaming. Scanning the crowd, Tyrion immediately spotted his father. Tywin Lannister, Duke of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West, was in his 50s yet bore the robust vigor of a man in his 20s. Even while seated, he exuded a tall and imposing stature, with long legs, broad shoulders, and a flat abdomen. His arms, though slender, were muscular and well-defined. His golden hair was meticulously styled into a sleek back, and golden whiskers adorned his lips, projecting an air of competence. His eyes bore a faint green hue intertwined with flecks of gold. Sir Kevan Lannister sat to Tywin's right, sipping from a bottle of ale. The uncle was lean, a smaller version of Tywin, with a neatly trimmed yellow beard that was barely noticeable. Kevan was the first to notice him. "Tyrion?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Uncle," Tyrion bowed, "and my lord father, esteemed lords, it is a pleasure to see you all." "Tyrion." Duke Tywin rose abruptly, exclaiming, "By the gods, you are unharmed. I pray nightly. If you were to suffer any misfortune, I would lay waste to the home of that wretched mother." Kevan Lannister appeared taken aback by his brother's words, but quickly accepted them as expected. He shrugged and winked at Tyrion. "Come sit beside me," Tywin instructed. As the knight who had been seated to his left rose, his armor emblazoned with a burning dead tree. It was Adam Marbrand, son and heir of the Earl of Marbrand from the town of Rhaegar. Tyrion recalled him as a childhood friend of Jaime Lannister, who had once served as his squire in Casterly Rock. As Tyrion made his way to Tywin's side, the knights he passed stood to pat him on the back, while those seated across the table could only rise to show their respect. "Did you return alone?" Kevan inquired. "No," Tyrion replied, striving for brevity in this meeting. "When I was taken, my retinue was slain. However, along the way, I managed to gather approximately 2,000 mountain clansmen, who are now converging." A gasp resonated among the attendees, for 2,000 men nearly represented the entirety of a small noble's military might. "Now that sounds like a lion. Let our enemies hear our roar." Tywin rarely smiled, but his vassals breathed a sigh of relief at their lord's declaration. "What benefits have you promised them?" the father then inquired, hitting the crux of the matter. "The first group that arrived with me numbered only 300, but within the next couple of days, an additional 200 will rally to us." Tyrion poured himself a mug of ale and continued, "I promised them honor, though that is mere rhetoric." He took a hearty gulp, catching his breath, "primarily, gold, weapons, armor, and the right to plunder spoils of war. Additionally, I assured them a relocation of their kin to the ruins of Tabek Hall." "My lord," one knight interjected, "allowing the mountain clans into the Westerlands to receive lands? That seems rather irregular." Tyrion noticed the knight's armor bore golden peaks. Who was he from Goldentooth? Silence enveloped the assembly as no one dared to speak. All eyes turned towards Tywin Lannister. The old lion spoke slowly, his voice low yet menacing, and Tyrion sensed the 4 tables pressed together trembling. "Ser Leo Lannister." "Are you questioning Tyrion?" "My lord, I would never intend such a thing." Ser Leo Lannister immediately rose to his feet. "I merely inquired, perhaps thoughtlessly, whether he was to be your future lord. His decisions are my own. Should there be any doubts, it is I and Kevan who shall question them." Tywin's voice pierced through the air, causing a slight discomfort in Tyrion's ears due to his proximity. "I beg your pardon, my lord," Ser Leo Lannister apologized once more. "Such trifles are of no consequence. There is no need for apologies." Tyrion promptly rose, asserting, "I have not promised the mountain clans any castles or lands. They possess no foundation in the Westerlands to stir up any significant waves. Moreover, the ruins of the Tabek Hall require restoration, and the clansmen engaged in battle need hostages to ensure their loyalty, an explanation I have yet to complete. However, may I ask, who is responsible for the current armament of the troops?" "That would be I," Ser Leo Lannister replied. "My lord," he added, "then I entrust the equipping of the 300 warriors I brought to you." "As you command, my lord." "Very well," Tywin Lannister stated as he rose. "That will be all for today. Everyone may leave." The knights began to stand. Kevan and Tyrion remained behind. Chapter 12. The Meeting of 3 Before Long. The room was left with only Tywin, Kevan, and Tyrion, 3 members of House Lannister. Tyrion continued to sip his ale. "So how fares the battle?" "The fighting thus far has proceeded relatively smoothly," Kevan replied. "Edmure Tully has dispersed his forces into smaller contingents, deploying them to patrol the borders of his territory to thwart our raids. Your father and I have managed to decimate most of them before they could converge." It was Uncle Kevan who responded. "Your brother Jaime has been winning battles one after another," their father added. "He first gathered troops outside Golden Tooth, defeating the armies of Lord Vance and Lord Peyton, and then engaged the main force of House Tully beneath the walls of Riverrun. What was the outcome? The River Lords were thoroughly routed, with Edmure Tully and many of his vassals captured. Lord Blackwood gathered a handful of remaining soldiers and retreated to Riverrun, where he can only hold out behind closed doors while Jaime tightens the siege. The other lords have scattered like birds, fleeing to their homes. And your father and I are systematically eliminating them," Kevan remarked. With Lord Blackwood absent, Crow's nest fell swiftly, and the Countess of Riverland surrendered Harrenhal due to a lack of manpower. Sir Gregor has thoroughly ravaged the lands of House Peyton and House Bracken. "So now, no one in the Riverlands stands in your way?" Tyrion inquired. "There are still a few small obstacles to overcome," Kevan replied. "House Meryn retains control of Seaguard, while Walder Frey of the Twins is mustering his forces. They pose no real threat," Duke Tywin interjected. "Unless they catch the scent of victory, the Freys will remain inactive. And presently, the air is thick with the scent of Tully's defeat. As for Jason Meryn, he lacks the manpower for independent operations. Once Jaime captures Riverrun, both houses will surely submit. If the Starks and Arryns do not intervene, this war is already won. If I were in your position, I would not be overly concerned about House Arryn. In the end, Blackfish may bring a few men. After all, he is still a fish," Tyrion concluded. "But the Starks are another matter entirely. Eddard Stark is our hostage," my father remarked. "He languishes in the dungeons beneath the Red Keep, decomposing and fetid, utterly incapable of leading an army into battle. Indeed, he is of no use." Ser Kevan concurred. "Yet his son has rallied the lords and currently commands a significant force stationed at the Whispering Bay. This implies that our esteemed King Robert has encountered some misfortune," Tyrion observed. "You are quite perceptive," my father replied. "Your return has matured you considerably. It seems that the brink of life and death has spurred your growth. You handled the situation with Lord Rhaegar quite adeptly. When faced with a challenge, one must respond with iron and blood. Yet, when they kneel in submission, one must personally lift them up, for otherwise, none will wish to yield." Tyrion suggested we return to the matter of House Stark. Tywin rose and began pacing around the table. "At present, the governance of King's Landing falls to your nephew, as well as your sister." "Not surprising at all," Tyrion interjected. "I have no interest in the absurdities of King's Landing. I only hope that Littlefinger can spare Lord Eddard's life." "That is assured," Tywin replied. Tyrion sighed, knowing well that unless he could fly back immediately, Lord Eddard was likely beyond salvation, leaving only another pressing issue. "Robb Stark's army is gathering at the Whispering Bay," Kevan reiterated. "His mother is a trout. He cannot sit idly by," Tyrion remarked. "My brother is in peril at Storm's End. I propose we dispatch a raven at once." Tywin snorted coldly. "It seems you have not learned much. If Robb Stark wishes to reach Storm's End, there is but one crossing on the river." "The Twins," Tyrion replied. "The domain of House Frey." "It is rather late, Lord Walder Frey," Tywin stated. "I do not believe Lord Walder will be eager to choose sides at such a time, as the outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, Lord Walder is certainly not one to act hastily." Tyrion could not divulge his newfound insight to his father, so he sought to persuade him. "But what if there exists a greater temptation than opposing you?" "What?" Tywin inquired, puzzled, while Kevan turned his gaze towards his nephew. "Imagine, if you will, the young Wolf Lord, Robb Stark, rallying the lords and hastily advancing southward, eager to cross at the Twins." Tyrion began to elaborate. His mother would undoubtedly be urging her son to hasten to rescue her kin. This foolish woman, lacking in clarity, could act rashly. In such a scenario, what would Lord Walder seek? He has long aspired to join the ranks of the great houses. Thus, it cannot merely be a matter of a toll for crossing, Kevan suggested. He would propose a marriage alliance. Tywin articulated the answer. "Precisely," Tyrion replied, elated. "If Robb Stark were to agree to wed a Frey, what would Lord Walder do?" "That is your speculation," Tywin stated, though his tone revealed a hint of uncertainty. "War cannot rely on conjecture. However, it is prudent to prepare for any eventuality." Tyrion remarked, "After all, this concerns the life of my dear brother. Father, you would not stand idly by, would you? Writing a letter is hardly a monumental task." Tywin nodded in agreement. "That is a valid point. However, since we are speaking of Catelyn Stark," Tyrion continued, "in the Eyrie, She uttered certain words. What? Tywin, prepared with paper and quill, began drafting the letter. She mentioned the Mad King, Tyrion stated. It seems I am entangled in rumors concerning him. Tywin decisively replied, without meeting Tyrion's gaze, engrossed in his writing. I believe no one within the Seven Kingdoms would dare tarnish the Lannister name, yet it appears some still have the audacity to affront my authority. Such malicious rumors shall vanish along with the lords of the Riverlands. Tywin's grip tightened slightly, his pen pressing through to the back of the parchment. Once I take Riverrun, Hoteen will kneel to apologize for his daughter's foolishness. It was Uncle Kevin who spoke next. When you were born, you possessed a pair of emerald eyes. But that very night, you fell prey to a high fever. By dawn, as your fever broke, one eye had turned a pale violet, a consequence of the illness. As documented by the maesters of Casterly Rock. Tyrion nodded. I am not troubled by these rumors. I merely wish to mention it. By the way, father, please add a note at the end of the letter. Should the tides of war turn unfavorably, do not entertain any thoughts of recklessly seeking the head of Robb Stark. Your safe return is of utmost importance. Chapter 13. Shy by the time the ravens took flight, night had fallen. Tywin Lannister subsequently dispatched numerous scouts towards the direction of the Riverlands to assess enemy movements. He also summoned Gregor Clegane back, as the mountain was currently wreaking havoc in the villages downstream. Based on Tyrion's deductions, Robb Stark would likely pass through the Riverlands, and their forces needed to hasten northward to confront the Northern Army and alleviate the pressure on Jaime. The following days were spent in the throes of marching. Tyrion had originally proposed returning to Casterly Rock to engage in recruitment, training, or agricultural pursuits, but Tywin dismissed the idea. His father insisted he accompany him to conclude this battle before making further arrangements. On a hill overlooking King S Road, a folding table crafted from carefully selected pine wood was being assembled. Every inch of this table reflected the artisan's exquisite craftsmanship and meticulous attention to detail. Its surface was polished to a mirror-like sheen, capturing the last rays of the setting sun, shimmering with a warm and enchanting glow. Upon the table, a high-quality golden-hued tablecloth was meticulously laid out, resembling a golden sea, glistening and harmonizing with the surrounding natural beauty, creating an ambience that was both solemn and inviting for dining. The opulent tent of Duke Tywin Lannister was situated adjacent to the long table, crafted from the finest silk, resplendent in a deep azure hue, adorned with the family crest of red and gold, depicting a majestic lion with its gaping maw, as if poised to devour all, a testament to the nobility and power of House Lannister. The chef was presenting the evening's main dish, 5 roasted suckling pigs, golden and crispy, each stuffed with an assortment of fruits, while the lords and knights gathered around, indulging in hearty libations, primarily to flatter Tyrion. There were also the usual platitudes, such as offering their younger sons as servants to Tyrion or proposing marriages for their eldest daughters. However, it was unfortunate that Tywin Lannister had little interest in these lesser nobles. As for the prominent families, they likely harbored a fear of Tyrion's notorious reputation and the accompanying rumors, thus hesitating to acquiesce readily. The proud Golden Lion of the West remained unperturbed. The Lannister army's lavish provisions were renowned throughout the realm. This evening, not only the lords could savor these delectable dishes, but even the common soldiers were treated to a variety of meticulously prepared roasted meats. These meats, crisp on the outside yet tender within, wafted an enticing aroma, providing the weary soldiers with the finest comfort after a taxing day. In addition to the roasted meats, large cauldrons in the camp simmered with an assortment of stews and hearty soups. These concoctions, rich with fresh vegetables, legumes, grains, and occasionally rare meats, were a perfect fusion, offering a nourishing broth that replenished the soldiers' energy, allowing them to maintain peak performance on the battlefield. Meanwhile, some soldiers exchanged their provisions, such as hardtack, cured meats, and dried fruits, simple yet imbued with the flavors of home, evoking warmth in their hearts as they were far from their native lands. After the dinner, Tyrion sat within the tent, engaged in drafting letters. He felt compelled to remind his wise sister to keep an eye on his beloved son, cautioning her not to sever Lord Eddard's head. Though he sensed it to be a futile endeavor, yet he should still make an effort. Additionally, he intended to instruct Casterly Rock to send someone to the Tower of the Hand to oversee the repairs of House Greyjoy's estate, ensuring it was discreet and merely required timely progress reports. Podrick, came a voice from outside the tent. I'm here. What is it? If the clansmen are brawling again. Don't involve me, Tyrion replied. No. Podrick lifted the flap. I bring you something special. A figure followed him inside, a young girl, perhaps 17 or 18, petite and lovely, with deep-set large eyes and flowing black hair, carrying a cloth bag. How fares our enchanting lady? Podrick inquired, glancing back. The girl possessed doe-like eyes, her smile oscillating between shyness and haughtiness, with a hint of mischief. She lowered her gaze bashfully, hesitant to speak, and Tyrion recognized this as an act. Podrick, you know I'm not inclined toward such things. Tyrion cast a swift glance at the young woman's modest yet firm bosom before turning his attention back to the letter. What is your name? He inquired, feigning ignorance. Shay, she replied. I have heard tales of your libertine ways, Boron remarked. Nobles are rather fond of such indulgences. It is not uncommon. It is said that King Robert has no interest in such matters anymore. Indeed, I have other pursuits, Tyrion replied. However, it is always beneficial to have someone to attend to your needs. Boron queried, what is the name of this young lady? Shay, she answered. I have heard you are determined to come. Those who wish to serve me could line the shores from the sunset sea to the narrow sea. As Tyrion turned his chair to face Shay, he said, Very well, Boron, let us converse. Boron bowed and exited the tent. I wish you a pleasant evening, he said. Shay, Tyrion repeated the name. What brings you to me? Surely it is for gold. What does this pouch contain? My lord, it is not solely for gold, Shay replied, producing a small ceramic vial from the pouch, roughly the size of a forearm. Time is of the essence, she continued. Do you believe in prophecies? She reached down, grasped the hem of her coarse linen dress, and with a graceful motion, discarded it, revealing her bare form. She knelt between Tyrion's legs. It is quite the tale. In Lannisport, I encountered a woman known as the Toad Witch, reputed to be a forest sorceress. A purveyor of aphrodisiacs, Tyrion interjected, though he was aware she was the one who foretold prophecies for Cersei. What treasures did you acquire from her? A love potion? No, it was a gift from her. Shay began to untie Tyrion's belt, and he made no move to stop her. What did the witch say? In a world steeped in magic, prophecies are compelling. It seems you do believe in prophecies, my lord, Shay said, her deft fingers finding the knot of his trousers, which she swiftly undid. Then she opened the vial, and a subtle fragrance wafted forth, reminiscent of clover or other herbs. What she said, I can no longer recall, Shay murmured, gently blowing air towards him. You shall see for yourself. See what? What lies within that vessel? Tyrion asked, perplexed. Can you assure me that this is truly safe? Chapter 14. The Green-Eyed Crow. Lannisport is a city along the coast of the Sunset Sea, situated to the west of Casterly Rock, where the River Road, the Gold Road, and the Coastal Road converge. This port city stands as one of the primary maritime hubs of the Seven Kingdoms and is the largest in the Westlands. In terms of scale, it is considerably smaller than King's Landing and Old Town, yet it surpasses Seagull Town and White Harbor. The golden rays of the setting sun bathe the docks, bustling with vendors packing up their wares, dockworkers eager to return home, and a myriad of other individuals. A green-eyed crow perched upon the rooftop of a narrow alley, its round eyes surveying the throngs below. Shay, called out a girl from the street. As she and her companions, some carrying baskets and others with cloth bags, hastened to leave the city. We must hurry. The camp enforces a curfew tonight. I know, Shay shouted back. As she strolled through the streets, she donned more fabric than she ever did in the barracks. A green-eyed raven blinked and tilted its head in curiosity. A group of camp followers were nearby. I still need spices, Shay called out while running. You all go ahead and wait for me at the city gate. I shall catch up swiftly. Then make haste. The other girls laughed as they departed. This was a secluded alley in the harbor, where the air was infused with a faint brininess and the freshness of seaweed, a fragrance wafting from the vast sea not far away, mingling with the occasional scent of flowers that drifted from within the alley. Occasionally, a couple of seagulls swept past the alley's entrance, their crisp calls adding a touch of vivacity to this tranquil space. They would not venture inside, the green-eyed raven mused, contemplating these white marauders, whose only acceptable refuge away from the sea was among heaps of refuse. The entrance to the alley was partially concealed by a few time-worn locust trees, their branches filtering the sunlight into splintered patterns, casting a veil of golden shimmer over this shadowy passage. Spice merchants were primarily stationed in prominent areas of the harbor, while here, one could mostly find aged wares or contraband. She navigated through the stacks of goods, occasionally glancing down or tugging at her skirt. I am here. A deep voice emerged, revealing a hooded figure from the shadows. Such figures were common in Lannisport, smugglers. You are somewhat late today, the smuggler remarked, retreating back into the darkness, producing a package to extend towards her. In a while, I shall not wait for you any longer. The troops are about to depart. She accepted the package. Am I to prepare more items? Is this not twice the previous amount? You wouldn't dare shortchange me again, would you? Of course not, the smuggler replied. But what if it is slightly less? You cannot procure goods at this price anywhere else. Only I care so much for your needs. As he reached out to embrace she at the waist, she swiftly struck his hand away. Take this. She pressed some silver coins into the smuggler's palm. Not today. I am already late. If I do not leave the city soon, I shall miss the troops' departure. Then you might as well stay by my side. You can come to find me. She will not follow you." A hoarse, aged voice echoed from another corner, prompting the raven's gaze to sharpen. It was an elderly woman, so frail that her age was indiscernible. She was diminutive, stout, her skin riddled with blemishes, and her yellow eyes gleamed with malice, complemented by a pair of grotesque chins resembling green pebbles. She was clad in a voluminous robe adorned with white shells. "Toadwitch," the smuggler exclaimed, astonished. "It has been nearly a decade since I last saw you at the harbor." "She will not seek you," the witch declared, positioning herself in front of Shui. "She has her own mission. She must find her prince." "Very well, then assign her the task. You may converse amongst yourselves. Shui, we shall meet again." The smuggler hastily retreated into the shadows as if fleeing from a plague. Shui gazed at his departing figure with a hint of confusion. He seemed frightened of the old woman, as if she possessed some kind of enchantment, along with the words she spoke. "Prince? What prince?" Shui, perplexed, inquired. "Are you telling a story? A fairy tale? Is it about the prince from the prophecy?" The witch, with her toothless mouth, could not be discerned whether she was smiling or grimacing, spoke of a prince born from the land of salt and smoke. A prince? Shui thought it preposterous. How could she ever encounter a prince? "Dear grandmother, I am merely a courtesan. To meet a knight or a squire would be a stroke of luck." "The focus is not on you, my dear," the witch continued, her yellow eyes swirling with intensity. "Every prince must have a sorceress. Without the sacrifice of the sorceress, how could Azor Ahai wield the sword of light?" "Who is Azor Ahai?" Shui clumsily repeated the name. "What kind of person bears such a convoluted name? A benefactor? Where might I find such a prince?" "You need not seek him out," the witch replied, turning to rummage behind her. "You are not a sorceress. You are merely an ordinary person." Saying this, she scattered a handful of powder into the air, prompting Shui to sneeze. The toad witch began to murmur incomprehensible words, which neither she nor the green-eyed raven could decipher. The raven hopped closer, trying to hear better. "Born from the belly of a dragon, from the womb of a wolf, from the gut of a lion." This language was not that of Westeros, yet it was still intelligible. What was it? Valyrian? The witch cast another handful of powder, her voice oscillating between high and low tones. Shui stared blankly at the old woman, momentarily lost as to what she was doing. After a span of 3 to 5 minutes, the witch ceased her ritual and fixed an intense gaze upon Shui. The green-eyed raven also focused intently on the two. "My dear, you are now my proxy. You will find the prince." Fear gripped Shui as she struggled to flee. But the witch's withered hand grasped her sleeve firmly. "What do you intend to do?" Shui clutched the pouch of spices tightly, questioning. "There is one more thing," the witch finally smiled. "I have a prophecy to bestow upon you." "I do not believe in prophecies." The witch disregarded Shui's skepticism and continued. "You will encounter the prince of the prophecy. He shall bestow upon you boundless wealth and exalted status. And you may rival the princess. Can I marry the prince?" Shui regretted her words as soon as they left her lips. How could she possibly marry a prince? The witch did not mock her but continued. "You will roll your eyes in ecstasy as you ascend to great heights." "Yet," Shui laughed, "you speak such things. How can I trust your prophecy?" The witch released her grip on Shui's sleeve and extended her bony hand, with long, twisted yellow nails. The raven observed as she pointed at it. "Look, the green-eyed raven has arrived." Chapter 15. The green-eyed raven. In the stillness of the night, the moonlight poured forth, casting deep shadows. The ground was carpeted with thick fallen leaves, while dense forests blanketed the ridges, and the hills gently descended towards the riverbed. The lower the terrain, the sparser the underbrush appeared. The incessant sound of the Blue Fork River echoed above the forest, while the distant silhouette of Stonehenge loomed, faintly visible under the cover of night. A raven perched upon a branch, its violet eyes illuminated by the moonlight. Shadows danced among the trees. As the raven meticulously discerned the emblems above, a white sun against a black background, a roaring giant with brown hair set against a crimson field, a blackhorn brown moose upon an orange ground, alongside a black fish and an ice-field wolf. The raven's heart raced, its purple eyes fluttering incessantly. Yet it dared not call out. The black fish had already claimed numerous ravens, and it wished not to meet its demise here. With that thought, the raven spread its wings, gliding beneath the cloak of night. It soared over the forest, traversing the expanse above a river valley. The ground below flickered with torches, filled with the cries of anguish and despair, as lions viciously tore into trout, the air thick with the scent of blood. The raven relished the metallic tang of death, spotting many brethren soaring alongside, awaiting the conclusion to feast. Yet, this chaos would not conclude easily. The violet-eyed raven turned its gaze toward the woods, seeing nothing, not even itself, let alone the lions. It spiraled in circles, searching the throng for familiar figures. "Pursue," commanded Jaime Lannister, tall and regal, his golden hair billowing as he removed his helm. Mounted upon his steed for a better view, a squire bore his lance, following closely behind. The golden locks signified he too was a Lannister. "Brother," cried the violet-eyed raven. The raven sensed death approaching. The day of House Tully had arrived. Jaime shouted, "Chase them, drive them into the river, let the trout return to their rightful place." On the riverbank gathered over 300 cavalry, well-equipped, their swords sharp and armor gleaming, now stained with blood. They relied upon their mounts, cleaving through the ranks of House Tully's soldiers, leading to a one-sided slaughter. Approximately a day prior, he had received a missive from his father, informing him that his dear brother Tyrion was safe, and that Robb Stark's northern forces might traverse through Riverrun, urging caution. His father's commands and intelligence had never faltered. Thus he intensified patrols and reconnaissance, recently vanquishing several guerrilla bands, but had yet to encounter the northern army. This contingent of House Tully had been discovered by scouts merely 3 hours earlier, numbering around 200 to 300, having just passed through the Whispering Woods. Upon receiving the report, Jaime selected 300 knights from the besieged camp of Riverrun to intercept them. 300 knights against over 200 infantry could only lead to a massacre. However, Jaime held a certain concern for this valley. It was an excellent location for an ambush. They were currently engaged in battle on the flat ground at the valley's center. And should there be hidden traps within the surrounding woods, it would pose a significant challenge. "Gavin, Sir Quentin Bainfort, Reginald Island," he called out. The named knights reined in their horses, extricating themselves from the fray to return to Jaime's side. The violet-eyed raven recognized them. Gavin Westerly bore a cloak embroidered with white shells, a sign of the Earl of Stonehenge, though the sigil of Quentin Bainfort was obscured in the darkness. The raven knew him to be the Lord of Harrenhal. As for Regent Island, he is the Earl of the Narrow Hall. "Each of you, take a dozen cavalrymen and scout the surrounding forests," instructed Jaime Lannister. "Gavin, you head east, where there is no need to cross the river. Quentin, you proceed north. Regent, you will venture west." He continued to direct, "You two take light cavalry. Crossing the river is necessary, do not send knights." My wise older brother, the crow thought. In matters of warfare, none could match him. He was seasoned and skilled in combat. The three nodded in agreement, lowered their visors, and set off with their knights in 3 different directions. Jaime surveyed the surroundings, alternately gazing at the backs of the 3 men. The unexpected struck swiftly. Disaster befell Earl Gavin first. At the very moment he reached the forest's edge, a dark silhouette erupted from the thicket, swarming like a hive of bees descending upon a brown bear. It was a rain of arrows. Jaime reached out to his squire, who intended to hand him a lance. But Jaime scolded him sharply, "Fool, give me my helmet first." The Earl of Gavin, clad in heavy armor, should have been impervious to such a deluge of arrows. Yet his warhorse was not as fortunate, crashing to the ground and pinning one of his legs. An ambush. There is an ambush. Jaime shouted, "Quentin, Regent, fall back. Brax, organize the retreat." The unfortunate Earl of Horrowwood was tripped by a lariat, as approximately 7 or 8 warriors leaped from the thicket to subdue him. They were all northerners. The Earl of Narrow Hall was unseated by a knight's lance, and the northerners surged forth. Torches ignited deep within the forest. A multitude of northern cavalry emerged from the shadows, thousands upon thousands, an innumerable host, with countless more lurking behind. "Retreat! Retreat!" The call for retreat began to sound. And under Jaime's command, the Lannister cavalry began to assemble, preparing to withdraw. Some soldiers who had already chased across the river had no time to cross back, falling victim to the northern army's relentless blades. "Cavalry!" Jaime donned his helmet, lifted his visor, and ordered, "Abandon the spoils." And the lances. Immediately, the assembled troops hastily discarded their weapons. "Sir Tytos Brax," Jaime commanded, "you must return to Riverrun and remind them to execute the retreat to the Westerlands as previously planned." On Sir Brax's armor was emblazoned a purple unicorn. The crow thought, "May his speed rival that of the unicorn." Within minutes, the valley floor was strewn with lances, heavy armor, and spoils of war. Jaime counted. They had lost more than half their soldiers, and the knights had nearly been captured entirely. But there was no time for lamentation, as the northern cavalry began to cross the river. He directed his forces to commence the retreat. The burden-laden cavalry moved swiftly, with a few northern cavalrymen nipping at their heels, but unable to catch up. The purple-eyed crow flew with great fatigue and spotted the banner of the Ice Wolves. Noticing the young northern cavalryman in the lead, "Usurper!" a cry rang from behind. "I am Robb Stark. Let us settle this now, shall we? Run, brother, run!" The crow screamed in anguish. Jaime Lannister recalled his father's letter and Tyrion's warning. He glanced back at the pursuing cavalry, noting the young leader at the forefront. Realizing that the northern troops had become somewhat detached. 3 minutes, No, merely 3 minutes, he thought to himself, tightening the reins. Cavalry. About face. Chapter 16, The Eve of Battle. Tyrion Lannister jolted awake, his legs kicking as he emerged from a dream, drenched in sweat upon the couch. In his dream, Brienne of Tarth's arrow had struck him, sending him plummeting through the air. The last sight that lingered in his mind was of the blackfish's arrow piercing the eye of Jaime's steed. Damn that blackfish. He was the most skilled marksman Tyrion had ever witnessed. Foolish brother, he mused, having relayed everything to him. Why rush towards his demise? Yet, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this was simply Jaime Lannister. Apart from the nonsense with their sister, he was, in many ways, a true knight. Simultaneously, Tyrion recognized that, even if he possessed foresight, the world was not entirely within his grasp. Especially when attempting to manipulate events from afar through letters, uncertainty loomed large. He turned to see Shay beside him, her back to him, partially covered by the blankets. Recalling the first dream, it seemed imperative to take her away with him. Stealthily, Tyrion rose, careful not to disturb her slumber, and stepped outside the tent, seeking a tree to relieve himself. The sky was beginning to lighten. The night gradually retreated under the gentle embrace of dawn. A delicate hue of blue-gray unfurled on the eastern horizon, as if the heavens were painting a meticulous watercolor between sky and earth. The stars faded, and the moon discreetly trailed behind, leaving a silver glow intertwined with the nascent light. A fresh yet slightly chilling scent of blood hung in the air, heralding the dawn of a new day. In the distance, the mountains appeared, the silhouettes of burning trees and collapsed houses slowly becoming discernible in the hazy light, resembling exquisite cutouts quietly narrating the serene passage of time. Podrick sat cross-legged beneath a chestnut tree near the tethered horses, sharpening his sword. This mercenary seemed not to require sleep like others, a trait that stirred envy in Tyrion. How long have you been awake? He inquired, removing his trousers. Not long. Podrick replied, the war is about to commence. Already? The sound of rushing water interrupted Tyrion, who shivered. How do you know this? Thanks to your father, who has been incessantly sending scouts to gather intelligence. Someone came looking for you during the night, Podrick explained. I informed him you were in a deep slumber and suggested he relay the situation to me. The Stark army has advanced to within half a day's journey of us. Podrick continued, sharpening his blade. Your father has decided to march at dawn and engage at noon. Why noon? Tyrion questioned, perplexed. If it were me, I would opt for a night attack. Then perhaps you should ask your father, Podrick replied. By the way, how is the girl? Well, Tyrion fastened his trousers and bent down to tie his shoes. Keep an eye on them. Don't let anyone steal them away. Rest assured, came the reply. Tyrion's tent was situated not too far from Tywin's command center. Initially, the old lion intended to position his beloved son nearby, but Tyrion insisted he could not stray too far from the mountain clans. Otherwise, they would likely annihilate themselves by the time the battle commenced. As one ventured closer to the heart of the camp, the soldiers became increasingly dense, moving in clusters between the tents. Some engaged in quiet conversation while others hurried on in silence. Although many bore the remnants of slumber upon their faces, clearly having just roused from dreams. Their gear was impeccably maintained and orderly. The armor glimmered coldly in the faint morning light, and the weapons in their hands gleamed brightly, exuding an unmistakable air of deadly seriousness. Every aspect reflected their discipline and authority as elite warriors, who, even in the seemingly tranquil morning, exhibited no sign of complacency. The guards at the entrance of the large tent did not impede Tyrion upon his arrival. They lifted the curtain, allowing him to enter. Inside were familiar faces. Tywin Lannister was already fully dressed, and Kevin along with other knights had taken their seats. Look who has arrived, Tywin remarked upon seeing Tyrion, prompting the noble lords to rise, the tent resonating with applause. Behold this little lion, Tywin continued. Thanks to him, we were able to discern the movements of the Stark forces in a timely manner. Has my brother any news? Tyrion inquired. Not yet, Kevin replied. Our messages have been delivered. Jaime has received your instructions, and as per the original plan, we should expect a response from Reborn later this afternoon. Tyrion settled into a chair. Gregor Clegane's cavalry arrived last night. Tywin addressed Tyrion, as if speaking solely to him. Our scouts report that the Northern Army lacks cavalry. This presents us with an opportunity. So you choose to confront them at noon? Tyrion asked, to showcase our formidable cavalry and compel them to surrender without a fight? The disparity in our forces negates the need for such trivial stratagems, Tywin Lannister replied. Indeed, father has rarely employed tactics on the battlefield, Tyrion mused internally. Considering the vast lands and wealth of the Westerlands, the troops he could muster were both well-equipped and thoroughly trained. In a one-on-one confrontation, few could rival them within the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps the Tyrells could pose a challenge, given their larger territory and greater population, but the reach, he thought, was incomparable to the Lannisters in terms of control over vassals. The ensuing war council devolved into a series of mundane discussions. A certain knight was assigned to command the cavalry. Tyrion, in a daze, caught the name of the cavalry commander, Marlon Bran. Another knight was tasked with the right flank, while another oversaw the left. The commander of the archers was Kevan Lannister. Though Tyrion struggled to comprehend the details, he recognized that his father was indeed adept at recognizing and utilizing talent. At least in this formation, the intelligence I acquired through my journey proves of little utility. The noble lords, having been assigned their positions, departed the tent, leaving only Tywin, Kevan, and Tyrion. "What about me?" Tyrion inquired. "Why am I not assigned a role?" "For now, your involvement is unnecessary," Tywin replied. "You lack the experience in commanding troops. I have entrusted your barbarian contingent to Gregor Clegane, the mountain," Tyrion remarked. "I hope this madman doesn't lead my soldiers to their demise." "The barbarians are not your personal guard," Tywin corrected. "You may look down upon Gregor Clegane's methods. Yet in time, he shall prove to be your most loyal subordinate. In this world, aside from your brother, there are other swords available for your use." "Speaking of my brother, I am reminded of something," Tyrion said. "I wish to hurry to King's Landing. I have a foreboding that a foolish act is imminent." Chapter 17. The Clash of Arms. If you wish to go to King's Landing, you must wait until this battle concludes. "I do not wish my vassals to witness my heir departing the army before the fight," Tywin stated before taking his leave with the knights from the command tent. As the sun rose, the distant sound of a military horn echoed, low and mournful, sending shivers through the souls of its listeners. The indigenous warriors mounted their emaciated horses, possibly acquired through plunder, exchanging loud curses and mockery, several evidently still grappling with the effects of a hangover. Upon returning to the camp, Tyrion observed that as the army prepared to march, the mist lingering in the air was gradually evaporating beneath the rising sun. Dew sparkling on the grass as if a divine being had just passed by, scattering a pouch full of diamonds. The mountain clans, fully armed, donned armor that either belonged to them or had recently been acquired, following closely behind him, each tribe trailing their respective leader. In the dawn's light, the forces of House Lannister resembled a steel rose slowly unfurling, crimson and glistening with sharp thorns. The center was commanded by his uncle, Kevan Lannister, while knights had erected a row of banners along the King's Road. Archers stood in 3 lines, flanking the road to the east and west, calmly adjusting their bowstrings. Quivers swaying at their waists, each containing 20 arrows. Formed in a phalanx, the pikemen stood among the archers, behind them a line upon line of infantry wielding spears, swords, and axes. Approximately 300 heavy cavalry surrounded Sir Kevan, alongside Count Leo Tyrell, Count Lancel Lannister, and other lords in their attendance. The entire right flank was composed of cavalry, numbering around 4,000, clad in heavy armor. More than 3/4 of the knights were gathered here, resembling a colossal iron fist, reminding Tyrion of his own plaster fist at the Eyrie. This would render the soldiers of the north as soft as Roderick's chin. The unit was commanded by Sir Adam Marbrand. Tyrion observed his standard-bearer unfurl the banner, revealing the familiar sigil of the burning tree, intermingled with orange and ash gray. Marbrand was a distinguished commander, and Tyrion recalled Jaime's high praise for him. Behind him stood the purple unicorn of Sir Phelimont, the striped wild boar of the Crake family, and the diminutive rooster of the SWYFD family, each a banner of distinction. His father, the esteemed lord, presided over the hill where the main encampment was situated, surrounded by a reserve force comprising half cavalry and half infantry, totaling up to 5,000 men. Duke Tywin commanded the reserves from this vantage point, elevated enough to survey the battlefield and deploy his troops where they were most needed. Even from a distance, his father radiated magnificence. The armor of Tywin Lannister was so resplendent that even his son Jaime's gilded attire paled in comparison. His grand cloak, woven from countless threads of golden silk, was so heavy that the wind could scarcely lift it. Once mounted, it nearly draped over the horse's hindquarters entirely. Ordinary cloak clasps could not bear such weight. Instead, a pair of small lionesses reclined upon his shoulders, poised as if ready to leap forth and assist their master in tearing apart his foes. Their counterpart, a magnificent maned lion, reared proudly atop Duke Tywin's enormous helm, one paw raised to the sky, roaring in defiance. "Hear my roar," Tyrion muttered. The 3 lions were crafted from pure gold, their eyes set with rubies. The armor itself was composed of heavy steel plates, glazed in a dark crimson hue, with knee guards and iron gauntlets adorned with intricate golden spirals. The hand guard was a golden sunburst, and each clasp was gilded. The red steel armor had been polished repeatedly, gleaming like fire in the sunlight. If the Red Priestess were to witness it, she would surely lament that the King of Light was but a mere shadow of this splendor, Tyrion mused, as the sound of hoofbeats approached from behind. He had never seen such a towering steed or such a formidable man. The yellow field with 3 black hounds fluttered in the hands of his attendant. It was Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain. Clegane's armor was far from ornate. Compared to his father's, it resembled scrap metal. Yet Tyrion recognized that while the cost of this armor might be merely 1/20th of his father's, its weight was 5-fold. The Mountain's armor was of a deep gray, heavy steel, marred by scratches and dents, a testament to prolonged, vigorous use, devoid of any heraldry or embellishment. His sword was a massive 2-handed blade, yet in Gregor's grasp, it appeared as effortless as one might handle a fork. "My lord Tyrion, Duke Tywin requests your return to the central formation. I will command the troops here," came the call. Tyrion made no objection. He had no intention of seeking danger. "Very well, Mountain, I leave this to you. Surely the Mountain clan's friends will find common ground with you." With that, he urged his horse towards the center. Riding through the battlefield, the ground beneath his horse's hooves was uneven, the muddy banks near the green fork treacherous and soft. The gentle incline climbed towards the King's Road, leading eastward across a rocky, fragmented terrain. Sparse trees adorned the hills, most of which had been felled for farmland or firewood. He had heard tales of entire mountains stripped bare for cooking fuel. As the rhythmic beating of war drums resonated, Tyrion's heart raced within his chest, cold sweat trickling down his back beneath layers of leather armor. He observed Ser Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, galloping along the front lines, vociferously rallying the troops with fervent gestures. The left flank, to which he belonged, was a disordered amalgamation, lacking the steel-clad torrent of knights and heavily armored cavalry that characterized the right, or the orderly formations of the center. It was a ragtag assembly, barely clad archers, their bows slack and arrows bent, a multitude of undisciplined free riders and wandering knights, farmers wielding sickles, hoes, and rusted blades handed down from their ancestors, riding plow horses alongside untrained ruffians and boys gathered from the alleys of Lannisport, accompanied by his Mountain clan. The drumbeats grew ever closer, thundering, penetrating his eardrums and surging into his mind, causing his hands to tremble and his legs to spasm. Though it was not yet noon, a dark line had emerged from the distant horizon, drawing nearer. The enemy leaders rode upon armored steeds, yet they were the only ones mounted, guiding their soldiers forward. A standard-bearer lifted the family banner alongside them. Tyrion squinted, catching sight of the moose banner of House Hightower, the sunburst of House Stark, the battle-axe standard of Lord Selwyn, the armored iron fist of House Glover, interspersed with the blue and gray towers of House Fry. Just days prior, his father had speculated that Lord Walder was an uninvited fry, unlikely to muster forces, yet the current reality confirmed his suspicions. The white banners of House Stark were ubiquitous, fluttering in the wind, the gray dire wolf seemingly leaping upon the flags. The young wolf was not present, Tyrion mused, for he was still in search of the Flayer of Bolton. Chapter 18. The cunning Bolton. Tyrion and Podrick rode to the rise, the cacophony of the battle diminishing, replaced by the sounds of men and horses. "I have spotted the infantry of Lannisport," Tyrion remarked, "but the cavalry appears scarce, seemingly absent. Who commands the northern forces?" "The scouts report it is Roose Bolton, the Flayer of the Dreadfort," Tywin Lannister replied. Before further discourse could ensue, the northern army had entered bowshot range. To the right, archers unleashed a torrent of arrows from both sides of the road, the northern men charging forth, shouting to embolden themselves. Yet the Lannister archers retaliated with a hail of arrows, hundreds, thousands, an overwhelming deluge descending in an instant. Many fell, courageous cries morphing into anguished wails. At that moment, a second wave of attack descended from above, under the command of Uncle Kevin, who waved his standard as the archers prepared their third arrows. The horn sounded once more, and Tyrion beheld Ser Gregor Clegane lowering his visor, brandishing his great sword, bellowing in order. To this, 1,000 voices roared in response. The Mountain, leading the disorganized left flank, surged forward to clash with the enemy. Tyrion observed from the high ground, discerning that the forces on the left flank had transformed the battlefield into a diagonal formation. The right flank, bolstered by elite cavalry, would delay engagement. As the enemy's troops gradually penetrated the formation, they would find themselves encircled. Directly ahead, a contingent of northern infantry formed a semicircular line, resembling a colossal porcupine with its rear presented forward, shielded behind towering oak shields emblazoned with the Stark sigil. In the face of the looming pikes, half of the horses halted their charge at the last moment, veering away to the sides. Some steeds, however, became uncontrollable, crashing wildly into the fray, their chests pierced by spear tips, resulting in instant demise. Tyrion witnessed a dozen men fall as a consequence. The mount of the Mountain was grazed by a barbed spear, rearing up and retaliating with its shod hoofs. The frenzied warhorse plunged into the enemy ranks, pikes thrusting from all directions, yet the shield wall crumbled under its weight, akin to a shattering ice surface. The Northerners staggered back, evading the animal's desperate thrashing. Soon, the warhorse collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood gushing from its mouth, while the mountain, unscathed, rose from the dust, brandishing his colossal sword and launching a frenzied onslaught. With a sweeping arc of his massive blade, several spearheads were sent flying, and with a reverse swing, a number of northern heads tumbled to the ground. The enemy shield wall, akin to butter meeting a hot knife, could not seal the breaches for long as the tatters of the mountain clan's cavalry surged forward, followed closely by the infantry. The rain of arrows from the center no longer blanketed the left flank, as it risked friendly fire, with half the coverage diminished. The firepower surged upon the right flank. The Northerners, attempting to approach Marbrand, paid a grievous price. "I do not see the flayed man's banner," Tyrion remarked. "Is Roose Bolton not here?" "I certainly do not see him," replied Boros. "His vision is quite keen, if he has not spotted him. Then Lord Bolton is likely not on the front lines." "I must locate his position," Tyrion insisted. "Father, I require a cavalry unit to maneuver around the rear." "That is far too perilous," Tywin countered, dismissing the suggestion. "I will not allow my heir to take such risks." "Nor shall I risk my life recklessly," Tyrion retorted. "I assure you, I value my life more than you might presume. I merely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the forces at Harrenhal. Trust me. Unless the odds are 5-1, I will not charge impulsively." Tywin Lannister hesitated briefly, yet ultimately nodded. He permitted Tyrion to lead 1,000 cavalry from the reserves to flank the battlefield in search of the remaining northern troops. The sunlight streamed obliquely over the river's surface, sparkling like countless fragmented jewels in a dance, imparting an unreal beauty to the brutal battlefield. Tyrion's gaze pierced through the smoke and chaos of the conflict, fixated intently on the meandering river. The river, a source of life and a witness to war, had borne witness to the rise and fall of innumerable heroes. It was anticipated that within an hour, it would float with corpses, flowing with blood. The cavalry of House Lannister followed closely behind, their armor gleaming with a cold sheen under the sun. They were filled with vigor, yet their eyes burned with an indomitable spirit, as if each heart concealed an eternal flame. Tyrion's gestures resembled the conductor's baton, each wave deftly guiding the troops to maneuver around the fierce combat ahead, akin to advancing strategically on a complex chessboard toward the enemy stronghold. There, Boron pointed across the river, where several banners fluttered, the sigil of House Bolton, the Flayers. Tyrion was taken aback. Although the battlefield lay on their side, why did the banners of the Flayers wave from across the river? The cunning Lord Roose Bolton had indeed played a masterful game. It seemed his ambition to crush the forces of Harrenhal and capture a few prisoners to barter for Jaime had misfired. He urged his steed forward to the riverbank. "Where is Lord Bolton? I have words to share," he shouted. "Today, Lannisters, you are victorious," came the response from across the river. "But should you dare to cross, I assure you, as you wade into the waters, a rain of arrows will turn you into pincushions." There were likely over 2,000 infantry on the opposite bank, marking the main force of Harrenhal. Tyrion glanced back at his cavalry. Had it not been for the Green Fork River, these men would have merely been targets for slaughter. Roose Bolton was indeed cunning and cautious in warfare. The horse beneath him seemed to sense its master's emotions, pacing lightly as if to offer silent support. A gentle breeze wafted across the river, bringing with it the crispness and coolness unique to the waters, and Tyrion inhaled deeply, as if to draw the tranquility and strength into his chest, bolstering his courage and resolve for the journey ahead. The Battle of the Green Fork was nearing its conclusion. Across the rushing waters, he summoned his strength to shout, "Lord Roose Bolton, and all the lords and knights of Harrenhal, should you encounter my brother Jaime, treat him well. I assure you, he will be returned whole, and I shall reward you with gold. Remember, a Lannister always pays his debts." Having shouted, Tyrion gasped for breath, turning his horse to Boron. "For now, this is all we can do. We must pivot and tend to the aftermath. Remember to capture as many noble prisoners as possible. I must find a way to bring my brother back." 1,000 cavalrymen, under his command, formed a wedge formation and began to charge along the riverbank in the opposite direction. Chapter 19, The Battle of the Green Fork concludes. Tyrion, leading the cavalry, turned back to sweep along the riverbank. The battle was drawing to a close. As he maneuvered, the heavy cavalry led by Malbrun ruthlessly crushed the formations of the Northerners, demonstrating even greater brutality than the forces of the mountain. Many familiar faces of Tyrion were discovered among the dead. Countless warriors of the Vale lying in pools of congealing blood, some with their forearms entirely missing, others heads resembling crushed tomatoes. The low rate of armor protection had rendered them grievously wounded. Had it not been for the equipment of House Lannister, the casualties would have been far worse. Zaga sat despondently beneath a tree, his body pierced by arrows, resembling a spiny chestnut, while Khan's head rested upon his knee. Tyrion had presumed them both to be lifeless. However, as he dismounted, Zaga opened his eyes, revealing a missing tooth. They had slain Khalat's son, Khan. The handsome Khan bore no other wounds, save for a crimson mark where a spear had pierced his chest. Boron assisted Zaga in rising, and it seemed the towering chieftain had only just noticed the arrows embedded in him, lamenting how the arrows had riddled his armor and leather with holes. While attempting to extract them, Boron hastily intervened, explaining that the arrowheads needed to be removed first. As they tended to Zaga's wounds, the daughter of Zira, rode up, displaying the severed ears of their enemies. Timmy led the burning tribe, while Ulf commanded the Moon People, rummaging through the corpses, collecting valuables, weapons, armor, and plundering the fallen foes. Among the Mountain Clan warriors who had accompanied Tyrion to battle, only about half had survived. He instructed the living to attend to the dead, sent Boron to gather the remnants, and tend to the wounded and prisoners, before seeking out his father alone. Duke Tywin sat by the riverbank, sipping from a jeweled cup. While his attendants unfastened the clasps of his armor, his expression devoid of any joy. It was said that Duke Tywin Lannister never smiled, and it appeared to be true. Tyrion stood at the river's edge, casting his helmet to the ground and unfastening his cloak. A servant hurried over to retrieve his belongings. Such a grand victory should have evoked a smile. Instead, it felt as though they had merely endured his dear sister's post-marital life. Silence, Tywin interrupted his son, though his tone lacked severity, leading Tyrion to suspect that the old lion's ire was not directed at him. An unnamed scholar presented a letter, which Tyrion took, muttering as he read, "Let me see, it appears to be rather unfortunate news." Shielded from the wind, Tyrion deciphered the scrawl, realizing that his dear brother had been captured. No wonder, the handwriting was atrocious. He recalled Jaime's script being as elegant as his swordplay. "That is your brother." Duke Tywin placed his cup down, his hand trembling slightly. "By the gods, could you show my brother the respect he deserves?" Tyrion seized the moment, noticing his uncle's hand resting on his father's shoulder. "And so what? We have already punished Tully. Now we merely need to exchange Lord Eddard for my brother and restore everything to its former state. Unless," Tyrion mused inwardly, "all that remained in their possession was Lord Eddard's decaying head. Eddard Stark has been beheaded," Sir Kevin lamented, and Tyrion observed a twitch in his father's face. This is the worst move in the game of power, bar none. Yet he felt powerless to reverse it, unless he were to be reborn as the illustrious King Joffrey. The noble lords who had partaken in the battle returned one by one. Some were stained with blood, while others remained resplendent, but all bore expressions of unrestrained joy. However, upon witnessing the grave expressions of the three Lannisters, the buoyant atmosphere swiftly diminished, succumbing to a profound silence. "My elder sister should possess the two daughters of House Stark." Tyrion's tone seemed imbued with hope. "If we propose to return this lad's sister and sibling to him," Tywin Lannister scoffed derisively, declaring that he would be mad to exchange the life of Jaime Lannister for two young maidens. "Then let us ransom Ser Jaime back, regardless of the gold required," interjected Lord Lyle. Tyrion shot him a disdainful glance, dismissing the fool as he continued to read the letter. There was good news contained within, at least, under our advisement. The forces besieging Storm's End had not suffered severe losses, indicating that we still held an advantage in numbers. Yet, our adversaries extend beyond the Stark children, Tywin remarked. In the south, Renly is allied with Highgarden, and Stannis has already dispatched his troops. Regarding House Stark, your assessment is correct. Had Lord Eddard been alive, we could have used him as leverage to negotiate a truce with Winterfell and Storm's End, thus affording us time to confront Robert's two usurping brothers. But now he is dead, the father said, his hand gradually clenching into a fist, uttering nonsense, pure folly. "I do not intend to remain here. I have no concerns about Bolton. He is a cautious man, and the Battle of Green Fork will likely render him even more prudent. So his pursuit will not be swift. Therefore, we shall depart for Harrenhal at dawn. Kevin, instruct Ser Adam's scouts to conceal our movements. Provide him with as many men as he requires. I have already commanded Ser Davin Lannister to recruit new soldiers in Lannisport and gather the remnants of Storm's End's forces at Castamere to prevent Robb Stark from invading the Westerlands. However, your brother-in-law is a fool." Tyrion mused silently, refraining from voicing his thoughts, wishing not to fan the flames or tarnish the reputation of House Lannister. "And you," Tywin turned to his son, "are to go to King's Landing. I intend to send you into the palace." "I had precisely that in mind." Tyrion nodded in agreement. "But what title shall I bear? The Hand of the King? My sister would surely object." "Let her be. Someone must oversee her precious son to prevent him from bringing ruin upon us all. Our cunning friend Peter, the venerable Maester, and that jester Varys, who lacks a second son." What are they doing as Joffrey repeatedly commits these blunders? Whose wretched idea was it to elevate someone like Janos Slynt to nobility? This man's father was a butcher, yet they have granted him Harrenhal. Harrenhal, that is the castle of the king. As long as I draw breath, he shall never set foot inside. I have heard he has chosen a bloodied spear as his sigil. Were I present, I would compel him to change it to a bloodied cleaver. Who is Janos Slynt? Tyrion searched his memory for the name. His father did not raise his voice, yet one could perceive his fury through his golden eyes. Tywin had always detested such acts of usurpation. They even banished Balon Swan. What madness possessed them? Indeed, he is advanced in years, yet the fearless title of the Mountain carries significant weight within the realm. Whomever he serves, they inevitably bask in his glory. Is not a hunting dog meant for such a purpose? A dog gnaws on bones beneath the table, not to sit at the same level. He extended a finger, pointing at Tyrion's face. Since Cersei cannot manage that little imp, it falls to you. Should those few esteemed ministers dare to play both sides, no need for your words. I shall deal with them all. Chapter 20. The Brotherhood and the Night's Watch once more, dusk descends. Gregor Clegane rides upon a grand, dark steed at the forefront of the procession. Tywin has commanded him to escort his son ahead, to Harrenhal, before allowing Tyrion to proceed to King's Landing on his own. Although his father has declared that this will be his loyal hound, Tyrion finds little affection for him. The previous night, the Mountain Lord had warned the scouts he dispatched, should you uncover nothing, I shall have your eyes plucked out and bestowed upon the replacement scout. Hoping that 4 eyes may see clearer than 2, the lad promptly soiled his trousers. Among the mountain clans under his command, over half remain with his father's forces, led by Ulf. Yet, the chieftains have abandoned their kin, expressing a willingness to accompany him to King's Landing. This small contingent comprises half of the mountain's raiding cavalry and half of his mountain clansmen, totaling more than 50. Should they encounter the Brotherhood without banners, they would not be fearful. The Brotherhood is an unlawful organization resisting the Lannisters in the name of King Robert Baratheon. The group consists of soldiers and nobles dispatched by King Eddard Stark to capture Gregor Clegane. They were ambushed while crossing a ford, suffering near total annihilation, yet continued to engage in guerrilla warfare against the Lannister host. The ranks swell constantly, primarily comprising remnants from other defeated battles and civilians fleeing the flames of war. Ahead lies the God's Eye, adjacent to Harrenhal. Voros rides closely beside Tyrion as the humid air begins to permeate. Who commands Harrenhal now? Tyrion inquired. Amory Lorch. The Mountain coldly replied. The Mountain is familiar with him, Tyrion mused. When King's Landing fell, Gregor invaded the royal nursery and murdered Prince Rhaegar's son. Amory Lorch personally assassinated Princess Rhaenys Targaryen. Before a dozen soldiers of House Lannister, he dragged the girl from beneath her father Rhaegar Targaryen's bed. Later, his father questioned him about why he had slain the girl. In subsequent years, his father remarked that if Lorch possessed the intellect bestowed by the gods upon a turnip, he would have soothed the child, employing a silken pillow to execute his deed. A man who could not even wipe himself clean. A scout returned from the front. Having made a discovery, near the God's Eye, there is a company of the Brotherhood. It seems the scout may yet preserve his eyesight. These mercenary companies are hardly trustworthy. Gregor Clegane cautioned that if they were aware of the happenings in Riverrun, it would likely prove detrimental to their interests. He then directed the scouts to proceed to Harrenhal and inform Amory Lorch that they would be encamping beside the Lake of the Gods that night. Upon receiving the command, the scouts departed, and the company continued their march, soon encountering a band of warriors, numbering over 20. This mercenary group was referred to as the Bloods by the Riverlanders, a moniker attributed to their brutal conduct and the eccentric attire of its members, which the band found to be somewhat derogatory. They were also known as foot hunters. For Vag, their leader, had a penchant for amputating the hands and feet of captives. Vag Het, a tall, gaunt, inarticulate man of color, sported a goatee and rode a striking black and white mare. The commander of the Bloods, Tyrion, was aware that this was the very man who had severed Jaime's right hand. It seemed necessary to deal with them here. Glancing at the Mountain, he contemplated his next move. Is that Ser Gregor Clegane ahead? Vag had inquired. Indeed. It is Gregor Clegane, came the reply. Vag's gaze shifted to Tyrion, and the demon recognized the greed lurking in the coer's eyes, realizing he was being recognized. This lord must be Tyrion Lannister, he thought, masking the avarice in his eyes with a sycophantic demeanor. Yet Tyrion was acutely aware that had the Mountain not been present, he would have undoubtedly found himself at Vag's mercy. I am escorting Lord Tyrion to King's Landing, the Mountain declared, lying about their destination being Harrenhal. It appeared that Vag was not merely a mindless killer. He possessed a formidable cunning at times. The lad is willing to accompany us, Vag suggested. His proposal could hardly be dismissed, for on the surface, the warriors were still in service to the Lannisters, and this was not an opportune moment to rupture relations. Although Tyrion had the mountain by his side, they were still outnumbered, and the company included attendants and non-combatants like Shae. Time was on their side. Opportunities to ambush them unexpectedly would arise. Tyrion mused that, moreover, the scouts had already informed Amory Lorch at Harrenhal. If that man had any wits about him, he would bring along 30 or 50 men to curry favor, significantly enhancing their chances of success. Thus, the party pressed on, with Tyrion observing the warriors. Among them was a scholar, undoubtedly expelled from the citadel, a monk, a jester, and a corpulent Dothraki. It was no wonder they were called the Bloods. As the sun began to set, the group sought a place to camp, only to find flickering flames ahead, indicating that a camp had already been established. The Mountain and the Demon led the company closer, only to discover that the occupants were not soldiers but a gathering of black-robed Night's Watchmen. It was uncommon for the Night's Watch to appear from the south. "Who leads here?" Tyrion inquired, refraining from allowing the Mountain to step forward. For the Night's Watch did not meddle in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms, and he wished to avoid any blunders. "Who are you?" "I am Yoren." A brother sworn in black, Yoren replied, standing by the campfire and regarding the newcomers. "I am a crow, tasked with traversing the Seven Kingdoms to recruit brothers for the Night's Watch. Would you mind if we camp together? I fear my encampment cannot accommodate so many." Yoren spoke cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on Vargo Hoat and Gregor Clegane. As a seasoned crow serving the Night's Watch for 30 years, he could easily discern who bore the strongest scent of blood. "Do not harbor any mistrust towards us." Tyrion dismounted, unfastening his coin pouch and tossing it to Yoren. Aware of the meager existence led by the brothers of the Night's Watch, he was more than willing to contribute. Yoren accepted the pouch, peering inside at the silver stags and golden dragons, remaining silent as a sign of tacit approval. "Brothers cloaked in black," Tyrion remarked while settling by the campfire. "I express my gratitude for your sacrifices for the realm." The party commenced tethering their horses and setting up camp. Seated closely behind Tyrion was Podrick Payne, whom Kevan Lannister had entrusted to him, followed by Bronn, Shagga, and Timmy. A bit further away sat Kyra and Shae. Indeed, Tyrion needed to have Shae by his side. Her enchantments were indispensable. Yoren scrutinized his pale golden hair and peculiar mismatched eyes, muttering with disdain, "Old gods above." He produced bread and salt, offering them to Tyrion and Vargo Hoat. "May we honor the rites of hospitality." Chapter 21. 3 children. Sir Gregor Clegane's countenance resembled that of a stone statue, the firelight casting a sinister orange hue upon his skin and deepening the shadows beneath his eyes. He rose, stating, "I come to serve the Night's Watch." Tyrion gazed at the mountain of a man, recognizing his intelligence and finding an excuse to avoid shedding his armor. Beside him, Vargo Hoat's visage appeared more fearsome beneath the flickering flames, even more so than Sir Gregor. The mountain loathed him. For Lord Tywin Lannister disdained this mercenary captain from across the narrow sea, who was driven solely by greed. Yoren harbored a similar aversion. The worldly crow discerned that this man posed a graver threat than the criminals he intended to bring to the wall. Tyrion also found no favor in him, for he had severed Jaime's hand. With such thoughts, he bit harder into the coarse bread. "My lord Yoren, from where do these individuals hail?" Yoren, his weathered face illuminated by the fire, faced Tyrion. "I am no lord, my lord Tyrion. Half of these people are prisoners from King's Landing, while the other half are impoverished souls, including orphans." By the gods, Tyrion surveyed the surroundings, noticing a few members of the troop leering at Shae, though he appeared indifferent. His focus elsewhere, courtesy of King Joffrey's reign and his misguided leadership, which had produced such multitudes of the starving. Yoren scoffed, non-committal, yet Vargo Hoat burst into laughter. Tyrion observed that the captain's gaze fixated on the coin pouch he had given to Yoren, glancing at it 3 or 4 times each minute. "Esteemed Night's Watchman, may I converse with your prisoners?" Tyrion inquired. "You may," Yoren replied, "for they are not my prisoners, they are now my brothers. You may engage in conversation with them. Yet be warned, their language is quite coarse and may offend you. Do not be concerned. I too am rather uncouth and not particularly handsome." Tyrion chuckled and called out to the 3 lads over there, "Come here, I have a question for you." Yoren tensed momentarily, but the expression quickly vanished. Tyrion was beckoning the 3 youths who sat at the edge of the forest, having done their utmost to remain inconspicuous, yet Tyrion still detected their presence. It is fair to say that he had deliberately approached them. The trio made their way to the campfire. One was a chubby fellow, another tall and muscular, and the last a slender boy with a horse-like face. "What is your name?" Tyrion gestured for the other 2 to take a seat and turned to the chubby boy. "Hot Pie," the boy replied, his round face framed by light yellow hair. "Hot Pie, very well," Tyrion said, observing his countenance. Hot Pie dared not meet his gaze. "Did you come from King's Landing? What is your trade?" "I am an apprentice baker, my lord," Hot Pie answered, nervously rubbing his hands together. "An apprentice baker, splendid. The Night's Watch could certainly use some skilled cooks, Tyrion remarked, lifting the bread Yoren had given him, having taken only a few bites, leaving most to waste. What can you make? Bread, pies, pastries, whether from a bakery in King's Landing or a roadside inn, I can prepare them all, my lord. Excellent, Tyrion nodded, feigning contemplation. Ah, it seems I am in need of a baker, Lord Yoren. Yoren remained unresponsive. Tyrion, feeling somewhat foolish, said, let me see your hands. Hot Pie obediently extended his hands, plump and rosy. Tyrion examined his wrist closely, then suddenly clapped, startling Hot Pie considerably. Well done, lad. Thank you for your service to the realm. This elicited hearty laughter from Vaghort, who exclaimed, that chubby backside of his will surely amuse my brothers. The crowd from the Blood Theater erupted in laughter as well. Thank you, my lord, Hot Pie said, his face fallen as he sat down. And you? Tyrion inquired of the tall youth. The young man rose, broad-shouldered and sturdy, with clearly defined arms. Tyrion could sense his fear, although he feigned calmness. Gendry, my lord. Gendry. Tyrion repeated, fixing his gaze upon Gendry's eyes. The young man met his stare unflinchingly. His blue eyes complemented his thick black hair. However, it was not long before Gendry lowered his head. What is that you are holding? Tyrion noticed something tucked beneath his arm. A helmet, Gendry replied, extending his hands to display it. It was a bull's helmet, adorned with two horns resembling daggers. Quite splendid. It appears you aspire to be a bull-headed man. Tyrion remarked with a smile. Did you craft it yourself? Gendry nodded. Show me your hands. Gendry extended his hands, rough and calloused, bearing the marks of hard labor. Tyrion raised his voice, turning to Yoren, asserting that only skilled hands can wield appropriate craftsmanship. Suddenly struck by a thought, he mused aloud that he was in dire need of a fine blacksmith. My lord, do not jest, Yoren replied. The Lannister family is hardly lacking in blacksmiths. You refer to goldsmiths. I speak of blacksmiths, Tyrion countered. I am willing to offer a golden dragon. I intend to have him forge me a lion's helm, undoubtedly more opulent than my father's. For 10 golden dragons, how many blacksmiths would you require? I could procure as many as you need, Vaghort interjected. Joining the Night's Watch entails a sacred vow, Yoren frowned, saying, I'm afraid, my lord Tyrion, that not even 100 golden dragons would suffice. I could elevate the price to 500, Tyrion jested, observing Yoren's stoic demeanor, sensing a stirring among the bloods of the troop. Yoren, however, averted his gaze, leaning against a wooden post, reluctant to meet Tyrion's eyes. What about you? Gendry returned to his seat, as Tyrion called the last boy forward. What is your name? Ally, the boy replied. Are you from King's Landing? Tyrion inquired, to which the boy nodded. What is your occupation? A thief, Yoren interjected. I caught him and brought him straight here. I doubt my lord has any interest in a thief. What is that? Tyrion pointed to a short sword at the boy's waist. Can you draw it for me? Ally unsheathed the short sword, causing Shagga and Timmy to stand alert. It's all right. Tyrion gestured for them to sit, reaching for the sword. It was a slender one-handed short sword, crafted of fine steel. I wager Gendry's sword couldn't produce such a delicate piece, Tyrion remarked, wielding the sword toward the ground with a chuckle. My lord, if you grant me the opportunity, I assure you I could create something to your liking, Gendry replied. How did you come by this? Tyrion asked Ally. It's not just this thing, it has a name. It's called Needle, the boy responded, quick-witted. I stole it. Tyrion nodded, amused. You even named it, Needle. Vaghort chuckled heartily. Tyrion grasped the blade with his fingertips, returning the hilt to Ally. A fine needle. Back to you. Ally reached for the sword, but Tyrion deftly seized his wrist. As he looked up, he was met by green and violet eyes. You are not Ally. You are Arya Stark of Winterfell. Chapter 22. The slaughter needle clattered to the ground, producing a soft sound. Tyrion rose, exerting force to lift the slender girl and toss her into the arms of Podrick. Pod, keep an eye on her. Do not let her out of your sight. In the next moment, Yoren roared, leaping from the ground like a black bear, lunging fiercely at Tyrion. The succubus was forcefully pushed to the ground. Fortunately, her head nestled amidst the dry leaves. He noticed the crow was reaching for the dagger at his waist. Timmy's reflexes were swifter. He lunged forward and delivered a kick to Yoren's waist, causing the old Night's Watchman to roll thrice upon the ground, struggling to rise. No, do not draw your weapons, Tyrion shouted, unable to stand. Timmy and Shagga froze momentarily, but the next instant, Vargatha's axe struck Yoren's chest, blood gushing forth and splattering upon the crow's bushy beard reminiscent of a thicket. He lay on the ground, coughing violently, as shouts erupted throughout the camp. The new recruits of the Night's Watch hastily drew their weapons, while the bandits of the Bloodplay troop sprang into action, charging towards the crows. Do not engage, Tyrion yelled as he scrambled to his feet. Shagga, retrieve that lad with the horned helmet. The chieftain leapt forth like a gust of wind. "Vargoth, you have violated the rights of guests." At that moment, Vargoth was rummaging through Yoren's corpse, retrieving a pouch of coins. He opened it and peered inside. "My lord Tyrion, if you would be so kind as to grant us these coins, Sir Jaime would likely not be captured, and the Lannisters would not find themselves at a disadvantage." Zira and Timmy immediately shielded Tyrion, yet Vargoth did not approach him. Instead, he joined the fray between the Bloodplay troop and the Night's Watch. The entire camp resembled a scene favored by the wrathful Lawler, flames soaring high, igniting the night sky in a vivid crimson hue. The roaring flames danced wildly, emitting a blinding radiance that contended with the stars, rendering the night as bright as day. The tongues of fire licked at the canvas of tents, producing a crackling sound, while cries of alarm rose and fell, intertwining into a chaotic and mournful symphony. Some voices were filled with terror and despair, those startled by the sudden calamity, fleeing in the flickering light in search of a glimmer of hope. Others echoed with anger and defiance, brave warriors unyielding in adversity, striving to resist this unwarranted disaster with their own strength. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, mingling with the odor of charred fabric and wood, creating an indescribable stench. Tyrion coughed, struggling to breathe, as soldiers raised their shields in front of him. Timmy and Zira pressed him backward, and he glimpsed Arya Stark amidst the chaos, panic spreading like wildfire around the camp. Horses neighed, running in terror, trampling over more tents and exacerbating the spread of flames. Yet amidst this turmoil, there were figures in black cloaks striving to maintain order, shouting loudly to direct people towards safety. But their voices were quickly drowned out by the greater cacophony. By the gods, Tyrion thought, his face scorched by the heat of the flames, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. This was sheer slaughter, entirely unlike the battlefield of the Green Fork. From beyond the woods came the clashing of armor and footsteps. The mountain strode into the camp with a thunderous presence, illuminated by the firelight, resembling a statue of stone. The blood riders of the Dothraki, howling fiercely, charged towards the mountain of magic, only to be met with a heavy sword that cleaved into one's shoulder. The force so immense it nearly split him in two. The raiding cavalry of the Clegane clan surged into the camp, driving the crowd away. And soon the chaos was quelled. The Blood Riders suffered no casualties aside from that one Dothraki, while the Night's Watch recruits seemed as defenseless as lambs awaiting slaughter, busy scavenging the fallen bodies. The unfortunate Night's Watchmen were nearly annihilated, leaving behind over 20 corpses. The hapless recruits, perhaps only just having learned to wield a weapon, lost their lives. The remaining few fled into the woods, and Tyrion worried whether Shae would be able to retrieve Joffrey. "Whitehot," Tyrion called out, "you are violating the rights of hospitality." Whitehot grinned, laughing heartily. "These Night's Watchmen are wealthier than we imagined. I do not believe in your gods. I demand you accompany me to King's Landing for judgment." Tyrion replied coldly, "Your men will be taken to Harrenhal." "My esteemed lord," Whitehot sneered, "I would not hesitate to take you prisoner. I wonder how much Lord Tywin would pay for your little member." The members of the Blood Riders erupted in laughter. Tyrion's men brandished their weapons, with the Mountain standing at the forefront. "My lord, I alone can handle 5 of them." The Mountain was being modest. He could certainly manage at least 10. Tyrion thought to himself that with only about 20 Blood Riders remaining, who had just endured a battle, and with over 50 of his own men, half of whom were cavalry, it would not be difficult to overcome them. However, he glanced at Arya Stark, the young girl struggling in Pollen's grip, confident of her odds, yet he was unwilling to take even a single risk. The wisest choice was undoubtedly to secure his people in King's Landing first and settle accounts later. "What say you, my lord?" Whitehot asked, smugly aware that Tyrion was reluctant to take risks. "Let us part ways. If the price is right, the Brotherhood will remain good friends of House Lannister." As the two factions faced off, another group burst into the camp. Ser Gregor Clegane, an officer on horseback, shouted, "What has transpired here?" Tyrion noted the emblem on his attire, a black lion with a scorpion's tail. "Admiral Locke," the Mountain remarked, "some brigands seeking death." Admiral Locke surveyed those present. His soldiers lined up neatly, numbering around 40 or 50. His gaze finally settled on Tyrion Lannister, momentarily surprised before a smile spread across his face as he dismounted. "Lord Tyrion." He approached, kneeling on one knee. "What has happened here? Are you unharmed?" "I am well," Tyrion replied, pulling him up. Now he felt confident of his odds. "I believe Whitehot and his Brotherhood no longer wish to serve House Lannister. Arrest them. If they resist, execute them on the spot." All the Lannister soldiers present drew their weapons in unison, whether swords or spears, aiming them at the Blood Riders. "Those who violate the rights of guests are beyond redemption," Tyrion declared, "especially that leader." Chapter 23. Maester Coburn, the soldiers of Lannister roared as they charged towards the Bloodspear troop. The thrill of slaughter was a delight to many, and few armies were disinclined to embrace it, at least in this world. With a disparity of nearly threefold in numbers, the cohort mercenaries exhibited no semblance of fighting spirit. Half of them fled in panic, heedless of one another. Vargo Hoat sprinted away with remarkable speed, his movements reminiscent of a leaping goat. "Do not let him escape," Tyrion shouted, pointing at the retreating figure. Amory Lorch, eager to impress before the young lord, hastened after him with several retainers. The mercenaries fell one by one, pleading for mercy, only to have their skulls crushed or throats slit. The flames in the camp did not diminish but rather flared brighter, and the stench of blood intensified. This battle unfolded with alarming swiftness, soon littering the ground with corpses. Tyrion instructed Bronn to keep a close watch on the young wolf girl and Shae, while he and Qyburn began to clear the battlefield. Covering his mouth and nose with his hand, he meticulously counted the bodies. "We must identify the Night's Watchmen. They deserve a proper burial." "Which ones are the Night's Watch?" Qyburn inquired. It dawned on Tyrion that not all of the recruits donned black cloaks. "My lord," came the menacing voice of the Mountain as he approached, dragging 3 captives. "Shall we hang them or burn them?" Tyrion turned, witnessing the Mountain effortlessly hoisting 3 men, 2 in each hand. One of them, clad in a long robe reminiscent of a monk, was tall and slightly hunched, with striking blue eyes. Tyrion pointed at him, commanding Gregor Clegane to release this individual first, for he did not appear to be a combatant. The Mountain kicked the monk, who fell to his knees before Tyrion. "What is your name?" Tyrion asked. "You are not a mercenary. What are you doing with the Bloodspear troop?" "My lord." The monk struggled to rise, unfazed by the blood and innards strewn about, as though a farmer had fallen in a stable. "I am Coburn, a scholar." "A scholar?" Tyrion scoffed. "The Bloodspear troop employs scholars now? When did you become so closely allied with the Citadel?" "I am a scholar deprived of my chain and title," Coburn explained. "Then you do not qualify as a scholar," Tyrion corrected him. "Indeed, my lord, I lack the title of a scholar, yet I still possess the skills of the Citadel," Coburn stated, gesturing towards a nearby tree where a birdcage hung from a branch, shrouded in black cloth, though the flapping wings within could still be heard. "Can you tend to the ravens?" Tyrion inquired. Coburn nodded, glancing cautiously at the Mountain before making his way towards the birdcage, unimpeded. The poor old man would not stand a chance if he attempted to flee. The Mountain could easily catch him and end his life. Coburn retrieved the birdcage from the tree, laboriously bringing it before Tyrion, unveiling the black cloth to reveal 3 flapping ravens within. "This morning, I received news that Sir Jaime Lannister's forces had come under attack in the town of Riverrun." Coburn remarked that this must be why Vargo Hoat dared to show you disrespect. "Do the troops at Riverrun include your men?" Tyrion inquired. "The deputy commander, Uswick, is accompanying Sir Jaime with a contingent," Coburn replied. "They must have betrayed the Lannisters and joined the Northern Army," Tyrion stated. "I need to send a message immediately. Assist me in this matter, and I shall keep you." The Mountain seemed poised to utter something, yet he merely trembled without voicing a word. "The first letter is destined for Casterly Rock. My uncle Stannis is mustering forces there. Remind him that the brave companions have defected." Tyrion articulated as Coburn diligently penned the message. Upon completing the first letter, Coburn opened the birdcage, reached in to grasp a raven, affixed the letter to its leg, and released it into the sky. "My lord Tyrion, it is fortunate that among these 3 ravens, one can reach Casterly Rock," Coburn remarked. "It is not surprising that you, being in the employ of the Lannisters, are well prepared." Tyrion responded, "Where can the remaining 2 ravens fly?" "To King's Landing and Casterly Rock, my lord." Coburn replied with utmost respect. "Very well, send a message to King's Landing, informing my dear sister Cersei Lannister that I am en route to the capital, and she should dispatch troops to receive me, at least 500 gold cloaks. I believe Stannis would be quite eager to curry favor." He added, "Also inform her that the brave companions have defected and a bounty has been issued in the crownlets. By the way, there are no men of yours within the city." "Are there?" "Their men, my lord," Coburn answered, "are not present. Lord Tywin Lannister has forbidden the brave companions from entering King's Landing." "Excellent." Tyrion watched the second raven ascend into the heavens. "As for Casterly Rock, I do not require a message sent there. Instead, have it redirected to the Night's Watch at Castle Black," Tyrion instructed. Coburn nodded and commenced recording the 3rd letter. "Inform the Night's Watch that their rogue, Yoren, encountered an ambush by the treacherous brave companions near the Weeping Lake. By the time Lord Tyrion Lannister arrived, it was too late." Tyrion stroked his chin, contemplating. "Tell them I shall dispatch another contingent bearing prisoners and supplies to Castle Black, albeit this time via waterways." "Scoundrel," came a voice from behind. It was Arya Stark. "Gag him, Podrick," Tyrion directed, referring to him rather than her. As the third raven took flight, Tyrion nodded in satisfaction. "Well done, Master Coburn. You may proceed over there." He gestured towards his own contingent behind him. Master Coburn, grasping the cage, was aided by Podrick as they returned to the group. Now, Tyrion turned his gaze towards the other two captives held by the mountain. They resembled dried fish, trembling in fear. My lord, they lamented. One of them adorned in a jester's garb, thus earning the moniker Blood Dancers. Tyrion contemplated in silence, concluding that aside from Coburn, the troupe of blood performers lacked any individuals of necessity for him. Sir Gregor Clegane, I have no use for these two. Dispose of them, he commanded, and began surveying the encampment with Podrick trailing closely behind. I am but a feeble reed. I beseech the warrior for strength, yet the divine has rendered my spirit weak. Pity me, this frail creature. Those boys, dear boys, I wish not to harm even one. As one knelt in prayer, he was swiftly cleaved in two. I can entertain you, my lord. The other's head was crushed. Tyrion dismissed them with indifference, when suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Amory Lorch returned, accompanied by soldiers, breathless. Chapter 24. Harrenhal, my lord. The traitor fled too swiftly, too well acquainted with the terrain. We could not pursue him. Amory gasped, his helmet askew, and his breastplate loose, yet unscathed by battle. I hope you made a valiant effort to catch up, Tyrion remarked, noting his coin pouch hung at Lorch's waist. Are you now in charge of Harrenhal's defenses? Indeed, my lord, Lorch nodded, a grin plastered on his face. I am now the acting lord of Harrenhal, primarily responsible for the security of the supply convoys and surrounding defenses. Humph. The mountain scoffed. The Brotherhood without banners has been incessantly harassing the supply lines. How many insurgents have you captured? Lorch fell silent, revealing his ineptitude. It appeared that Amory Lorch was a cruel fool, lacking the merit of his superior, the Mountain. The latter embodied sheer brutality, yet accomplished his tasks, whereas Lorch's cruelty was tainted with avarice. Tyrion chose to ignore him, unwilling to address the matter of the coin pouch. He circled the encampment, seeking survivors, aware that 3 remained, awaiting his discovery. At last, amidst a secluded thicket, he stumbled upon a prison cart containing 3 individuals. Within the ranks of the Night's Watch, those confined within a prison cart were surely heinous criminals. Amory Lorch and Gregor Clegane lingered behind Tyrion. What are your names? Tyrion asked, maintaining a distance from the cart. I am Rorge, my lord, replied a hunchbacked figure, stout and covered in dark hair, lacking a nose. This is Biter. He is mute. Biter, a robust bald man, had skin as soft as dough, his tongue severed, leaving him only capable of hissing, his teeth marred with scratches. I once managed a fighting pit in Flea Bottom. Biter is an orphan whom I raised, Rorge explained. And you? Tyrion inquired, turning to the third individual. What is your name? Jaqen Hagar, the man responded, his hair a striking mix of white and red, suggesting he hailed from Lorith. Your hair is intriguing. Is it natural or the result of artifice? Tyrion asked. Esteemed sir, the hue of someone's hair differs from yours, a product of circumstance. Jaqen Hagar replied. Ha. Tyrion chuckled awkwardly. His own hair was not of 2 disparate colors. How had this pitiable assassin begun to speak nonsense? To be candid, Tyrion harbored a disdain for such external influences. The faceless men were excessively perilous and irrational. He worried that prolonged exposure and excessive utilization could yield uncontrollable repercussions. Perhaps it would be best to resolve this matter here? How should he deal with these 3 individuals? Tyrion inquired. Sir Gregor Clegane spoke. Burn them alive. Or cleave them asunder. Hanging would suffice as well. I am indifferent. While you may be unconcerned about the manner of their demise, it is their death that you care about, particularly if it is by your own hand. Perhaps additional personnel could be recruited. Amory Lorch, in the face of heinous criminals, always exhibited a peculiar patience born of mercy. He expressed a desire to incorporate these men into the ranks of his forces. Alternatively, they could be dispatched to the Night's Watch at the Wall. Tyrion pondered. Do you wish to go to the Wall? Roger shook his head, his sharp teeth hissing as he did so, while Jaqen remained noncommittal. Tyrion picked up a stone from the roadside and shattered the lock. Sir Amory Lorch, they are yours. The Mountain emitted a discontented grunt, watching the 3 descend from the prison cart, while Jaqen Hagar bowed to Tyrion's departing figure. At that moment, another figure burst forth from the woods, stumbling toward Tyrion. I've lost track of Shagga. It was Shagga. He was unfamiliar with this woodland and had been outpaced by 2 young men. 2 young men? Tyrion inquired. Which 2? The one with the horned helmet, Shagga replied. Indeed. I recall the lad with the horned helm, he continued, gesturing toward his legs, now adorned with 2 arrows. Shagga had chased them to the lake's edge, only to have 2 arrows fired from the forest, providing the young men an opportunity to flee. I was struck by an arrow and could pursue them no longer. Shagga lamented. The Brotherhood without banners, Amory Lorch remarked. Very well, if they are lost, Tyrion consoled. His desired quarry was already secured. The others were merely appetizers. He instructed Maester Coben to tend to Shagga's wounds and then directed Amory Lorch to lead the company to Harrenhal for the night. The Brotherhood without banners was nearby, and he had no intention of remaining in this forest, having already engaged in one exhausting skirmish. He wished to avoid a repeat. Harrenhal, a colossal castle constructed before the War of Conquest, stood in the Riverlands on the northern shore of God's Eye. It was built by Harren Hor, the last king of the Iron Islands and lord of House Hor. It is the largest fortress in the Seven Kingdoms, surpassing even the Red Keep of King's Landing and Winterfell, yet since the War of Conquest, it had become a dark and ravaged place, as if cursed. Harrenhal's expanse was thrice that of Winterfell, its architecture so vast that nothing could compare. The stable is capable of accommodating 1,000 horses, while the Sacredwood Forest spans 20 acres, and the kitchen is as vast as the Great Hall of Winterfell. The castle boasts 5 exceedingly massive towers, accompanied by equally formidable walls. These walls are astonishingly thick, with chambers ample enough to house giants. The owner of this castle is typically among the wealthiest individuals in Westeros, possessing a vast expanse of fertile land. However, much of Harrenhal has fallen into decay. The Hightower family only occupies the lower 2/3 of the 5 towers, allowing the remaining sections to gradually succumb to ruin. Many areas of the castle have remained untouched for decades. Bats have taken residence in the uppermost parts of some towers. Harrenhal is undoubtedly the largest castle, yet even its vastness can be breached, while Casterly Rock remains unconquerable. Tyrion pondered as he rode into the immense fortress. Your manpower is utterly insufficient to defend all of Harrenhal, Tyrion remarked to Amory Lorch. Indeed, my lord, was the reply. Tyrion surveyed the structure, noting that 2 towers were connected by a stone bridge. My men reside here. He indicated one tower, entrusted to Ser Gregor Clegane, then pointed to another. This is the Tower of the Burned Man and the Widow's Tower. Shay, Coburn, and the boy will stay with me. Podrick, you are responsible for our personal safety. Tammy and Zero will manage the perimeter, while Shagga rests tonight. Chapter 25. Heterochromia, seeking monthly votes, within Harrenhal. The Lord's Chamber is located in the Tower of the Burned Man. Tyrion arranged for the women to stay in the Lord's Chamber, while he remained on the balcony of the Tower of the Burned Man, caressing the crenellations. The notorious Harren, king of the Iron Islands and the Riverlands, constructed Harrenhal in his own honor, that arrogant man. He intended to fashion it into the grandest castle in all of Westeros to showcase his power and look down upon others. For decades were spent realizing his dream. Thousands of captives from other realms perished in the quarries or atop the 5 colossal towers. Countless trees were felled to provide beams and rafters. Upon completion, King Harren boasted that his new stronghold was impregnable, and indeed it was so, until it faced Conqueror Aegon and his dragons. The dragons were not deterred by high walls and towers. Ultimately, Harren was consumed by dragon fire in the highest tower, which henceforth bore the name the Tower of the Burned Man due to the extreme heat. The castle appears charred and molten, resembling a blackened candle. Even at night, it is evident that the stone bricks have been scorched. As Tyrion ran his hand over the stones, they seemed to retain warmth even in the darkness. This is the result of Targaryen dragon fire, he mused. A voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Coburn, the exiled scholar, peering from the shadows of the staircase. The mercenary Podrick is downstairs, Coburn announced, shuffling into the moonlight. Do not worry. I pose no threat to you. Even without the mercenary, I fear my old bones could do you little harm. You mentioned dragon fire, Master Coburn. Tyrion continued to stroke the charred stone. Can dragon fire truly melt stone? Perhaps you wish to inquire further about dragons, but I must confess, my knowledge is rather limited, my lord, Coburn replied. Instead, let us discuss the circumstances that led to your expulsion from the citadel. Tyrion leaned against the battlements, the high winds tousling his golden hair, his eyes shimmering under the moonlight. They accused me of conducting vivisection and dabbling in necromancy, Coburn recounted. Since then, I have departed from Old Town. The 7 Kingdoms offered no refuge for me, compelling me to cross the narrow sea and join the Brotherhood for survival. Necromancy? You may not have heard such tales. The last of the Hooded Kings, Morgenthau Banefort, was rumored to have been a formidable necromancer, conquering his foes with his deathly curses, claiming he would one day rise from his grave. Coburn narrated. The Hooded King? Morgenthau Banefort? Tyrion pondered, recalling that this name seemed familiar among his father's vassals. Indeed, Banefort still reigns over the ruin, though his magic has waned. Coburn stated, King Tyrion Lannister I vanquished Morgenthau and had his remains dismembered, feeding them to his lions. 2 years later, Those lions escaped from Casterly Rock and slaughtered 3 of Lorion's sons. Necromantic spells, Tyrion murmured. Coben, can dragons triumph over necromancy? That, I cannot ascertain. My lord, Coben respectfully replied. Then what brings you here? Tyrion inquired, for it seems there is a matter of great significance disrupting my pleasant reverie. I returned to Westeros with the Brotherhood and have heard some whispers. Coben answered. These rumors pertain to you and House Lannister. What? No offense intended, my lord, Coben continued. It concerns those matters involving you, Lord Tywin, and the Mad King Aerys Targaryen too. I may be a magnanimous individual, but my father is not so forgiving, Tyrion remarked. Should he catch wind of such rumors being repeated, the lightest punishment would be the removal of one's tongue. I recall a jester in Casterly Rock who once jested in such a manner. I have not seen that full since. However, my lord, do these rumors trouble you? Coben cautiously probed. Tyrion remained silent, merely gazing at him. Across the narrow sea, there exists a peculiar affliction known as heterochromia. My lord, are you familiar with the term iris? So, it follows that the Citadel's accusations hold some truth. You have performed dissections, though whether they involve the living or the dead remains uncertain. Tyrion expressed his astonishment. Heterochromia. Such is knowledge of modern science. The scholars of the Citadel are but a congregation of gray-clad sheep. How could they possibly grasp my greatness? Coben chuckled. My lord. On the human eyeball, there exists a thin membrane, and the color of the pupil is derived from it. Thus, this heterochromia signifies a variation in eye color? Tyrion inquired. Precisely, my lord, Coben nodded. It is a mild infectious disease associated with inflammation of the head, prevalent in Bravos. Patients experience a slight fever. Yet it poses no mortal danger. Tyrion listened intently. After the fever subsides, the patient's eye color may change to varying degrees, affecting either one or both eyes. This intriguing piece of medical knowledge prompted Tyrion to nod appreciatively. Thank you for enlightening me, Master Coburn. I suspect this enlightening discourse is not without its price. Your wisdom rivals that of Lord Tywin, Coburn replied, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. I witnessed your skill in treating Shagha's wounds, even without your earlier explanation. Your capabilities are evidently commendable. Tyrion remarked, I harbor no intentions of endangering your life. Should you desire a position or gold, feel free to articulate your wishes. Such worldly possessions hold little meaning for me, Coburn responded. I have dedicated my previous life to profound research. If I may gain your approval, I humbly request permission to continue my explorations. Master Coburn, your prowess attests to your potential. However, what you lack is loyalty, Tyrion countered. Once I have executed Vargo Hoat and eradicated the bloody mummers, I assure you that your talents shall be put to good use. Thank you, my lord, Coburn bowed deeply. I shall take my leave for now. It was evident that Tyrion's response was, for him, tantamount to permission. As he had stated, as long as he could continue his research, allegiance mattered little. Watching Coburn depart from the tower, Tyrion gazed upon the ruins of Harrenhal. The tower twisted and stone shattered. The heavy and steep walls loomed like a precipice. From the tower's summit, the siege engines below appeared as mere insects. In the distance, the gatehouse loomed large, reminiscent of the main fortress of Casterly Rock. Tyrion reflected on Coburn's earlier insights. The scholar's words seemed sincere, and it was improbable that he colluded with his father. It appeared that his dreams of becoming the coveted Dragon Knight would remain unfulfilled. Chapter 26. By the banks of the Blackwater, the host of the mountain remained at Harrenhal to cleanse the riverlands of guerrilla fighters, while the remaining forces advanced along the Blackwater River under Tyrion's command, with King's Landing just ahead. The waters of the Blackwater flowed deep and turbulent, ultimately cascading into Blackwater Bay. The river, as dark as ink, held an air of mystery, crashing violently against its banks and sending forth sprays that echoed like the grandest symphony of nature. Beneath the sun's rays, the river's surface occasionally shimmered with a dim glow, akin to the most distant stars in the night sky. This young man possessed emerald green eyes and a handkerchief. Tyrion rode atop his horse, gazing at the Blackwater River, humming a tune, a flower swaying in his breast pocket. The maidens observed the elegant knight from the riverbank, while the knight cast his gaze toward the lady watching him. I could not discern what the maidens meant to him. Silence. Arya Stark and Shae shared a horse, closely following Tyrion. During their travels these past days, whenever the enchantress spoke, she could not help but interrupt. Yet the girl with the horse's face had quite the temper. Tyrion chuckled. What, do you not fancy this poem? I wonder where you copied it from. Arya remarked. You are an illiterate scoundrel, a ruffian. How could you possibly compose poetry? You are excessively harsh towards your savior. Tyrion shrugged, replying, were it not for me, you would likely have fallen into the clutches of the Warriors Guild. Do you recall that scoundrel who had a penchant for young boys? I wager that fellow is a monk. It is your greed that caused Yoren's demise. Arya retorted. Because of your gold. Then I am indeed deserving of 1,000 deaths, Tyrion responded. If my lord were to show the slightest kindness. Half of the beggars in King's Landing would perish due to my actions. I would not mind being among those you condemn, Podrick interjected. Ahead, a contingent appeared. Banners fluttering at the forefront, emblazoned with a bloodied lance. This must be the newly ennobled man my father spoke of, Janos Slynt, now captain of the City Watch. Tyrion observed. I have seen him, Arya Stark replied, on the day of the execution. Approximately 1,000 gold cloaks donned thick woolen garments dyed in gold, their armor, boots, and gauntlets all black. The officers wore black breastplates adorned with 4 golden discs with hammers and swords at their waists, and grasping black iron-headed spears. Janos Slynt rode at the forefront, a stocky man with a double chin and a balding head, resembling a frog, his form akin to a small barrel. His own banner trailing behind him. Tyrion noted that the gold cloaks appeared far less disciplined than the City Watch of Lannisport, pondering. Might I inquire if this is Lord Janos Slynt? Indeed, it is undoubtedly myself, Slynt replied, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Every wrinkle seemingly catering to the flattering air that enveloped them. It is an immense honor to welcome you to this splendid city of King's Landing. May your arrival bestow upon our realm endless glory and prosperity. The butcher's son is surprisingly cultured, Tyrion mused. Isn't this display a bit excessive? He surveyed the ranks, questioning whether half of the gold cloaks had indeed assembled. He could not ascertain if Slynt was merely showing off. For the protection of my lord's safety. Such numbers are trivial, Slynt puffed out his chest, evoking the image of a toad with a jutting chin. Moreover, the gold cloaks have now expanded to 6,000. 6,000. That signifies that the gold cloaks in King's Landing have tripled in number. The expenses for their sustenance, armaments, and salaries were monumental. Whether it be the wise elder sister or the benevolent nephew, it seems they have invested their own wealth to cultivate Janos Slynt into a formidable entity. Managing such a multitude must be quite burdensome for my lord, Tyrion flattered. With a wave of Slynt's hand, the ranks parted, enveloping Tyrion's party within. As they turned to hasten towards King's Landing, Shagga, intrigued by the resplendent attire, gazed about eagerly, while Podrick sat composedly upon his steed, markedly less alarmed than he had been upon his initial entrance into Tywin's camp. Arya Stark fixed her gaze intently upon Janos Slynt, her memory vivid with the recollection of the day her father met his grim fate. It was he, alongside Island Payne, who had led her father to the executioner's block after Sansa's confession. Meanwhile, Podrick, Shy, and Boros Blunt were filled with aspirations for King's Landing, believing themselves to be in the company of significant figures. Yet, loyalty was not a shared virtue among them. Each sought different rewards from Tyrion. Had Maester Coben ever been to the Red Keep? Likely not, but surely the dungeons of King's Landing would serve as his ideal laboratory in the future. Tyrion slowly surveyed the motley crew behind him, their faces a tapestry of varied expressions, each reflecting distinct glimmers of hope and anticipation. This assemblage would form the cornerstone of his endeavors, a foundation upon which he would build anew. The procession was grand, stretching for miles, akin to a colossal dragon winding its way across the vast expanse, leaving deep tracks in the earth that chronicled this extraordinary journey. Along the way, the melodies of birds and the chirping of insects seemed to rally support for this valiant band, while the distant mountains and rivers bore silent witness to this moment. The imposing walls of King's Landing emerged into view, the spires of the Red Keep barely discernible against the horizon. The impoverished populace had erected their makeshift shelters outside the city. King's Landing, densely populated, appeared more squalid and unkempt compared to other cities, the stench of refuse wafting even beyond its walls. Nonetheless, it remained a crucial port in the Seven Kingdoms, second only to Old Town, Tyrion mused. He had a penchant for port cities. 7 is a sacred number in Westeros. Thus Aegon the Conqueror established 7 grand gates as the ingress and egress to the flourishing King's Landing, each fortified with iron grates, heavy doors, and armed sentinels. Entering through the Lion's Gate seems befitting of your stature, Janos Slynt remarked. All beautiful things must eventually succumb to twilight. Those violet eyes could pierce through the dust of time. We may never fully comprehend what this once meant to him. Nights, dark waters, laughter upon the river. All we know is what the horse-faced girl signifies to us. His brother will ultimately depart from our midst. Yet the river continues to flow beside us, shimmering and rushing forth. Tyrion hummed as he passed beneath the gates of King's Landing, the impoverished gazing upward at him. He scattered handfuls of copper stars and coins from his pocket, inciting a frenzy among the beggars. Small vendors and craftsmen observed from afar, hesitant to approach. Chapter 27. The Prime Minister's Tower. Tyrion sat in a chair, his legs sprawled across the table. Sunlight streamed through the gilded circular window, casting illuminating patterns upon the tapestry adorning the wall, woven with the names and crests of past prime ministers. Tyrion had little affection for these motifs. He directed Podrick to procure some gleaming golden lions from the streets. The floor was laid with a thick carpet, intricately designed and of exquisite quality, sourced from the finest merchants of Myr. Such luxury was unattainable in King's Landing, and even if he found the color distasteful, he endeavored to make do. This private audience chamber is significantly smaller than that of a king, yet its decor and arrangement remain opulent. Just around the corner lies the bedroom. Tyrion instructed Arya Stark and Shae to await him in the bedroom, while Podrick and Coburn lingered in the corridor. The warriors of House Mountain took their positions in the military encampment beneath the Prime Minister's tower. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside, and the door swung open. "What brings you here?" Cersei Lannister scrutinized him with her striking azure eyes, devoid of any emotion. "At last, I understand from whence Joffrey acquired his impeccable manners." Tyrion remained seated, imbued with a sense of confidence. Cersei was acutely aware of weakness, akin to a dog sensing fear. The second to enter was the eunuch Varys. Round and portly, exuding an air of perfumed excess. "Lord Tyrion Lannister, it is a pleasure to welcome you to King's Landing." "I had intended to knock," Varys remarked. Tyrion felt a surge of delight. This sensation of being the center of attention, a rarity for a dwarf, was exhilarating. He turned to Cersei, noticing that fear outweighed disdain in her gaze. "I presume you have read the letter I had Lord Janos Slynt deliver to you," Tyrion stated. "I have related. And everyone else has traversed as well." Janos Slynt's voice wafted in from outside the door. With Cersei and the eunuch blocking the entrance, he found himself unable to enter. Varys cautiously maneuvered past Cersei, taking his place beneath the tapestry. "Lord Tywin is exceedingly considerate. Even the wax seal resembles golden treasure." He lifted the letter in his hand, which appeared genuine from every angle. It must indeed be authentic. Cersei stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the desk. Only when Tyrion lowered his legs did she deign to take a seat. The others filed in behind her. Peter Baelish, the master of coin, entered last. Though of modest stature and ordinary build, he possessed a handsome visage, with gray-green eyes and a small patch of beard upon his chin. His dark hair flecked with strands of silver. Maester Pycelle followed, his balding head speckled with age spots, wisps of sparse white hair framing his forehead. The chain of his maester's collar, composed of 24 different metals, hung heavily from his neck to his chest, resembling a medallion bestowed by 5 kings, cascading with his long, snow-white beard. At the rear was Janos Slynt, captain of the city guard clad in gold robes. Tyrion thought to himself that such a man attending the small council was, as his father would say, a disgrace. "This is absurd." At last, the Queen Mother spoke. "I can comprehend why your father has dispatched you to King's Landing. However, he instructed us to regard Tyrion as hand of the king until he is able to preside over the council himself." Maester Pycelle stroked his flowing white beard, nodding thoughtfully. "In that case, we must formally welcome Lord Tyrion." "I have already extended my welcome," Janos Slynt boasted, appearing much like a frog, an arrogant, self-important frog. "My lord, we are in dire need of your presence. At present, insurrections abound, and the streets of the city are engulfed in turmoil. With Lord Tyrion's arrival in King's Landing, it is presumed that these matters can be resolved with ease. Peter Baelish is eager to curry favor swiftly." Tyrion offers him a faint smile, his mind drifting to a certain dagger with a Valyrian steel blade and a dragonbone hilt. Recalling the humiliation he endured at the Eyrie and the intelligence known to the all-seeing eye, this man represents the most formidable opponent, a premier player in the Game of Thrones. When the accounts are settled, it remains to be seen whether Lord Peter will still find the situation amusing. Thus, Tyrion addressed the assembly. "Surely, you all can acknowledge my role as the acting hand of the king? How many men have you brought?" Cersei inquired. "Approximately 200 to 300, all seasoned warriors," Tyrion replied, withholding the fact that they were mere brigands. His father was hastily returning with reinforcements, expected to reach King's Landing shortly. Should Lord Renly's forces lay siege or Stannis cross the narrow sea from Dragonstone, what use are your few hundred men? "I require an army, yet my father has sent me a dandy. The hand is appointed by the king, and Joffrey has designated our father as such. It is my father who has sent me. Only little Joffrey can appoint the hand. If you wish to question him, Lord Tywin is presently camped at Harrenhal." Tyrion spoke politely. "My lords, may I have a private word with my sister?" Varys smoothly stood up, presenting his customary obsequious smile. "Your sister's sweet voice must surely be a source of longing for you. My lords, shall we allow them a moment of privacy? The tumultuous affairs of the kingdom can wait a while longer." Janos Slynt and Maester Pycelle moved with surprising agility, particularly the latter, who did not resemble the frail old man he appeared to be. Peter Baelish was the last to rise. Once they vacated the room, Cersei spoke again. Has my father lost his senses? Or did you forge the letter? She reread the missive, her anger mounting with each word. Why did he leave you with me? I want him here in person. She crumpled Tywin's letter in her fist. I am the regent for Joffrey, and I have issued royal commands. His military might gives him confidence. He is not the first to defy you, Tyrion pointed out. However, we cannot deny that our father excels in recognizing talent. I can assume control of King's Landing and alleviate your immediate concerns. Of course, you must comply with my requests. My immediate concern? What I need is an army. Cersei retorted. No, what you require is Jaime, Tyrion replied. His sister, believing herself shrewd and seasoned, was easily read by Tyrion, who understood her emotions as if perusing a well-loved book. At that moment, he discerned her anger, fear, and despair. In the same room, Cersei would never shed her terror. Jaime, my dear brother, Tyrion continued, if you support me, I assure you I will devise a means to bring Jaime back safely, unharmed. Chapter 28. Cersei Lannister. Cersei found herself in a state of compromise, unable to quell her jealousy and fear of Tyrion, as her desire for Jaime surged forth. Naturally, she contemplated how to persuade the Starks to release her brother. How could that be possible? Cersei questioned. The Stark family will never forget that we executed Lord Eddard. Indeed, Tyrion continued, but we possess 2 young girls from House Stark, do we not? Are you suggesting we use them as hostages for a trade? The Queen Mother remarked. I publicly declared that my sister's wildling is also in my possession, though that is far from the truth. When Robert died, I dispatched Ser Marentrant to capture her. But that wretched dance instructor interfered, allowing her to escape. Since then, no one has laid eyes on her. Many perished in the city that day. I suspect she met a similar fate. To exchange a mere girl for my brother would be an insult to him. Only a fool from House Stark would agree to such a proposition, Tyrion replied. However, I was fortunate enough to encounter Arya Stark near the Godswood. She was mingling among the Night's Watch. You attacked the Night's Watch? The Queen Mother inquired. Certainly not, Tyrion answered. They were ambushed by bandits, and I rescued the girl. Trust me, sister, I would never allow my honor to be tarnished. What about using Eddard Stark's 2 women to barter for Jaime? Cersei's eyes brightened. It was as if Jaime's visage were rising from below the horizon. She regarded Tyrion, noting that while he lacked some of the noble bearing of a true knight, he possessed a certain handsomeness, and her disdain for him had diminished slightly. Robb Stark would most likely refuse, as would his vassals. After all, we are dealing with a regicide. Are you mocking me? Cersei stood, realizing she had overthought the matter. Her detestable brother remained as insufferable as ever. But his mother would likely acquiesce. Catelyn Stark, Tyrion suggested, motioning for her to take a seat. I have encountered that woman. Her intellect rivals yours. Yet she shares your singular virtue, her unwavering love for her children. Tyrion tapped the table. If this fool would seize me over baseless accusations, I can only imagine what she might do for her daughters. Cersei resumed her seat, exhaling with relief. At last, you speak with some sense. What, in truth, transpired regarding Lord Eddard Stark? Tyrion replied, your son has scarcely been king for a few days, yet he has already wreaked havoc beyond measure. Suggesting that someone has led Joffrey astray. Or perhaps he is simply a natural-born villain, Cersei interjected, scrutinizing him. Young Joffrey lacks for good counsel. Yet his obstinate nature has only intensified since ascending the throne. He now believes he can act without restraint, unbound by the will of others. Anyone who dons a crown seems to lose their clarity of mind, Tyrion concurred. That despicable Peter Baelish arranged for Janos Slynt to be granted Harrenhal and appointed as a court official. We require Slynt's gold-cloaked men. Cersei elucidated that at that time, Eddard Stark was conspiring with Renly to usurp the throne, even writing to Stannis, expressing his willingness to relinquish the crown. We were on the brink of total defeat. In retrospect, although we narrowly escaped catastrophe, it was indeed a harrowing victory. Had it not been for Sansa's arrival, revealing her father's plans, such a foolish girl. Tyrion remarked that he deemed Littlefinger and Stannis untrustworthy, asserting that anyone who turns traitor in the heat of battle is unworthy of being considered an ally. Cersei glanced towards the doorway, reassured by the presence of Borros standing guard. Tyrion, however, remained indifferent. But I granted Stannis Harrenhal, he corrected. It was Littlefinger who bestowed Harrenhal upon him. My dear sister, I offer you heartfelt counsel, should you intend to bribe or reward certain allies. I advise you to do so personally, lest you fall prey to price manipulation, engaging directly in malice while delegating rewards to others. One could say you and my dear nephew share a striking resemblance. Mind your language, Cersei retorted, her expression darkening. And whose brilliant idea was it to relieve Ser Balon Swan of his position in the Kingsguard? Tyrion continued. Joffrey sought someone to blame for Robert's death. And Varys suggested targeting Ser Balon, Cersei replied. Jaime now commands the Kingsguard and has ascended to the ranks of the court's foremost figures. Joffrey, too, has found his diversion. Relishing in the company of Sandor Clegane, Tyrion pondered for a moment. Both of you harbor self-interest, yet who knows whether Varys possesses ulterior motives. We had planned to bestow a bit of land upon Selmy, a castle, though that worthless old man hardly deserves such treatment. That worthless old man looks down upon such trinkets, Tyrion retorted. What he desires is honor and duty. I heard that 2 of Ser Lancel's gold cloaks attempted to apprehend him at the Mudgate, only to be slain by that worthless old man. His sister wore an expression of displeasure. Janos should have dispatched more men. His efficacy is indeed lacking. They failed to secure Balan and allowed the Stark girl to slip out of the city right under their noses, while simultaneously expanding the gold cloaks. Tyrion contemplated. I must first address this. Cersei offered no objection. Eddard's eldest daughter, Sansa, is still in your possession, is she not? Tyrion inquired. Bring the girl to me tonight. I require her. She is betrothed to Joffrey. What do you intend to do? She and Arya are the key fragments to rescuing Jaime. Only when united do they hold value. I need them to write to Robb Stark. Tyrion, puzzled, retorted, what nonsense fills your mind, dear sister? Is it nothing but folly and excrement? I warn you. Do not warn me. Rather, allow me to issue you a warning. Tyrion stood. If the Stark girl is lost, we are all doomed. As he spoke, he approached the door, hand resting upon the doorknob. I trust we have reached a preliminary consensus, have we not? He gazed earnestly into his sister's eyes. Cersei nodded and rose. Tyrion opened the door, revealing Boros and 2 other white-cloaked knights engaged in idle conversation. They are the royal guards, the protectors of my sister. The meeting has concluded, gentlemen. Tyrion gestured courteously, indicating that he would not see them off any further. As Cersei departed, 2 knights escorted her from the Tower of the Hand. Did you enjoy the conversation? Tyrion inquired of Podrick. It was quite tolerable, Podrick replied. I have arranged to gamble with Ser Marintrant this evening. Ser Mandenmore remained as silent as a statue, hardly uttering a word. Will you cheat? Tyrion asked. A little, Podrick admitted. Chapter 29. Sansa Stark the Night in King's Landing unfolded like a noblewoman draped in dark satin, both enigmatic and alluring. The last vestiges of the sun's glow quietly vanished beyond the towering walls of the Red Keep, and the entire city gradually sank into a profound shade of blue and violet. The lights began to twinkle, resembling the most delicate stars in the night sky, each one merging into a shimmering river of light flowing along the cobblestone streets. The Blackwater River shimmered under the moonlight, its surface glistening like a tranquil dragon winding through the heart of the city, dividing King's Landing into northern and southern banks. Alas, Tyrion mused, the world no longer bore dragons. In the distance, the silhouette of Dragonstone emerged subtly from the darkness, a silent guardian watching over all that transpired in King's Landing. Occasionally, a nightboard swept through the sky, leaving a lingering call in its wake. A knock echoed from behind, prompting Tyrion to turn from the window. Enter, he beckoned. A lady stepped across the threshold, possessing delicate cheekbones, clear blue eyes, and rich auburn hair. She was a beauty, reminiscent of what a young Catelyn Stark might have looked like, though undoubtedly lacking in her allure. You must be Miss Sansa Stark, Tyrion said, pulling out a chair for her, then calling out, Podrick, fetch the young maid. Lord Tyrion. Sansa curtsied as she took her seat, though the guards below the tower hindered the maid's arrival. It's quite all right, Tyrion reassured her, patting her shoulder before instinctively retracting his hand, aware that Sansa wished to maintain decorum in light of any gossip. The primary reason I summoned you here is to compose a letter. What letter? Sansa inquired. A letter to send you back to the north, Tyrion replied. You mean us? Sansa questioned, puzzled, just as another knock resounded, announcing Podrick's arrival. Come in, Tyrion invited, pulling another chair beside Sansa. As the door swung open, a tomboyish girl was ushered inside. Allow me to introduce, Tyrion resumed as he returned to his seat, Sansa Stark. This is Arya Stark. Arya, this is Sansa. Arya. Sansa gasped, covering her mouth to stifle a cry, reaching out to embrace her sister, but Arya stepped back. Arya Stark glanced from Tyrion to her sister. Arya, I thought I would never see you again. Sansa's tears glistened in her blue eyes. It was you who confessed to Father Esh treason, leading to his execution. Arya accused. I am not Sansa, wishing to explain, yet I was interrupted by Tyrion. Now, my dear ladies, do you intend to reside in King's Landing for eternity, or would you prefer to return home sooner? Tyrion rapped the table. If you wish to return to Winterfell quickly, I advise you to set aside your mutual grievances and heed my words seriously. As for myself, I plan to use you to barter for my elder brother, Jaime. Of course, Miss Sansa might make a splendid wife, however. A man of stature does not suffer from a lack of a spouse, Tyrion prattled on. But I, Sansa whispered to King Joffrey. Still pining for your prince? Arya scoffed. Your prince has done noble deeds. I still remember how he caused his demise. Enough. Tyrion rapped the table once more. My horse-faced girl, do you not see your sister is on the verge of tears? And if she cries, what of it? She brought it upon herself. Tyrion sighed and pushed a piece of parchment towards Sansa, along with a pen and ink. Right, Miss Sansa, he commanded. Feel free to begin with your experiences in King's Landing, or anything else you wish. Inform your mother and brother that you and your sister are well here. Sansa trembled as she took the pen and began to write. Tyrion did not glance at her words, but he could hear the sound of tears falling onto the parchment. Pour out your heart, little sister. I can only imagine Lady Catelyn will go mad upon seeing this crumpled letter. Then he turned to Arya. Would you care to write a few lines as well? Of course I will, Arya replied. I shall document every instance of Sansa's betrayal. You lie. Sansa shouted at her. I did not betray. I merely wished to save our father. Oh, Arya seized the opportunity to kick her sister under the table. Arya. Sansa stood up, reaching for her. But the horse-faced girl nimbly jumped away, circling the table. Tyrion did not intervene. Instead, he took the parchment and continued to write. Dear Lady Catelyn Stark. The following words come from Tyrion Lannister. I thank you for your hospitality at the Eyrie. In return, I permit your two Stark daughters a brief correspondence to alleviate their longing. Arya. Tyrion called over his shoulder as he wrote. Are you writing or not? Is your handwriting presentable? As she dodged her sister, Arya replied. No thanks. I'd rather kick her a few more times. Her handwriting is as unsightly as her embroidery. Sansa gasped for breath. Do not come near me, or I shall lose my temper. Tyrion pondered for a moment before continuing. You are aware, of course, that famine is rampant in King's Landing, and the populace is starving. Your two daughters possess quite the appetite, and I fear I may not be able to sustain them much longer. Thus, I intend to use your two daughters as leverage to secure my brother Jaime Lannister. After all, it is merely two mouths exchanged for one. If you ask me, the Northerners are getting quite the bargain. Originally, this letter was meant for Robb Stark. But I believe I am better acquainted with you. If you wish, you may read it to your son, much like a mother recounting a fairy tale to her child. Sansa cornered Arya, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Tyrion felt compelled to intervene swiftly. He awaited a response from Sansa. Rising to his feet, he strode purposefully towards the two girls, intending to separate them. However, as he approached, he froze in place. Arya had torn away half of Sansa's sleeve, revealing an arm marred by bruises and scars. The young wolf girl paused, momentarily halting her assault on her sister. Tyrion knelt down and rolled up Sansa's other sleeve, discovering that her fair arm too bore an array of injuries and contusions. Whose orders were these? Joffrey's? Tyrion inquired, turning his head to look at Sansa. She lowered her gaze, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks, while Arya tenderly wiped the tears from her sister's face. It is because of Robb's victory. Joffrey often commands others to beat me, Sansa sobbed. He orders the King's Guard to strike where it can be concealed by clothing, like on the arms. Which King Guard would carry out such orders? Tyrion pressed. Meryn Trant, she replied. Chapter 30, The History of Military Prosperity, Lord Stannis. Please read and support with monthly votes. Is the ship bound for the Night's Watch ready? Tyrion inquired of Podrick. Podrick had risen early to attend to this matter. Following instructions, he had found a food transport vessel in the harbor of King's Landing, named the Summer Dream. However, the hold was filled with nothing but unsavory provisions, moldy potatoes, rotten onions, and wilted cabbages, with Stannis' fleet having retreated significantly. The pressure of the blockade on King's Landing had eased considerably, a topic that would surely require thorough discussion at the next council meeting. The price is quite reasonable, Podrick remarked. I treated them to a meal and paid 100 golden dragons for them to sail north to the Night's Watch. Isn't 100 a bit too meager? Tyrion questioned. After all, it is merely refuse. They wouldn't earn much unloading it in King's Landing, Podrick replied. I've arranged for them to depart tonight, awaiting my signal. Excellent, Tyrion nodded, confident that Lord Janos Slynt would keep his appointment that evening. The night in King's Landing was filled with the wails of the populace, with vice pervading the streets, yet the Hand of the King was hosting a private banquet. Upon moving into the Hand's Tower, Tyrion's first task had been to seek out the finest chef in the city and bring her into his service. The evening's banquet featured oxtail soup, a salad of walnuts, grapes, anise, and crumbled cheese tossed with summer vegetables, steaming crab pie, spiced pumpkin, and roasted quail, each dish complemented by an appropriate wine. Lord Janos Slynt's father had been a butcher, and his smile resembled that of a man accustomed to carving meat. Would you care for more? Tyrion asked him. I wouldn't tea refuse, Count Janos replied, extending his wine glass, his physique reminiscent of a stout barrel, with a capacity for drink to match. Certainly, I wouldn't tea refuse. This is truly a fine vintage, from the arbor. Dorn. Tyrion gestured for the servant to refill their glasses before they withdrew. Aside from a few servants, the small hall contained only himself and Count Janos, the table illuminated by flickering candles, enveloped in dimness. It is indeed a rare find. Lord Tyrion appears to have a penchant for exotic allure, much like your own appearance. The fragrant Genos Slint, with his frog-like visage, took another hearty gulp. He never sipped delicately, a fact that Tyrion noted upon their first encounter. Yes, fragrant. That is precisely the term I wish to convey. I am not boasting, my Lord Tyrion. Your command of language is truly remarkable. The tales you share are amusingly entertaining. Indeed, they are downright comical. I am delighted that you think so. But I am no lord, and cannot compare to your stature. Lord Genos, you may simply call me Tyrion. Very well. He took another generous swig. The liquid splattering across the front of his black brocade coat. Draped over his shoulders was a half-cloak woven with golden threads, adorned with an embroidered blood-stained spear. Secured with a small hook of crimson glaze, he was now thoroughly inebriated. Might I borrow a glance at your spear? My spear? Count Genos blinked in confusion. Tyrion pointed at the hook on his cloak. Genos hesitated before unfastening the ornate clasp and handing it to Tyrion. The craftsmanship of our goldsmiths and Lannisport surpasses this, he remarked, and do not take offense. I believe the blood on the spear is painted a bit too red, as though it were freshly extracted from another. My lord, do tell, did you personally drive the spear into the back of a northerner, or were you merely the one giving orders? I was solely the one giving orders. Should the opportunity arise again, I would act the same way. Duke Stark is a traitor. The top of Slint's balding head flushed crimson, his golden half-cloak slipping from his shoulders to the ground. This man thought to bribe me, yet he never imagined that you had already been bought. Slint slammed his cup onto the table. Are you intoxicated? I will not sit idly by while you tarnish my reputation. What reputation do you possess? I must concede. To be able to orchestrate assassinations without wielding the blade oneself, and in return receive noble titles and a castle, you indeed possess a certain cunning. He tossed the golden clasp at Genos Slint. The latter sprang to his feet, the clasp clattering to the floor. I do not appreciate your tone. My lord, or should I say, demon. I am the esteemed Count of Harrenburg and a significant court official. I have many friends in court. While you are merely a dandy with no standing to judge me, how much did Peter Baelish pay to buy you? 6,000 golden dragons? To have you betray Eddard Stark at a crucial moment. Tyrion also rose abruptly, his pinky finger having long since abandoned you, revealing your vile deeds to all. Now consider. Besides him, what friends do you truly have in court? Genos Slint swayed, his balance wavering, whether from drink or otherwise. If you wish to become a knight, perhaps I might show some mercy and elevate your son to nobility. Tyrion continued, his mismatched eyes seemingly radiating enchantment. However, to attain Harrenburg is utterly impossible. Your ambitions are excessive. Do you truly believe that through your shameful actions, you can usurp a king's castle? As he spoke, Tyrion forcefully smashed his wine cup against Genos Slint's face, the red wine splattering over him like the blood of a lance emblazoned with a sigil. The servant who had been pouring the wine had somehow been replaced, and now Podrick stood behind him, while on the other side was Team. The imposing figure of Shagga blocked the doorway, resembling a massive iron gate. Fear flickered in Genos Slint's eyes. My lord, I beg you, do not plead with me. Tyrion exchanged a knowing glance with Podrick, who produced a piece of cloth, while Team retrieved a length of rope. I assure you, your family will come to no harm. The Lannisters do not forget their debts. Your actions may yet benefit your descendants. Your son shall inherit the title of Lord Slint, along with your dreadful family crest. He kicked the small golden lance, which rolled from one side of the room to the other. We will assist him in finding a domain. Perhaps a land unclaimed or a deserted castle. Though it may not rival Harrenhal, it will suffice for a modest existence. The color drained from Genos Slint's face, turning from crimson to ashen. What do you intend to do? His cheeks quivered like gelatin, should such a thing exist in this world. What do you propose to do with you? Tyrion allowed the frog-faced man to tremble for a moment before continuing. There is a merchant ship named the Summer Dream, setting sail before dawn tomorrow, bound for the Eastern Sea. You shall disembark there and make your way to the Night's Watch at Castle Black. When you meet Commander Mormont, extend my regards and inform him that I remain concerned for the Night's Watch's needs. My lord, may you live long and prosper in your endeavors. Podrick stuffed the rag into Slint's mouth, while Team bounded, and the two men carried the knight out of the chamber. Tyrion then picked up a few morsels from the table, pondering if the Stark girl might desire a late-night snack. Chapter 31. The Famine Pill as Dawn Broke. Tyrion was roused from his slumber by a knock at the study door. He had fashioned a makeshift camp bed in the corner, as he usually slept there. Having relinquished the bedroom to the Stark girl, the study was also preferable, saving him from the daily bickering of the two young maids. Tyrion opened the door to find Podrick, the mercenary, stifling yawns. Has the guest departed? He inquired, allowing Podrick to enter. The lad collapsed onto the carpet. Exhausted. I must seek a brothel for a quick reprieve. Podrick sprawled out on the carpet, and the incessant chatter of the frog-faced man continued until Shagga delivered a punch, knocking out 2 of his teeth, which finally silenced him. As long as we can ensure that Lord Slint has indeed left, that is all that matters. Tyrion settled behind his desk. A few missing teeth, an arm, or a leg, none of that is of any consequence. Then why not simply kill him? Podrick suggested. That is not permissible. I must adhere to the rules of the game, Tyrion replied. The last person who disregarded those rules met his end at the hands of my brother's sword. And what of his son? What do you intend to do with him? Podrick asked. I have dispatched them to Harrenhal to serve Sir Lothar. Tyrion perused the letters scattered across the table, contemplating whether survival lay within their fate. Perhaps they might even manage to attain knighthood. Your cruelty is evident. What shall follow? A successor to the command must be appointed. I had initially intended for you to take on that role, but do not be overly eager in your gratitude, Tyrion remarked. Lacking a title, I shall assign you an assistant. An assistant for me? Podrick inquired, perplexed. In truth, you are to be the assistant to another. However, this lad is utterly inexperienced, and you shall be the one in command, Tyrion elucidated. Varys has recommended Jane Baelish to me. His identity is of little consequence, but he is reputed to be a man of honor and remarkable bravery. Formerly the captain of the Mudgate's garrison, he possesses a commendable reputation, and promoting him to general would likely stir no dissent. As for the Mudgate, I plan to appoint my cousin, Lancel, as its captain, though he was previously King Robert's cupbearer and may be lacking in knowledge. Thus, I intend for you to assist him. Indeed, you shall be the one in charge, while he merely supports you. How old is he? Podrick inquired after Tyrion finished speaking. 16. His father is Kevan Lannister, and you have likely encountered him in the Green Fork army camp. Tyrion yawned. My uncle is a knight of great honor, so take good care of his son. Fear not, with me by his side, he shall certainly not perish. Podrick remarked, but what of you? I shan't be traveling far in the near future. I should remain at the Handess Tower, Tyrion replied. Having resolved matters concerning my elder brother and that unfortunate knight, the next challenge to tackle is the impending famine. Speaking of famine, Podrick straightened his posture. You diverted the grain from King's Landing to the Night's Watch, which has incited considerable discontent. I have devised a solution, Tyrion said, gazing out the window as dawn broke and King's Landing gradually awakened. The streets grew busier with pedestrians, while vendors and craftsmen commenced their labors. I instructed Coburn to procure something. If my calculations are correct, he should return today. No sooner had he spoken than there was another knock at the door. My Lord Tyrion, are you awake? Come in, Tyrion called out. The door swung open, and Coburn entered, clutching a small cloth bag, his appearance covered in dirt and grime. My lord, the item you requested, Coburn announced as he stepped forward. Tyrion hastily tidied the letters on the table, urging Coburn to place the bag upon it. Podrick rose from the carpet, leaning against the table. The bag was untied, revealing a pouch of soil. What is this? Podrick asked, pinching some of it between his fingers. Is this your solution? Can this soil yield grain overnight? This substance is not meant for sowing crops. Tyrion also pinched a bit, noting its fine texture, akin to powdered plaster but of a yellow hue. Although all soil is yellow, its purity is lacking, Coburn remarked. If it were purer, it would be white. No matter, for bread is also a brownish yellow. Tyrion brushed his hand against his clothing. Balin. This is not for tilling the earth, but rather for consumption. Consumption? Balin expressed surprise. Is this your plan? To have people eat dirt? The soil of the seven gods is indeed edible, Coburn interjected. It is recorded in the archives of the Citadel that it can be used to treat diarrhea, of course. After being purified, purity matters little. What is essential is the sense of fullness, Tyrion mused. Kaelin, I shall mix the soil with water, then incorporate grass seeds, bark dust, sawdust, salt, and oil, blend it thoroughly, roll it into balls, dry them in the sun, and one can eat a single piece to stave off hunger for an entire day. I shall call it the famine relief pill. By the gods, Balin, the mercenary who kills without a second thought, marveled. You truly are a devil. I am indeed a demon of charm, Tyrion replied, with people on the brink of starvation, who can afford to be choosy about their food. At the very least, it could save lives. Once the war concludes, everything will improve. You are a genius, my lord. Coburn remarked. I have found a few places near King's Landing where we can gather. Too few. Tyrion waved his hand dismissively. Send someone immediately. I will dispatch others to deliver samples to Casterly Rock, bringing soil from the Westerlands. Surely, the Westerlands abound with minerals. The soil of the seven gods is plentiful. Coburn bowed and departed the study with his bag. Grass seeds, bark, sawdust. There is an abundance of these, Balin mused. Mix it with salt and butter, and it might be quite palatable. What? Do you wish to taste it? Tyrion quipped. I hereby appoint you as the chief taster of the famine relief pill. What say you? Never mind, I have no desire to excrete chalk. Balin shook his head, but what if people find they cannot relieve themselves after consuming it? No matter. Tyrion reassured, generally, if one does not defecate for 3 to 5 days, they are unlikely to notice any abnormalities. After 3 to 5 days, the ignominy of this concoction may not befall anyone in particular. Moreover, I will send Podrick to procure laxatives. With the famine rampant, laxatives will undoubtedly be exceedingly cheap. Balin nodded, and then sell them at a high price afterward. Once the war ends and people begin to feast, they will realize how desperately they need this. Tyrion grinned slyly. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted outside. Let us in. The voice belonged to the little wolf girl, and it seemed the guards were preventing their entry. What is happening? Tyrion opened the door to the study. What on earth are you up to, you horse-faced girl? Chapter 32, The Faceless Ones. Please support with monthly votes. Arya Stark was blocked by 2 guards. Their axes crossed to form an insurmountable barrier, cold and resolute, signaling that no one could advance further down the narrow corridor. Upon seeing Tyrion emerge from the study, her eyes sparkled with urgency as she desperately attempted to squeeze past. The guards allowed the little wolf girl through, but continued to obstruct those who followed her. Among them was a man of slight stature, balding, with a hooked nose. My lord Tyrion, Arya said. When you address me as my lord, it implies you seek something from me. Tyrion smiled. What is it you wish to discuss? Does it pertain to this individual? After speaking, he raised an eyebrow at the man with the hooked nose. He is Farrell. The dance instructor my father hired for me, Arya said. The dance instructor? Tyrion repeated. Farrell. May I inquire what brings you here? Has Lord Eddard failed to pay your fees? I certainly will not cover his expenses. On the contrary, my lord, Farrell bowed to Tyrion. Lord Eddard has paid far too much for someone's tuition. The lady's lessons have yet to conclude. Do you wish to continue your studies? Tyrion turned to Arya, who tugged at his sleeve, her eyes pleading. He saved me. He defeated Marintrant, Arya asserted. He did not save you. You remain in the Red Keep. Still under the Lannisters' control, Tyrion corrected her. As for Marintrant, toss a potato among my soldiers, and at least 4 capable of defeating him will emerge. He then looked at Farrell. Defeating Marintrant is hardly a matter of honor. May I ask, sir, are you here to continue teaching? Farrell bowed again to Tyrion. This is a debt owed by someone. Someone. Very well, Farrell. I am willing to converse with you, Tyrion said, signaling the guards to release him. You bear no weapons? None. Podrick, and you, with the horse face, wait outside, Tyrion instructed as he turned back to his study. With Farrell following closely behind, closing the door, Tyrion sat behind his desk, his emerald purple eyes glinting with mischief, as if capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of those before him. I remember someone's eyes, Tyrion remarked. You are not Farrell. You are Jaime Hagar. I encountered you in the Night's Watch camp. I left you and 2 companions at Harrenhal, entrusted to Ser Amory. My lord Tyrion possesses an excellent memory, Jaime Hagar bowed, standing respectfully 5 paces away from Tyrion. Then what brings you here to seek me? Tyrion inquired. To repay me? Will you offer me a few copper coins? Should you wish me harm, a mere shout will summon those outside to dismantle you. Someone wishes to repay a debt. Someone owes 3 lives, Jaime Hagar replied courteously. Someone will not bring harm to Lord Tyrion. 3 lives? What do you mean by that? 3 lives, Jaime clarified. I see, Tyrion said. You 3 were confined in a cage, destined for execution. I saved you, hence you owe me 3 lives? The Red God is the creditor, esteemed lord. Only death can exchange for life. If a lord takes 3 lives that belong to him, he must return 3 in repayment. Speak the name, and someone shall act. Listening to you, I perceive you to be quite the formidable individual. Tyrion blinked, aware of his true identity yet contemplating whether to reveal it. You are a faceless man. Ultimately, Tyrion spoke the truth, a faceless man of the house of Black and White in Bravos. You worship the many-faced god. My lord is well informed. Jaime smiled. For nothing could escape the discerning eyes and ears of the adults. One could only blame the overt display of intentions, or perhaps the lack of desire to conceal anything from me. Tyrion inquired. Jaime Hagar, tell me, is there any name you cannot assist me with? Jaime nodded, stating, whether it be a beggar or a king, the distinction lies solely in the passage of time, that we shall ultimately fulfill our mission. Tyrion understood well that the followers of the many-faced god regarded death as a merciful release. In exchange for a price, they would consent to take the life of an individual, perceiving it as an offering to the deity. The cost was often exorbitant, yet for the faithful, the significance overshadowed the monetary value. Furthermore, the price would fluctuate according to the importance and security of the target. Employing a faceless man to assassinate an ordinary merchant would require merely half the sum needed to hire an entire battalion of typical mercenaries. while contracting one to eliminate a king would entail an unfathomable expense. Now that this advantage lay within his grasp, it was imperative to wield it wisely. You have 3 lives, no more, no less. Beyond that, we are square. You must ponder this carefully. Before we proceed, I wish to pose a question. Tyrion suddenly recalled. If someone were to hire you to kill me, what would the cost be? One does not slay those they know, Jaime replied. Is it merely one individual? Or does it encompass all of you? It is universal. This is the teaching of the many-faced God, Jaime responded, but only one person knows you. It seems I must orchestrate a grand parade in Bravos to ensure I am recognized across the narrow sea. Tyrion mused with a smile. He indeed had someone who needed to be dealt with. I believe I have made my decision. Vargo Hoat of the Brave Companions, or the Blood and Cheese Troop. This man deserves to die. Indeed, for he would sever Jaime's hand, and yet failed to capture him at the God's eye. He has violated the sacred right of hospitality and harbors intentions of betraying the Lannisters. He is a remorseless killer. Tyrion asserted. I believe your God would be quite pleased to accept this life. There is no need for an explanation as to why he was chosen, Jaime stated. Provide the name, and one shall take care of it. Vargo Hoat, Tyrion confirmed. Jaime bowed once more, saying, one shall proceed forthwith. I hope the Lord is prepared with a second name upon my return. With that, he turned and exited the room, his movements fluid and decisive, devoid of hesitation or regret. The door gently closed behind him with a soft yet distinct sound, akin to a silent period, marking a temporary cessation of their dialogue. How does that saying go? Every man must die. Every man must serve. Chapter 33, Stannis and Renly, a plea for continued support. Just as Tyrion had sent the faceless man away, he had yet to partake of breakfast when Podrick sought him. My lord, there is someone outside the tower requesting an audience with you. Podrick, quiet, timid, and bashful, spoke with a slight stutter. He possessed chestnut hair and cerulean eyes, harboring an immense fear of others, often casting his gaze downward to the feet of those around him as a means to mask his shyness and discomfort. It is difficult to fathom that he and Ellen Payne are distant relatives. If one were to conjure an image of a White Walker, the latter would undoubtedly serve as a fitting representation. Have I taken care of your affairs? Tyrion inquired. The laxatives? Podrick replied. I contacted several apothecaries, and they have the goods, but they refuse to sell at your price. They seek to bully you, a mere child. Tyrion retorted, go find Timmy, no, Ciara. Take him with you. Inform them that if they do not adhere to my pricing, Ciara shall sever their appendages to feed the goats. Tyrion felt a surge of irritation. Although his offered price was not exorbitant, he would not permit these apothecaries to profit at his expense. Never mind, whether it be Timmy, Ciara, or Kyra. Take whoever you can find with you. Podrick nodded. So, who came today? Tyrion asked. A large crowd of bakers, butchers, and vegetable vendors clamoring to see the Prime Minister. Why do they not seek an audience with the king? Tyrion's annoyance grew. They ought to receive a whipping from King Joffrey for their insolence, as their grievances stemmed solely from a lack of provisions. It could also be due to your rerouting of the ships, Boron interjected. I have stated before. There is nothing to give them now. Relief rations will arrive in a few days. The food supplies entering King's Landing are woefully scarce, with a significant portion allocated to the castle and the military encampments. The prices of vegetables, potatoes, flour, and fruit have skyrocketed to intolerable levels, leading Tyrion to dread the contents of the stew pots in the flea-bitten taverns. Perhaps fish, he hoped internally, at least fishing vessels could still navigate the seas, as Stannis' navy had not yet fully enforced a blockade. What they seek is protection. Last night, a baker was roasted on his own oven. The mob claimed his bread was too expensive, Podrick recounted. And then, Tyrion inquired, did they consume the baker? That has not been reported, Podrick replied. Wasteful, Tyrion remarked. They are not yet starving enough. Otherwise, they would surely make a delectable jerky. Good heavens, Boron lamented. The devil must tattoo your face. Very well. Tell them I have appointed a new commander to address the law and order situation, Tyrion declared, descending the spiral staircase of the Prime Minister's tower. In a few days, I will distribute the relief rations to alleviate the food shortage. Off you go. Tyrion dismissed Podrick and, alongside Boron, traversed the square. Hearing the clanking of the iron gate rising, his sister was preparing to depart with a retinue. Cersei, atop a white steed, with golden hair and azure eyes, surveyed the populace with an air of superiority akin to a fairy upon the lake. Brother, she called, her tone devoid of warmth. Cersei was displeased with Tyrion's handling of Janos Slynt, yet she was quite pleased with the elevation of Lancel Lannister. Your Majesty, Tyrion respectfully bowed. You appear resplendent this morning. She donned a crown of gold and a snow-white fur cloak, trailed by a multitude of mounted attendants. Sir Barrows Blunt, the Iron Guard, donned in his armor and draped in a white cloak, wore his customary frown, Sir Kevin Lannister slung his bow at an angle on his silver-embellished saddle. With his sword sheathed at his back, Earl Giles Rosby coughed incessantly, likely due to asthma. Among the throng stood the pyromancer Harlan from the Alchemist's Guild, accompanied by Ser Varys and 20 Lannister guards providing escort. "Sister, where are you headed?" Tyrion inquired, lifting his chin. "I am inspecting the newly constructed crossbows and ballistae at the city gates, lest others think I am like you, solely indulging in pleasures while neglecting the city's defenses." Cersei glared at him with her clear green eyes, her gaze dripping with disdain yet failing to diminish her beauty. "I have also received reports that Ser Loras Tyrell has departed from Highgarden, currently advancing north along the Rose Road with a formidable force." Highgarden? Tyrion feigned ignorance. "I recall he is the Lord of the Stormlands. His power is bolstered by the might of both the Stormlands and Highgarden, you superficial fool." Cersei spat angrily. "The Tyrells have married their daughter to Loras. They are now in cahoots." Cersei, still seething, commanded, "I want you to order father to march his army to King's Landing immediately." "Haha, my brilliant sister," Tyrion laughed heartily. "When have I ever been able to command father to do anything? He must be mad to send you. You are less than an imbecile, lacking in every regard save your appearance." The queen jerked the reins, turning her horse around. "Perhaps you would prefer to send me to Loras's camp, so he might take advantage of me," Tyrion retorted. In truth, Loras Tyrell posed a lesser threat to Tyrion than his brother Stannis. Loras, handsome and generous, was well loved by the people, yet he had never led men into battle. Stannis, on the other hand, was stern and merciless. Tyrion wished he could ascertain the situation on Dragonstone. Despite his efforts to hire fishermen to scout the island, not a single one returned. Even the spies positioned near Stannis had fallen silent. With the intelligence network severed, all matters became increasingly arduous. Reports indicated sightings of the patterned hulls of the ships belonging to the Iron Fleet. And Varys had received word from the port that local mercenary captains had pledged their service to Stannis. He must have rallied pirates to his cause. When the navy from Dragonstone attacked via the Blackwater, while his brother Loras besieged the city, it would not take long before Joffrey's head would adorn a spike. Much like Lord Eddard's. However, Tyrion remained untroubled, at least for now. Events had not exceeded his foresight. These two brothers were destined to be mortal enemies. He quickened his pace towards the Red Keep, with Podrick closely following at his heels. "Where's Lord Peter?" Tyrion asked a guard. The guard gestured towards the tower's pinnacle of the Red Keep. "Lord Peter is usually enjoying the view atop the tower at this hour." The tower of the Red Keep soared far higher than the Hand's Tower, piercing the clouds and becoming the most prominent landmark in the realm. As the morning sun ascends, its golden rays cascade upon the glazed tiles, causing the entire tower to radiate with a splendid brilliance, akin to a regal monarch surveying the capital and its myriad inhabitants below. If ashes could bow in submission, then Lord Peter Baelish would undoubtedly incinerate all that stands before him. Chapter 34. Peter Baelish, a request for continued support, reaching the pinnacle of the tower. Tyrion gasped for breath. This body seemed hardly accustomed to exertion. If given the chance, he would surely strengthen himself. Ideally, he desired a magical elixir that could build muscle without causing blemishes or diminishing his manhood. Seated by the window at the tower's summit, Lord Baelish donned a deep purple velvet cloak and a yellow satin mantle, his gloved hand resting elegantly on his knee, exuding an air of refined languor. It appeared that the cultivation of grace stemmed not from noble birth but rather from the wealth one possessed. The king was engaged in a battle with a crossbow against a rabbit, and Littlefinger remarked, "Come and see, the rabbit currently holds the advantage." Tyrion leaned against Littlefinger, gazing out the window. In the square below lay a dead rabbit, while another, pierced by a crossbow bolt, twitched in a final struggle, its long ears and legs convulsing as it neared its end. Countless arrows lay scattered across the hard ground, resembling branches tossed about by a tempest. "Release!" Joffrey shouted, prompting the hunter to let go of the rabbit, which promptly bolted. Joffrey pulled the trigger of the crossbow, missing the mark by nearly 2 feet. The rabbit reared up on its hind legs, lifting its nose towards the king. Little Joffrey cursed and tightened the bowstring, but before he could knock another bolt, the rabbit had vanished from sight. Another one. The hunter reached into the rabbit cage, retrieving a brown one. This time, Joffrey, eager to shoot, nearly struck the hunter's thigh. If Renly and Stannis' armies are akin to rabbits, then what are the insects composed of? Tyrion mused. Our king shall sweep them aside. Your words sadden me. I believe our king is training diligently, Littlefinger replied. There is no need to flatter the king in my presence, Tyrion scoffed. Is this a new outfit? After all, you are his uncle. Indeed, your perception is astute, Littlefinger responded. Is the plum and yellow color scheme the hue of your sigil? Tyrion inquired. I recall your house's emblem features a titan's head, does it not? Not quite. A sigil, much like clothing, can become tiresome if worn too uniformly. One must occasionally change it up, wouldn't you agree? I am quite fond of my golden lion, Tyrion declared, and your dagger is exquisitely beautiful as well. Is it? A glimmer of mischief flickered in Littlefinger's eyes as he drew forth the dagger, nonchalantly glancing at it, as if seeing it for the first time. The Valyrian steel with a dragonbone hilt was regrettably of an overly common design. If you are interested, I shall gift it to you. He concealed his intentions remarkably well, and Tyrion had to concede inwardly that his emotions were impeccably restrained. In this world, if there exists anyone who arms himself with gold, it is undoubtedly Petyr Baelish, rather than the Lannisters. Initially, Petyr was appointed to a minor position at the customs by Jon Arryn, merely to subsist idly, however. He quickly distinguished himself by earning threefold the income of other tax collectors, given King Robert's extravagant expenditures. Gold coins in the hands of someone like Petyr Baelish proliferate like rabbits, doubling in mere months, thus making such a rare talent exceedingly conspicuous. Consequently, Littlefinger ascended the ranks with remarkable swiftness, becoming the master of coin and a member of the small council within 3 years. Compared to the harrowing times of yore, the royal revenue has surged to tenfold its former amount, albeit with a corresponding and significant increase in royal debt. Nevertheless, Petyr Baelish is not merely a financial wizard. He is indeed astute. He does not simply collect taxes and lock them away in the treasury, as an ordinary person would do. Rather, his ingenious schemes abound. Utilizing various royal proclamations to offset debts, he deftly employs treasury funds. He acquires warehouses, shops, ships, and houses, purchasing grain at low prices during bountiful harvests and selling bread at inflated prices during shortages. He imports wool from the north, linen from the south, and furs from Lys, either storing them or circulating them, dyeing, processing, and tailoring them for sale. The gold coins seem to multiply spontaneously, swelling in quantity. Ultimately, Littlefinger lends out money, recovering both principal and interest. Simultaneously, he gradually cultivates his inner circle. The treasurer is his man, the royal accountant and royal measurer are his men, and even the head of the mint is someone he has nominated. Furthermore, port officials, tax collectors, customs agents, various commodity brokers, toll collectors, ship captains, wine merchants, and others, 9 out of 10 are in Littlefinger's employ. Most hail from humble backgrounds, including merchant sons, minor nobility, and even foreigners, yet in terms of capability, these individuals far surpass their noble predecessors. No one has ever questioned these appointments. Why would they need to? Littlefinger poses no threat to anyone. He is clever, amiable, perpetually smiling, and approachable, everyone's friend, harboring no enmity towards anyone. Regardless of what funds the king or the hand of the king requires, he is always ready to oblige. And being of modest origin, only slightly above that of a hired knight, he remains inconspicuous. He possesses no vassal lords, no multitude of retainers, no formidable castles, no illustrious ancestral estates, nor the means to secure advantageous marriages. Could I dare to move against him? Tyrion pondered, unable to ascertain definitively, especially amidst the tumult of war. The military aristocracy requires no elaboration. They have as much as they desire. Yet what of the myriad civil officials? Over time, it is natural that they would replace Littlefinger's men with their own in key positions, but for now, perhaps it is wise to spare his life until the war concludes. A rash move could lead to the collapse of everything in King's Landing. At the very least, I require this ally for the time being. Amidst the square, a commotion arose. Ah, His Majesty has slain a rabbit, declared Lord Baelish. Indeed, His Majesty is remarkably astute, Tyrion remarked. My lord, I have heard tales of your upbringing as a ward in Riverrun, especially regarding your close ties with the Tullus. One might say so. Particularly in relation to the ladies, he replied. How close? Tyrion inquired. I have deflowered both of them. Does that suffice as closeness? What utter nonsense. The pinnacle of deceit lies in a half-truth, a skill I wield with finesse. In that case, I have an intriguing task I wish to bestow upon you, Tyrion proposed. What sort of task? Baelish responded. You are aware that I prefer to avoid perilous ventures. I fear that a task of such gravity may not suit my capabilities. It is not arduous, Tyrion clarified. The body of Lord Eddard remains in King's Landing, properly prepared, yet it requires a courier to deliver it to the north. You know I have never been fond of dealing with the rough-hewn folk of the north, Baelish interjected, particularly the Starks. Your dealings will be with Tully, specifically Catelyn Tully. Tyrion elucidated. Especially in escorting her deceased husband's remains home, it would be a matter of great honor, granting your admiration. Chapter 35. The bird is caught. Lord Baelish's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The prospect of approaching Catelyn was too enticing to dismiss. Yet he remained cautious. Akin to a fox in the snow, treading only in his own footprints, he observed Tyrion, noting the graceful interplay of green and purple in his eyes. every gesture replete with courtesy, each subtle motion and gentle word meticulously crafted to reflect his profound upbringing while hinting at a hidden cunning and calculation. His smile was perpetually genteel, yet beneath it flickered an imperceptible shrewdness, even in the most trivial exchanges, as if each contained an underlying strategy or design. With his polished and artful demeanor, he lured adversaries into intricately laid traps, all the while maintaining an air of composure and grace, as if he held dominion over the unfolding events. A commendable suggestion, Baelish remarked, yet my instincts tell me you are concealing something from me. What instincts? Tyrion mused, though feigning embarrassment at his scheme being unraveled. Indeed, my lord, it seems that there is another plan in play. What might that be? Baelish pressed. I wish for you to halt this war, Tyrion declared. My lord, you jest. What merit do I possess to impede a war? Baelish chuckled. How am I to persuade Robb Stark? I have already stated, your dealings shall be with Catelyn Tully. I must correct you. It is Catelyn Stark, Baelish interjected. I do not believe my rapport with Catelyn is sufficient to avert this conflict. Eddard Stark is dead. Tyrion blinked, suggesting that perhaps if you were to embark on a diplomatic mission as a suitor, you could indeed sway the situation. What? Littlefinger appeared somewhat taken aback, not anticipating such a proposition from Tyrion. You heard me correctly, Tyrion replied. My task for you is to court Catelyn Tully, and then endeavor to influence this war. Littlefinger was momentarily speechless. If such words were to reach the ears of outsiders, they would surely sound like the ramblings of a madman. Yet, for Littlefinger, it was a long-desired dream, albeit one seemingly out of reach. How could that be? He muttered. She would never marry me, especially given my current standing. I am not worthy of Catelyn's hand. I shall offer you my support. Tyrion leaned forward, lowering his voice as he spoke beside Baelish. The bones of Lord Eddard. The exchange of Catelyn's 2 daughters, and I will grant you Harrenhal. Littlefinger was astonished once again, gazing incredulously at Tyrion. My lord, Harrenhal? How could I possibly deserve such a castle? That was once the king's. Only if it brings an end to this war, Tyrion stated. You shall be the Duke of Harrenhal, and this castle will be yours. Does this not seem a fair bargain? Littlefinger felt a stirring within him. Although Catelyn had once been his ardent desire, the reality of marrying his childhood love was of little consequence. Robb Stark had matured into a capable leader, and the North was a realm where he could not intrude. Even if he fulfilled his dream, it held no value for someone like him, who thrived on self-interest. However, Harrenhal was an entirely different matter. No one could resist its allure. With Harrenhal and the title of Duke, he could pursue Catelyn, and should that fail, he would still have Lisa as a fallback. For one who relished the art of cunning, this was an impeccable scheme. Tyrion observed him silently, his green eyes resembling a profound lake, while his purple gaze sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, seemingly able to discern the essence of all things. Akin to the legendary treasures from distant lands, exuding an irresistible charm and allure. In the tower, only the breaths of the 2 men could be heard, alongside the occasional shouts from outside. The king has struck again. Tyrion refrained from rushing into conversation, allowing ample space and time for Littlefinger to gather his thoughts and decide whether to truly open his heart. He understood well that genuine communication often begins with silent listening rather than a torrent of words. In this atmosphere, time seemed to slow, each second laden with significance. Under Tyrion's gaze, Littlefinger gradually sensed the power of this tranquility and began to adjust his breathing, seeking to calm his heart. My lord, I must admit, your proposal is exceedingly tempting. Littlefinger smiled politely. Now I understand why people refer to you as a seducer, my lord. Your proposition is indeed alluring. However, he shifted his tone. I truly lack the confidence to meet your expectations. The cunning fellow, Tyrion pondered, it is indeed quite a challenge to ensnare this man. My lord Baelish, you are overthinking, Tyrion asserted. There is no need to end the war. All you need to do is return my brother, and Harrenhal shall be yours. The significance of my brother Jaime far surpasses that of Harrenhal. This sentiment rang true, and Peter was acutely aware that if they could retrieve Jaime Lannister, Tywin and Cersei would willingly relinquish not just 1 Harrenhal, but 3. Is this your sentiment, or that of the Queen Regent? Tyrion inquired. You need not worry about my father. Trust me, when the 3 of us stand before him, I assure you, we will secure the castle for you. That's Stannis. He is a fool, Tyrion remarked. A king's castle cannot be attained through treachery. What we require is tangible contribution. Rescue my brother, conclude this war, and you shall be hailed as a hero. My lord, I have one final concern, Peter queried. Stannis and Renly Baratheon? Trust me, my lord Baelish. If Stannis breaches King's Landing, it will not merely be Harrenhal at stake. Our heads would be mounted side by side on the pikes. Tyrion laughed heartily. As for Renly, I truly have no solution, yet you should place your faith in Stannis, for he will undoubtedly seek out his younger brother first. Peter Baelish rose. My lord, it is both my honor and duty to serve you. Your reward is excessively generous. I shall set forth shortly to meet Lady Catelyn Stark. Tyrion also stood. Then I am grateful to you, my lord of Harrenhal. A sigh of relief escaped him. The bird was finally ensnared. They shook hands, warm and firm. One more matter, my lord Baelish. What is it? While you are away from King's Landing, I require you to recommend a deputy for me. Chapter 36. The hostage in the Prime Minister's study. There were only 2 individuals. So, you dispatched Lord Baelish? Cersei glared at her brother, her tone harsh. Indeed. To retrieve our brother, Tyrion said absently, savoring his wine. This matter could have been resolved with a single raven or a messenger. The Queen Mother, furious, retorted. Why send him? He has far more important work to do here. He left me a deputy, someone who is almost familiar with all of Peter's connections. And where is he? In the dungeons. What? Cersei's eyes widened. That foolish beauty, Tyrion thought to himself. Coburn and Boros are interrogating him, demanding a list of all his friends within King's Landing and all his properties. Moreover, I dispatched someone into his office. What if he finds out? Cersei questioned. What if the other lords learn of this? Who, Peter? How could he possibly know? Tyrion replied. Tell me, sister. How many times does Maester Selyse report to you in a day? If someone were to send a message, he would certainly be aware. Moreover, in essence, we have not taken any substantial action against him. Dispersing him would facilitate my maneuvers. As for the other ministers, as long as you refrain from raising your voice, no one shall be the wiser. Varys will be aware. Cersei mentioned the eunuch. Indeed, he will know. And he will also understand that I harbor no ill intentions towards him. Tyrion remarked that my focus is solely on Peter Baelish. However, he proves to be quite useful to us. Cersei asserted that without him, many matters would remain unresolved. For instance, Tyrion prompted her for an example. The Iron Bank. Cersei explained that the Iron Bank of Bravos has sent emissaries to demand repayment. We have already defaulted multiple times. Was the expenditure of the Iron Bank incurred during King Robert's reign? Tyrion inquired, presuming he had spent primarily his father's gold. Indeed. That was the case at the onset of our marriage, but who could endure such an insatiable abyss? My sister appeared to succumb to painful reminiscence. Recalling that in later times, Robert too sought his father's assistance repeatedly. After all, he was not the hand of the king. And such expenses ought to be resolved by Lord Arryn. Thus, Jon Arryn invited the wolf into the fold by bringing in Baelish. Poor old fool. Unaware of how many years he donned the green cap, Tyrion lamented. Now that Baelish is absent, how shall we address the Iron Bank's demands? Cersei queried. What do you intend to do? Tyrion countered. Why should I be responsible for repaying Robert's debts? Cersei retorted, stating her intent not to repay the sum. Asserting that the Iron Bank may pursue whoever they wish, the crown shall no longer bear this debt. The Lannisters must honor their debts, Tyrion insisted. Asserting that we cannot default, for the Iron Bank would swiftly shift their support to our adversaries, such as Stannis. Yet, we cannot afford to pay. Presently. We may lack the means, Tyrion reassured her, but we must at least convey to the Iron Bank that we shall repay a portion. We will not shirk from this obligation. What if they remain unsatisfied and demand full repayment? If they indeed make such a claim, we find ourselves without alternatives, Tyrion replied. Then let us default. For what other recourse do we possess? Is this your brilliant idea? Cersei gazed at him with disdain. And what of my dear Joffrey? You have arrived in King's Landing and have yet to pay your respects to your sovereign, have you? We are all family. Why the formality? Tyrion responded. For I am burdened with the affairs of the realm, tirelessly laboring for the nation. Surely the king can empathize with my plight. Then you shall await the opportunity to explain yourself to Joffrey personally. What, do you concede that you have lost control over your beloved son? Tyrion remarked. Yet as for Joffrey, I suddenly have a scheme in mind. What? Cersei inquired, though she knew well that Tyrion's words were rarely benign. As it stands, the Vale has yet to mobilize. Tyrion noted, based on my sojourn there, it appears Lisa has no intention of sending troops to aid her kin. So, we could consider her an ally. Tyrion's eyes gleamed mischievously. I believe your daughter and Duke Robert Arryn would make a rather suitable match. Why not, smack? She waved her hand, toppling the goblet from his grasp, wine spilling across the floor. Enough, you repugnant wretch. Missala is my only daughter. Do you truly believe I would allow you to sell her as though she were a mere sack of apples? How could you dare to equate her worth with that of a mere commodity? Missala is a princess of noble lineage, destined for greatness in her own right. You do not intend to marry her off to Tommen, do you? Do you fancy yourself a Targaryen? For such an utterance, I ought to sever your tongue. Regardless of our blood relation, I am the regent of Joffrey, not you, and I will never consent to send Missala away to that wretch. Akin to how I was once delivered to Robert Baratheon. Tyrion flicked the droplets of wine from his fingers and sighed. What is the harm? Going to the Eyrie is far safer than remaining here. Are you truly so hopelessly dim-witted or utterly mad? We both know that Lisa, that lunatic, holds no fondness for us. Have you forgotten what she accused us of? The murder of Jon Arryn. You make a compelling point, sister, Tyrion nodded, astonished to find that during our brief encounters, you have indeed gained some wisdom. So, I must inquire, where else in the Seven Kingdoms could we entrust Missala? Only the Iron Islands and Dorne have abstained from the war. The Iron Islands are a desolate place. I cannot bear to send my dear niece there. Moreover, King Balon has no suitable heirs. Tyrion feigned a shake of his head. What of Dorne? Missala is 9 years old, while Trystane Martell is 11. If we wait until she turns 14, they could wed immediately. Until then, she could remain in Sunspear as a guest, under the protection of Prince Doran. As Tyrion spoke, he slid a paper across the table, replete with a dowry, promising him a position among his lords, several castles on the borders, and untold riches. The Martells despise us, Cersei remarked, glancing at the document. Indeed, the Martell family harbors animosity towards us. Nevertheless, I still believe they would agree. Prince Doran is a man of honor, and his hatred for the Lannisters can only be traced back to the previous generation. The enmity between the Dornish and the Tyrells has persisted for over 1,000 years. Favorably, the Stormlands and Highgarden support Renly. That is absolutely out of the question, Cersei retorted, her fury palpable. I will never allow my daughter to be used as a pawn. Oh, how would you prefer to exchange her? Through that gaping void between your legs? Tyrion shot back, equally incensed. Cersei trembled with rage, yet she found herself powerless. What else do you intend to shatter? Tyrion mocked. Or do you wish to strike me, you lioness? The progeny of Tywin? Chapter 37. The death of Renly. Please support with monthly votes. Later that day, the guards summoned Tyrion to attend the royal council. Could this truly be the doing of Joffrey? Tyrion doubted it. Most likely, it was his sister aiming to exert pressure through her son. Tyrion felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. With Podrick absent that evening, he was reluctant to leave the Hand's Tower. It seemed he would have to enlist the assistance of Shae and Sansa. The grand doors of the Red Keep's council chamber stood as silent sentinels, guardians of Targaryen history and grandeur, their striking black and red hues reminiscent of a dragon's maw. The grand door, meticulously carved from premium timber, reveals the artisan's dedication and intellect in every inch. Its surface is adorned with a delicate layer of crimson lacquer. While the edges are sheathed in iron, having weathered the passage of time, its sheen may have dulled, yet it has gained an air of gravitas and antiquity. Under the flickering light of the torches, the lacquered surface occasionally glimmers softly. Flanking the entrance are two imposing sphinx-like statues, their eyes wide open, intricately detailed, with each strand of fur distinct and the muscular lines smooth and powerful, as if poised to spring forth to defend the peace and dignity of this land. Beside the statues stands Boron, winking at himself, resembling a statue in his stillness. The event took him by surprise, leaving no time for notification. Did you come with my cousin? Tyrion inquired. Boron nodded, prompting Tyrion to instruct the chieftains to wait outside. Subsequently, he pushed open the door, revealing the court ministers seated along the long table. His sister sat there, still resplendent in her finery, her eyes slightly reddened, lending her a captivating allure. Grand Maester Pycelle remained clad in his scholar's robe, unchanged since their first encounter. At the far end sat his cousin, Lancel Lannister, youthful and robust, with sandy brown hair and pale green eyes, handsome in a manner reminiscent of Tyrion's elder brother in his youth, though not quite measuring up to his own standards. Upon noticing Tyrion's approach, Lancel hurriedly rose, his eyes shining with admiration, a look Tyrion had only seen reflected in the gazes of others toward his brother. Cousin. Tyrion gestured for him to sit, taking his place at one end of the table. Where is our benevolent and valiant king? Lord Varys was also absent. He turned his neck in search of Joffrey, but to no avail. A full 15 minutes of silence passed before the king finally made his entrance, flanked by the king's guard. Like the Lannister relatives, he was tall, with fair hair and a strikingly handsome visage. His green eyes and curled lips betrayed a striking resemblance to his mother. It was no surprise that a son resembled his mother, Tyrion mused, yet he understood the intricacies of their lineage all too well. Our benevolent and valiant king arrives tardily, Tyrion remarked. Joffrey cast a disdainful glance at him before hesitating to take his seat. For once seated, he could no longer look down upon his uncle. Approaching the table, he stated, "The Demonis has come to King's Landing but did not rush to see me. I must attend to some trifling matters on behalf of His Majesty." "You distribute grain, attempting to usurp my glory?" Joffrey retorted. "What is that called? The famine relief tablets? When the populace accepts this food and cheers, I shall inform them it is the king's benevolence." Joffrey regarded him, involuntarily nodding slightly, then turned to glance at his mother, Queen Cersei, before continuing. "You have captured Ser Marintrant. He aided me in apprehending the traitor Eddard Stark. Without my permission, you transferred the command to another and included him in the guard." Joffrey pointed at Lancel, who shivered under the king's scrutiny. Lord Stannis is a shameless traitor, for his duplicity has ensnared us in a quagmire. I have made it known to all that the execution of Lord Eddard is not your doing. It is he who has deceived you, Tyrion declared, casting a glance at his sister, suspecting this to be the work of Littlefinger. Lancel has served your father for several years, and he must have learned his temperament and demeanor well, Tyrion continued. One must recognize that King Robert was a paragon of valor, and to learn from him is to be deemed capable. Of course, if one were like you, they could traverse the battlefield with ease. Joffrey nodded vigorously, murmuring, indeed. My father is a true hero. He then circled to the side of the table and patted Lancel on the shoulder. Do well. Lancel managed a stiff smile. However, Joffrey suddenly turned to Tyrion, exclaiming, You have brought Sansa to the Hand's Tower. She is my betrothed, and you are tarnishing my reputation. That was not my intention. Your Grace, Tyrion replied calmly. She is indeed your betrothed, and I treat her as one would a niece. The reason for her presence in the Hand's Tower is primarily due to her being a significant hostage. I must ensure her safety. Moreover, to prevent anyone from treating her harshly, thereby dishonoring the royal dignity, such as through physical assault. You mock me, you imp. Joffrey erupted in fury. You are accusing me. You arrogant wretch. I am the king. Indeed, your grace, you are the king. I meant no accusation, Tyrion replied, rising to his feet. Though his stature could not rival Joffrey's. You are the king, and a king may act as he pleases. The fault lies with those who execute your commands. He gestured towards the distant white cloak, Sir Meryn Trant. What do you stare at me for, you imp? Sir Meryn seemed to feel affronted. Let me see which hand you use to strike a girl. You scoundrel, do you think I will allow you to insult me? With a sharp kick, Tyrion struck the table, startling everyone present. Maester Pycelle nearly slipped from his chair, his beard quivering incessantly. Sir Meryn, by the seven, I know not who was blind enough to select you for the King's Guard. Should I discover that you have struck or bullied Sansa Stark, I will have your hands severed. As Sir Meryn grasped the hilt of his sword, the door burst open, and Podrick, Bronn, Shagga, and Xalo stormed in, their gazes predatory. Joffrey, trembling, pressed himself against his mother's back. Tyrion fixed his stare upon Sir Meryn, whose hand slowly withdrew from the sword hilt. You dare, if Sir Meryn speaks again, Pod? Remove his tongue, Tyrion commanded. Podrick reached for the dagger at his waist. Shagga shall cut off his manhood and feed it to the goats, Xalo added. I will gouge out his eyes and burn them, Tyrion declared, and let us not forget to sever the hand that strikes girls. Sir Meryn's lips trembled, and he fell silent, evidently recognizing the gravity of the situation. Tyrion waved his hand, signaling Podrick and the others to exit. Just as another figure squeezed through the door from behind, his bald head did not reflect the light of the torch, appearing as if dusted with a layer of powder. Lord Varys, clad in a splendid purple ensemble, the sheen betraying its high-quality silk, was meticulously groomed, yet the eunuch evidently prioritized comfort over aesthetics. My lords, Lancel Lannister is dead. Chapter 38, The Proposal. Blood magic, as ever, proved efficient, Tyrion mused. Joffrey clapped his hands in delight, spinning in circles. Swiftly shaking off his earlier terror, he soon sought amusement, leaving the lords behind in the meeting. As if oblivious to the fact that it was he who had convened it, Varys stood by the brazier, warming his soft, delicate hands. The manner in which Lancel was horrifically murdered amidst the army was truly unbelievable. The blade had sliced through steel and bone with the ease of cutting cheese, severing his throat from one ear to the other. Who did this? Cersei inquired. The issue is that too many answers equate to no answer at all, Varys murmured. The king's sudden demise had birthed rumors that proliferated like mushrooms after rain. One stable hand claimed that Lancel had been slain by one of the Rainbow Guards. A laundress asserted that Stannis had infiltrated his brother's camp wielding his flaming sword. Some soldiers believed a woman was responsible, yet could not agree on which woman it was. One suggested the killer was a girl cast aside by Lancel. Another posited it was a camp whore who had attended to the king on the eve of battle, while a third dared to speculate that Lady Catelyn Stark was the true murderer. Nonsense, Tyrion thought. Lancel had only been interested in the backdoors of others. However, Lady Catelyn was present too, likely incited by Peter Baelish. Must we squander our time on the idle gossip that these fools relish? Might this be a ruse? The Queen Mother was far from pleased. If so, it was indeed a clever maneuver, Varys replied. I too have been deceived. It cannot be false, Tyrion asserted. Using the king's death to blind opponents would only diminish the morale of their own ranks. Such an action bears no advantage. In any case, whoever struck the blow, the mastermind must be Stannis. The matter is quite clear. He is the beneficiary. His original plan had been to allow the Baratheon brothers to engage in a bloody conflict, leaving them both weakened, and then have the faceless men deal with Lancel, but it seems he has now saved a slot. What of Lancel's army? Tyrion inquired. He left the bulk of his forces at the Bitter Bridge. Varys departed from the brazier and returned to his seat at the council table. However, most of the lords who had hastened to Wind's Rest alongside Lord Lancel had defected to Stannis. Stannis indeed possesses considerable esteem. Tyrion nodded. As a commander, he was quite competent, second only to myself. Cersei scoffed. But not entirely, Tyrion continued. The Tyrells and Tullis will not ally with Stannis. You are quite astute, my lord. Varys smiled, excluding Loras Tyrell and the garrison of Windspire, who also refused to surrender. They steadfastly held the castle in the name of Renly. Unwilling to believe that their lord had perished, they insisted on witnessing the body before they would open the gates. However, Renly's corpse had inexplicably vanished. Likely hidden away by someone, presumably Sir Loras Tyrell, who had taken charge of the body, as Tyrion suggested. Indeed, it is quite possible that Sir Loras has gone to Bitterbridge, Varys continued, where his sister, Renly as queen, still remains. The current predicament is that the many soldiers left behind have suddenly lost their king and are uncertain of their next course. Many of the lords they served have sought refuge with Stannis at Windspire. Win them over, Tyrion advised. The late Lord Renly has imparted a valuable lesson. We should emulate him by leveraging marriage to secure alliances with the Tyrells. Varys immediately grasped the underlying implication. You wish for King Joffrey to wed Margaery Tyrell? Joffrey, in his pride, would never settle for the remnants of Renly's legacy. He would never consent to such a union, Cersei interjected. Renly only fancied the favors of others. Tyrion countered. The young queen is merely 15 or 16, slightly older than Joffrey, yet she possesses a remarkable beauty. Moreover, House Tyrell is wealthier than House Stark. But Joffrey is already betrothed to Sansa Stark, Cersei stated. Betrothals can be annulled. There is little merit in marrying the daughter of a deceased traitor, Tyrion replied. Cersei continued her futile resistance. You may propose, but should this anger young Joffrey, you will need to seek the gods' favor. It might not even be King Joffrey, Tyrion remarked. Rising from his seat, there is another noble here, is there not? Joffrey's lineage is far more noble than yours. Cersei retorted, her anger flaring. Noble enough for Meryn Trant to strip Sansa of her garments? Lancel chuckled, only to receive a glare from Cersei. The Stark girl, though charming, holds little value for Joffrey beyond her physical allure. Margaery Tyrell, on the other hand, comes with an army of 50,000 and the full might of Highgarden as her dowry. Finally, Grand Maester Pycelle spoke up, having been overlooked as if he were asleep. His words cut through the tension. I am pleased we have reached a consensus. Now, who among us will go to Bitterbridge? Do you intend to send a member of the small council? Cersei inquired. I hardly expect the Knight of Flowers to negotiate with Barrows or Shagga, do you? The Tyrells have always been haughty. Indeed, Tyrion replied, Lancel is far too timid and of lowly rank. The hand of the king is the king's representative. The candlelight flickered in Cersei's eyes like green wildfire. It is you who must go, Tyrion. It would be no different than having Joffrey present himself. Who better than you? She continued. Your silver tongue is as sharp as Jaime's sword. Such praise is unwarranted, dear sister. In truth, I believe a mother is better suited to arrange her child's marriage than an uncle. Besides, you possess the talent for making friends, a quality I can only aspire to. Her eyes narrowed into a slit, and it was evident that Littlefinger required my presence. Did he not need me? Tyrion inquired. You should retain Lord Baelish, Cersei replied. Perhaps he is the appropriate candidate. Foolish woman, this was precisely why I had dismissed him, Tyrion mused, ultimately deciding, very well, I shall go instead. Do you wish to wed Margaery Tyrell? Cersei's competitive nature was ignited. The indulgent mother could not abide her brother overshadowing her son, usurping the honors that rightfully belonged to him. Margaery is far superior to Sansa. Then you shall be responsible for persuading Littlefinger, Tyrion declared. I aim to bring 1,000 gold cloaks while the mountain clans remain in King's Landing, and I shall require funds. You have wealth, Cersei asserted. Since when does an uncle provide a dowry? This money must come from you, Tyrion countered, believing that upon my return, the king would comprehend the bonds of kinship. As close as marrow to bone. A clever jest, my lord, Varys chuckled. Our Joffrey is a king who values gratitude. Rest assured, my noble lord. You shall embark with valor. Chapter 39, The Bridge of Sorrow. Lancel, you must remain in King's Landing to accompany my dear nephew in defending the walls. In the early hours, just as dawn broke, a light rain fell outside, the air thick with humidity. Within the Prime Minister's tower, Lancel rubbed his eyes. Feeling a faint ache in his neck, he had risen too early. You intend for me to wait here to perish? Certainly not, Tyrion replied. My sister and nephew are both here. Do you think I would flee? Lord Tyrion would assuredly return with an army, Maester Pycelle remarked. Feeling a sense of pride at having integrated into the king's inner circle, observing those around him, He considered his own status the most esteemed. The list? Yet Tyrion did not regard him, instead addressing Qyburn. The latter handed him a parchment filled with names. Tyrion took it, glanced briefly, and passed it on to the maester. Maester Pycelle, this matter is entrusted to you, Tyrion instructed. The first column indicates the position, the second the current holder, and the third the successor. These roles must be gradually replaced. How many individuals are listed? 12, Qyburn replied, still under interrogation. 3 or 4 can be replaced each day, Tyrion orchestrated. This is my father's directive. Please ensure the list remains confidential, even from my sister. My lord, Qyburn is not to be trusted, Pycelle attempted to interject, only to be silenced by Tyrion. Indeed, Maester, my father often speaks of you, Tyrion continued. Lord Tywin frequently asserts that you are the finest friend of House Lannister. Hence, this significant task is entrusted to you. He tucked the paper into the maester's embrace. Now be off. Maester Pycelle rose, unsteadily making his way to the door. His earlier pride had dimmed, and he cast a reluctant glance back at the few individuals within, before pushing the door open and departing. Once the sound of his footsteps faded, Tyrion inquired, were all those positions merely honorary? Qyburn nodded, producing 2 more lists. This one pertains to the military, including the Lannister guards and the gold cloaks. He handed this document to Boros. This document pertains to a significant position within the court. The list was presented to Tyrion, who instructed Pycelle to manage those of lesser importance. Tyrion suggested they would take their time with these 2 matters. A knock echoed, and Podrick's voice came from outside. My lord, everything is prepared. Tyrion rose, reminding them not to forget the plan, especially you, Qyburn. Ensure that everything is properly arranged with the pyromancer, Halene. Rest assured, my lord, came the reply. As Tyrion opened the door, he noticed Sansa and Arya peering at him from around the corner, while Shae awaited outside. My lord, you need to take me with you. No. Tyrion harbored no fondness for her. The only reason she was permitted to accompany him to King's Landing was her utility as a key to the magic he required. This unsettling element was not one he intended to keep close. Once this is over, I shall reward you handsomely, Tyrion said dismissively. Your task now is to look after those 2 little girls, ensure that no mishaps occur. Shae could only nod in response. As Tyrion turned to leave, a voice called out from behind, My lord, I wish you smooth sailing. He looked back to see Sansa, while Arya tugged at her sister's arm, evidently still regarding him as an adversary. Tyrion shook his head and descended the spiraling stone staircase. The army was gathered in the square beneath the Hand's Tower, comprising 1,000 gold cloaks, 400 clan warriors, and 100 Lannister cavalry, nearly a third of the forces in King's Landing. Yet Tyrion felt compelled to do this. Only with such a formidable retinue would House Tyrell regard him with the seriousness he sought. The Bitter Bridge, located to the southwest of King's Landing, could be accessed easily along Rose Road. Tyrion braved the light rain, riding near the front of the formation on a spirited white mare, which was difficult to manage. But it sufficed for transport without the need for a charge. Scouts returned every 20 minutes to report on the situation ahead. Should they encounter Tyrell's forces, they were to sheath their swords and return immediately, replacing themselves with a messenger. Podrick rode alongside him, surrounded by chieftains. Tymor, Kyler, and Shagga were all present. Have you heard of Bitterbridge? Tyrion inquired of Podrick. No, my lord. Though Podrick occasionally displayed timidity, he never resorted to falsehood. Is it a bridge? Not quite, Tyrion clarified. Before the uprising of the Faith Militant, it was known as Stonebridge. The Battle of Stonebridge commenced here, where 6 armies led by nobles ambushed and slaughtered 9,000 impoverished soldiers gathered under the leadership of the lumberjack. What? It is said that the Mander River ran red with the blood of the fallen for a full 20 miles, thus earning the name Bitter Bridge. How dreadful, Podrick shivered, eliciting hearty laughter from Shagga and the others. During the Dance of the Dragons, the bastard dragon knight, Ser Harwin, was bestowed the title of Earl of Bitterbridge by Prince Daemon for his valor in the naval battle at the God's Eye. Tyrion continued, Podrick, have you ever seen the dragon skulls in the dragon pit? I have, my lord. Ah, I have always dreamed of riding a dragon, Tyrion lamented. Why not simply rename one of those women to Dragon? Shagga continued to chuckle. After the fall of King's Landing, the Green Party dispatched Ser Ricard Thorne of the Kingsguard to escort Prince Melior to Old Town for refuge. However, they were ambushed by rioters at the Bitter Bridge. Thorne was slain, and the prince himself was torn to shreds by the mob. Tyrion continued recounting the historical tale. Later, when Count Mounthale led his forces north and passed through the Bitter Bridge, he, in a fit of rage, unleashed his troops to pillage the area. Meanwhile, Melior's uncle, the audacious Prince Daeron, commanded his dragon, Syrian, to incinerate the town. Lady Caswell, in a desperate bid to protect her children, took her own life before her castle. So, is Bitterbridge a castle? Boron suddenly inquired. Indeed, though it is referred to as a bridge, it is, in fact, a castle, Tyrion replied, akin to the Tully stronghold at Riverrun, which serves as both bridge and fortress. Thus, the procession advanced grandly, the lion banner soaring high, fluttering gently amidst the tempest, as if it were the very soul of the company. Time passed, and as dusk descended, a scout returned with news. My lord, there is a camp ahead. Approximately 20,000 strong. Judging by the banners, it is the forces of House Tyrell. Tyrion reined in his horse, surprised by their swift arrival. He retrieved a letter from his breast. Podrick, take this letter and deliver it, Tyrion instructed, raising a white flag. Do not fear, you shall come to no harm. Podrick nodded, cradling the letter in his hands. Remember, it must only be delivered to Mace Tyrell. Chapter 40, Negotiations, Part 1. Podrick set off ahead, while Tyrion led the main force onward until they reached a small hillock. Let us camp here, Tyrion commanded. From this vantage point, they could overlook the Tyrell encampment, an expanse without end. The scouts' report of 20,000 was no exaggeration. Send someone to the Tyrell camp every 2 hours to check on me. If I am not found, or if there are any disturbances, storm in to rescue me. Boron interjected, I believe I should accompany you. And should House Tyrell betray us, we would both be doomed, Tyrion replied. You remain here to command the troops. You expect me to lead a force of barely 2,000 against 20,000 to rescue you? Boron scoffed. Just then, a contingent of cavalry emerged from the Tyrell camp, charging toward the hill, but they hesitated at the base. It seems I must descend, Tyrion urged his horse. Boron, to ensure my survival. I vow to. The knights of House Tyrell were clad in polished armor, adorned with green leaves and roses, presenting a verdant spectacle. Tyrion mused, I am the red, and they are the green leaves supporting the red flower. The lead knight removed his helm, revealing 3 golden roses emblazoned upon it. Behind him, his companions raised torches high. He possessed long, flowing brown hair and striking golden eyes. Ser Loras Tyrell, Tyrion acknowledged. A pleasure to meet you. Lord Tyrion, Ser Loras replied, you have come in person? Unless I could muster an army of 20,000, Tyrion responded. Tyrion remarked that his heterochromatic eyes astonished the Knights of Flowers. Otherwise, the multitude of guards trailing behind him would have made no difference. A knight from Highgarden dismounted and presented a silver platter, adorned with bread and a small pinch of salt. Tyrion dipped the bread into the salt and consumed it before entering the camp alongside the knights. The encampment of House Tyrell lay nestled within the vast, fertile riverlands, resembling a vibrant oasis that stood out against the surrounding desolate plains. Moonlight cascaded from the overcast sky, mingling with a gentle rain, draping the expansive camp in a gossamer veil of silver. The camp was illuminated by flickering torches, akin to a starry sky descended upon the earth, showcasing the undeniable strength of House Tyrell. The procession halted before the grand pavilion at the heart of the camp, where Tyrion spotted Podrick seated on a nearby tree stump. He winked at his squire, gesturing for silence. Ser Loras dismounted and extended his hand to assist Tyrion. How considerate of you, my lord, Tyrion quipped. I am not yet so delicate as to require your aid. He descended from his horse and followed Ser Loras into the tent. Inside, only 2 figures were present. Duke Mace Tyrell, somewhat portly yet still handsome, sported a head of curly brown hair, with flecks of gray appearing in his triangular beard. The other knight was broad-shouldered and stern-faced, bald with a short, bristly gray beard. Is this Lord Bronn? Tyrion inquired, bowing respectfully to Mace Tyrell, expressing his pleasure at the encounter. And who might this be? Ser Bronn of the Blackwater. The knight introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you. Might I suggest a drink? Tyrion asked. No need for pretenses, Ser Bronn replied. I am aware that you relish the privileges of a guest. I shall not impose upon you. A man of your frivolous nature could be easily overrun by 500 of my cavalry against the 2,000 you have outside. His scouts are formidable, Tyrion mused. My lord, you require only 250. Tyrion Lannister, Mace Tyrell began. What brings you here? Do not tell me it is to mourn Lord Renly. I have no patience for such insincerity. Indeed, I have no desire to engage in pointless rhetoric, Tyrion replied, as Loras poured him a goblet of wine, allowing him a moment to gather his thoughts. I have come to discuss our common adversary, Stannis Baratheon. Stannis is not yet my enemy, but you are, Bronn cautioned. When did I become your foe? Tyrion retorted, Renly was, Stannis is, yet the Lords of the Reach are not. I could align myself with Stannis, Mace Tyrell stated bluntly, drawing a frown from Bronn, indicating that the Lord was ill-equipped for negotiation. Stannis has slain Lord Renly, Tyrion observed, noting Loras trembling with ire. If Lord Renly's crime was merely rebelling against King Joffrey, then Stannis has not only committed treason but fratricide as well. May the Seven curse him. You have no proof that it was he, Bronn countered. Well then, Lord Tarly, You are an astute man. Do you truly believe Stannis' cunning can elude you? Tyrion drained his cup, contemplating that Stannis requires an army, while coincidentally, his brother has mobilized forces to contest the throne. After their meeting, Lord Renly was assassinated, and Stannis subsequently commandeered his brother's troops. Rising to his feet, Tyrion mused, aside from the Lords of Storm's End, who else from the Reach would support him? Lord Tarly remained silent, but Ser Loras interjected, the men of House Florent have taken the lead. With over 5,000 cavalry following Stannis, I returned with the remainder, 5,000. You say? Tyrion exclaimed, astonished. Considering the Lords of Storm's End, with Lord Renly's demise, Stannis stands as the primary heir of Storm's End. Could he amass a total of 10,000? And what a Dragonstone! That could yield an army of 20,000. In the War of the Five Kings, everyone can muster 20,000 troops, truly formidable. And yet, what of it? Maester Tyrion replied, I remain the vassal of House Florent. Should I join, Stannis would welcome me. Would House Florent concur? Tyrion poured himself another drink. Recalling their repeated assertions that their lineage is closer to House Gardner than yours, with greater rights to inherit Highgarden. Moreover, they have questioned the legitimacy of House Tarly's leadership more than once. Beware your words, sorcerer, Lord Tarly admonished. My Lord Tarly, I have always considered you a man of candor, Tyrion remarked. Pray tell me, has House Florent dispatched envoys to the Weeping Bridge to receive troops and join Stannis? Lord Tarly first glanced at Maester Tyrion before responding. Indeed, it was Ilyn Florent whom I apprehended. Several knights and minor lords of House Florent sought to rebel and have already met their end. You see, they have seized the initiative, Tyrion noted. That does not signify Stannis would reject us, Maester Tyrion retorted, his face slightly flushed. Unable to counter Tyrion's assertion, we can still withstand the siege of Windspire. Stannis will never forget the siege of Windspire, Tyrion stated, and upon hearing the mention of the siege, Maester Tyrion's countenance darkened. Tyrion now understood why he was dubbed the Inflated Fish Lord, resembling a puffed-up pufferfish. The difference being that while a pufferfish reveals its spines, Maester Tyrion merely exposed his discomfort. Sorcerer, Lord Tarly warned, are you threatening us? Stannis is a just man. Indeed, Tyrion replied impatiently. The world deems Stannis as supremely just, even the late Lord Eddard, who lost his head, held him in high regard. But the Lannisters have debts to settle. How could you forget? That knight who saved his life, what was his name? The one with the sigil of an onion. How did Stannis repay him? He granted him a fief and then severed his fingers. Does that sound just to you? I caution you against tarnishing Stannis' reputation, Lord Tarly warned. My Lord Tarly, I can understand your position. After all, you are both esteemed warriors. And camaraderie among such men is not unexpected. Tyrion remarked, to speak of Stannis as just, I fail to comprehend how you define justice. At least in Casterly Rock, we refer to such individuals as vengeful. Silence, sorceress. Lord Tyrell stepped forward. Very well, you may seek out Stannis, Tyrion retorted, taking a step back. I shall have him place my head beside the throne, and I shall witness whether Stannis, upon ascending the Iron Throne, will bestow the title of Protector of the South upon House Florent, or if he will forget the grievances with House Tyrell at Storm's End. Enough, Maester Tyrell finally exhaled. Ser Loras, please exit. Lord Tyrell glared at Tyrion before turning and departing the tent, stirring the air around him. The rain outside intensified. Tyrion resumed his seat. Shall we not be so formal? Maester Tyrell straightened. Can you speak on behalf of the king, on behalf of Tywin Lannister? I am the hand of the king. Acting on his behalf, Tyrion replied. The son of Tywin Lannister, heir to Casterly Rock, uncle to the king, and brother to the queen. I certainly have the authority. So, Maester Tyrell probed. An alliance with the Lannisters would yield abundant benefits. Tyrion straightened as well, not solely that the Lannisters repay their debts. I have observed that since the demise of King Robert, there are numerous vacancies in the small council. Aside from the hand's position reserved for my father, the remaining seats are yours to choose from. Maester Tyrell nodded, yet this is still insufficient. Suddenly, the tent's flap was lifted, and a knight entered. Tyrion intended to chastise him, but quickly recognized him as Garland Tyrell, the second son of House Tyrell. Garland bore a strong resemblance to his brother, Ser Loras Tyrell. Though he was taller, more robust, and sported a beard, he was 5 years older than Loras and stood directly behind their father. I can secure for you the title of Protector of the South, Tyrion suddenly conceived. I am already the Protector of the South, the Maester retorted with displeasure. In terms of negotiation, one should not use what others already possess as leverage, yet it is fortuitously applicable now. It rightfully belongs to House Florent, Tyrion observed, looking at Garland. However, since we mention House Florent, their Brightwater keep would indeed serve as an excellent fief for Ser Garland. Garland's eyes sparkled. Maester Tyrell nodded. These propositions seem promising, yet they are still inadequate. Though Lord Tyrell may not be the most astute, he is unyielding when it comes to seizing advantages. Indeed, to demonstrate the Lannister sincerity towards House Tyrell, as well as our vision for enduring friendship, Tyrion proposed, I believe we could offer you a king. A king? Maester Tyrell queried. Perplexed. It is Joffrey Baratheon, Garland interjected. My lord Tyrion, do you wish for the king to wed our sister? Precisely, Tyrion stood, gazing at Ser Garland. You have lost a king, and I shall return to you a king, a genuine ruler, Joffrey Baratheon, without deceit. He then turned to Lord Mace. Your daughter remains a queen, and you still hold your position within the royal family. Lord Mace Tyrell, guardian of the South, a member of the royal council, and the king's father-in-law. He whispered enticingly like a devil, while you, Ser Loras, are the Earl of Brightwater Keep. Mace Tyrell's neck flushed, revealing his stirred emotions. My lord Tyrion, Ser Loras inquired. We do not know much about King Joffrey. Perhaps it would be prudent to exercise caution? Tyrion noticed Loras's gaze drift over his shoulder towards the entrance of the great tent. Turning his head, he beheld a beautiful girl. She was stunning. With soft brown curls, brown eyes, and an elegantly proportioned figure. She moved lightly, and Tyrion scarcely noticed when she entered. This is my sister, Margaery, Ser Loras introduced. Rising from his seat, surrounded by a throng of roses, Tyrion thought to himself that it was an uncomfortable feeling. My lord Tyrion, Margaery Tyrell curtsied slightly. Welcome. And please forgive my uninvited presence. She was indeed lovely. Tyrion endeavored to control himself and avoid staring at her, lest he provoke displeasure. It is of no consequence. Tyrion replied, should I have caused you any discomfort, your two brothers could easily vanquish me tenfold. My lord Tyrion, Ser Loras asked. Is his grace King Joffrey a merciful king? He has always been so, particularly fond of his subordinates, and the knights by his side sing his praises. And how are his martial skills? Loras inquired. He may not rival my elder brother Jaime in swordsmanship, but he possesses an astonishing talent for archery. Tyrion endeavored to speak truthfully. And his appearance? Margaery Tyrell asked. What do you think of me? Tyrion puffed out his chest, asserting that his nephew resembled his uncle, and their king was not lacking in looks. Even if you find the king unsatisfactory, there are other nobles from whom to choose. Noting Ser Loras's lingering hesitation, Tyrion seized the moment. Though I am not a king and am somewhat older, I am indeed the rightful heir of Casterly Rock, standing vibrantly before you. He laughed heartily. Regardless, a man of House Lannister will surely meet your approval. Tyrion proposed, why don't we set off now? If Stannis breaches King's Landing first, it will all be too late. As for the betrothal, that can be decided upon our arrival in the capital. Chapter 42, Rain, River, Camp. The soldiers of House Tyrell moved with notable sluggishness, hence their nickname, the Strawberry Men. They took a full 3 days to prepare before setting out. The lords under Lord Mace complained that the rain was too heavy. The rain fell relentlessly, soaking the petals of the roses. Tyrion rode alongside Lord Mace, waiting in the mid-rear of the column, proceeding along the Rose Road toward King's Landing. He had dispatched all the mountain clansmen ahead to the southern end of the city, to the Kingswood and the deep forests along the shores of the Blackwater Rush, to ambush Stannis' scouts and disrupt their march. Not everyone is thus. Sir Garland detected the implications in his words. Lord Brando was known for his swift decisiveness. Indeed, Brando Tarly was the vanguard commander, unmatched in his position within the southern realms. What is the current state of Whispering Castle? Margaery Tyrell sat within her carriage. She would have preferred to ride, yet it was not the demeanor of a lady to expose herself amidst the army. All the while, Tyrion felt her gaze upon him. Are you concerned about your late husband's inheritance? Should you be with child, it stands to reason you could claim Whispering Castle. A wicked thought blossomed within Tyrion's mind. Perhaps he could aid in the creation of an heir to contest the inheritance of Whispering Castle. Thank the gods that among Lady Tyrell's forces there were no mind-reading witches. What if Stannis were to encircle King's Landing first? Maester Lewin suddenly inquired. His army now boasted over 20,000 men, a force equal to ours. Equal? The Tyrell infantry vastly outnumbered them. This is the inflated boast of Lord Brando. Even with the advantage, he would tread cautiously. Moreover, they had cavalry and the naval support from Dragonstone. Tyrion interjected, do you imply our chances are slim? I shall break through their lines. The Knight of Flowers was incensed. I do not fear Stannis, Sir Garland proclaimed. He was known as Garland the Brave. And Tyrion knew well that he was formidable. Perhaps Sir Garland wielded his sword with prowess rivaling that of his elder brother, albeit with much more restraint. And we have Lord Brando, Margaery Tyrell added. My Lord Tyrion, have you witnessed Lord Brando in battle? Lord Mace intended for his precious daughter to return to Highgarden first. Yet the Rose was resolute in her refusal. I have not seen him in action, Tyrion replied. The Rose of Highgarden always sought to engage him in conversation. and he felt a twinge of fear at the thought of meeting her brown eyes. Such a clever woman, far too perilous. He is the only man who has ever bested King Robert Baratheon, Marjorie continued. Even Prince Rhaegar could not defeat King Robert. Robert and Rhaegar were warriors. Only warriors can vanquish warriors. Yet Tywin, Brando, and Stannis are commanders. Warriors cannot triumph over commanders. Jaime is a warrior, hence his failure. Tyrion pondered. And I am a commander. My lord, what occupies your thoughts? Marjorie's voice persisted. In my view, you resemble Prince Rhaegar. Perhaps Robert's brother is not your equal at all. Tyrion abruptly turned, locking eyes with the Rose, who, like a startled creature, withdrew her gaze. My apologies, my lord. I did not mean to imply or suggest anything. I bear you no ill will, Tyrion said. The lengthy march, torrential rain, and muddy roads had rendered him somewhat irritable. If this continues, the Blackwater will inevitably swell, allowing Stannis' ships to navigate the river's banks more easily. Podrick, Tyrion called. The squire approached on horseback. My lord, you shall take a contingent of cavalry upstream along the Blackwater, ensuring you do not stray too far from King's Landing and seek a narrow passage. Tyrion commanded. Once you locate it, inform me. Understood. Boron kicked the horse's rear, accompanied by several cavalrymen, and galloped off in another direction. My lord Galen, Tyrion began. I have a matter I wish to beseech your assistance with. You are too kind, Sir Galen replied, ever courteous. Please, command me. I require a cart, laborers, and sacks. If laborers are insufficient, soldiers will suffice, Tyrion stated. I have sent Boron to scour the narrow channels of the Blackwater, as I intend to fill the sacks with sand and stones to dam the river. This task is not easily accomplished without a multitude of men. A multitude is excessive. Maester Tiller remarked. Our sacks are filled with provisions, and the carts are busy transporting goods. Moreover, how shall we confront Stannis without these resources? We need not stockpile excessive provisions, Tyrion responded. The rain intensifies, causing the food to spoil, and we will not be able to stand against Stannis for long. Distribute the provisions, retain the sacks and carts, and gather farmers along the banks of the Blackwater to assist. I am confident that 1,000 men can be assembled with relative ease. Damming the river is indeed the prudent course, Galen concurred, with the water level lowered downstream. Stannis' warships will find it difficult to navigate the channel, thus diminishing his naval protection and enhancing our chances of victory. Yet the riverbank will become broader and more level. Maester Tiller countered. Their cavalry is in greater numbers. I harbor no fear of their cavalry, the Knight of Flowers declared. I find Lord Tyrion's plan to be feasible, father. Sir Galen advised. We should encamp outside the city and await Lord Tywin's arrival. Maester Tiller grumbled in dissatisfaction, acknowledging that in matters of military strategy, the inflated fish lord must rely on this second son, as well as on Loras. However, if you have confidence, then proceed with the arrangements. Maester Tiller relinquished authority, and Galen assumed command. Ser Loras, take 1,000 cavalrymen to gather the inhabitants along the Blackwater and execute Lord Tyrion's plan. As for the location, consult Boron. Tyrion further instructed, there is no need to completely seal the Blackwater, but we must ensure that water can be retained upstream, while also facilitating a potential breach. The Knight of Flowers acted swiftly, assembling the men and departing in Boron's direction. My lord, you do not appear to be a warrior, but rather an exceptional commander. Marjorie's voice chimed in once more. Tyrion responded with a benign smile. My brother is the warrior. Naturally, he is an outstanding one. If I were to marry the king, he would merely be your junior. Marjorie laughed, her laughter as sweet as honey. Ah, roses have their nectar as well. I believe you two are better suited as equals. Together, no one in this realm would stand a chance against you. I beg to differ, Tyrion countered. If my father and Stannis were bound together, we would not be adversaries. The remainder of the journey was filled with laughter. Soon after, a rider approached from ahead, the messenger of Lord Loras. My lords, Sir Loras has sent me to report. The vanguard has reached Stannis' camp. Chapter 43. Stannis, Tyrion, and Galen set forth towards the vanguard where Lord Renly Baratheon awaited. Intending to confer with Stannis, Maester Luwin, however, refused to accompany them, insisting on remaining at the rear to command the troops. Tyrion understood well that the pompous lord was likely apprehensive of Stannis. Lord Renly was also reluctant to expose himself, a warrior by nature. He merely adhered to his oaths and responsibilities. Between Renly's vanguard and Stannis' encampment lay a broad expanse of open ground. Tyrion observed a group of riders braving the rain, and he and Galen hastened their mounts forward. Lord Stannis? Tyrion called out from a distance to the two leading figures. It is the king, came the reply. Stannis was robustly built, his physique solid and imposing, yet his visage was taut, sun-baked skin resembling iron. Despite being under 35, he appeared to be a man of 45. Only a fringe of black hair remained atop his head, resembling a shadowy crown encircling his ears. His beard was trimmed short and neat, casting a blue shadow over his square jaw and the sunken cheekbones. Beneath his thick brows, his eyes resembled two deep wounds, their blue depths akin to a dark ocean. Compared to Renly, he could hardly be deemed handsome. Beside him stood a tall, slender nobleman, his silver-gray hair contrasting with his elegantly pointed beard that framed his noble visage. His breastplate bore an exquisite emblem of a red-gold fox, encircled by a ring of sky-blue flowers. "Lord Stannis, Lord Alistair," Sir Galen announced. "According to formal protocol, one should address the king as your grace," Alistair Florent remarked, as above them the Baratheon banner of the crown stag billowed proudly. Tyrion, observing Stannis' unadorned black armor and woolen cloak, scoffed. "When, my lord, did you ascend to the throne? I do not recall a throne upon Dragonstone. The Iron Throne in King's Landing is occupied by my nephew." "He is a bastard," Stannis replied coldly, his tone devoid of rage. "I am the rightful heir of House Baratheon, the legitimate possessor of the Iron Throne." "Well said, my lord," Tyrion mused inwardly. "But accusations without evidence bear no weight. If I may, you resemble neither King Robert nor Lord Renly. Might I also dub you a bastard?" Stannis narrowed his eyes, causing the knights behind him to erupt in angry shouts. "Beware, demon," Stannis warned. "You are testing my mercy and patience." "Mercy? What mercy?" Tyrion retorted. "A swift blade as you offered to Renly? If you disperse your forces and command the guards of King's Landing to open the gates, I will guarantee your rightful claims," Stannis asserted. "I will hang Jaime Lannister and Cersei Lannister, and their 3 children shall also meet their demise. Lord Tywin will don the black cloak, and you may continue to rule the Westerlands as the heir of Casterly Rock. If you are amenable, my daughter, Shireen Baratheon, could be betrothed to you. I harbor no objections to the hanging of Cersei. As for your daughter, how benevolent of you, my lord." Tyrion chuckled, glancing at the nearby garland. "Lord Stannis nearly sought to eradicate my entire family. It appears our interpretations of the term benevolence diverge slightly. Oh, you commoners, shrouded in ignorance. May the Lord of Light protect you." "Tyrion Lannister," remarked Count Alistair. "Are we here to debate theological theories? My lord, had you informed me in advance, I would have brought a monk along." Tyrion loathed such pious rhetoric. "You have always been enamored with power." Garland could not help but reproach Count Alistair. "Sir Garland, please mind your words," the Count cautioned. "What favor has Stannis granted you, Alistair Florent?" Tyrion inquired. "The defense of the South? You swap deities and kings as casually as I might change my boots. You and the chameleons before me are indistinguishable." He could not display any friendliness towards House Florent in Tyrion's presence. A wave of irate commotion erupted from the lords behind Stannis, causing Tyrion's mount to paw nervously at the ground, exhaling clouds of white vapor. He could see soldiers not far off, their spear tips, armor, and perhaps even crossbows stealthily aimed at him, ready to turn him into a pincushion at a mere command. "Demon, my army will crush you and raze King's Landing," Stannis declared. "Your head will be impaled on a spear alongside those of your fellow Lannisters. Relying on the bannermen of 3 houses will not win a war." Tyrion gestured towards the stag banner of Stannis Baratheon. Beneath the same stag, they had served 3 kings, Robert, Renly, and you. Perhaps it is more fitting to call them the 3 house servants. Several knights urged their steeds closer, the wind over the Blackwater River billowing their rainbow cloaks, a testament to their former allegiance to Renly's Kingsguard. "Here, no one is a chameleon servant, my lord Tyrion. My oath is sworn to the king. And now King Stannis is the rightful lord of the Iron Throne. He is the last bloodline of House Baratheon, the heir of Robert and Renly." The speaker was Brenda and Tully. "As you say, why did the Knights of Flowers not accompany you? Where is Loras Tyrell and Lady Oakheart? Why have those most loyal to Renly chosen not to come?" Tyrion asked with disdain. Sir Garland scoffed even more derisively. "What worth do your oaths possess? Just look at yourself, still clad in that rainbow cloak. Is this not the very cloak you swore to protect His Majesty Renly when he bestowed it upon you? Now he is dead, and you thrive." Tyrion then turned to reprimand another knight, "Good morning," and asked him the same question. "Sir, you are the green cloak, good. Are you not? Are you not a member of the Rainbow Guard? Did you not swear your life to the king? If I possessed that cloak, I would not have the audacity to flaunt it so brazenly." Morgoth seethed with fury. "Succubus, you should consider yourself fortunate that this is a peace negotiation. Otherwise, for your insolent words, I would have severed your tongue. Is that akin to you castrating your own manhood? You dare call yourself a man?" Tyrion guffawed heartily. "Enough," Stannis declared. "Tyrion, the fire of the Lord of Light will turn you to ash." "I could extinguish your feeble fire with a mere stream of urine," Tyrion retorted, turning his horse around and departing with Sir Garland. Chapter 44. The pre-war conference. The relentless downpour ravaged the banks of the Blackwater, heralding the onset of autumn. Inside the command tent of House Tyrell, it was filled with knights. They had been stalled before Stannis' encampment for 3 days, with rain pouring for just as long. Lord Mace Tyrell sat at the head of the table, flanked by Loras Tyrell, with Ser Garland and the Knight of Flowers, Loras, further away. Beside Loras sat Margaery Tyrell. Once again, the gathering was enveloped by roses, which displeased Tyrion as thoughts of Robert Baratheon crossed his mind. Per king. Did he not feel a semblance of helplessness in the face of the multitude of Lannisters within the Red Keep? He stood under the scrutiny of all present, facing a grand table upon which sand and stones depicted a rudimentary terrain, accompanied by intricately carved oak pieces. Ser Loras and Barrows had blocked a narrow river mouth upstream. He held a small wooden stick, quite straight, indicating that this position would take approximately 2 hours to traverse on horseback, roughly the limit for a single steed. Barrows informed him that the river widened threefold upstream. Fourfold, Ser Loras interjected, noting that even villages further afield had been submerged, which he discovered while distributing grain. I still do not believe we should provide them with grain, Mace Tyrell stated. What does it matter if they starve? They will still be compelled to work for us. Yet this could prevent them from betraying us to Stannis, Tyrion countered. Farmers are human too, though they may fear us. It does not mean they will keep our secrets unless they feel gratitude. Margaery nodded. Father, he is a compassionate man. Compassion will not win us the war. Lord Mace retorted, displeasure etched on his face as if his daughter had betrayed him. We need time, until Lord Tywin arrives. God knows how long we must wait. If our supplies run out before we hear from him. Tyrion interjected, Lord Tywin has departed from Harrenhal. I estimate he is moving towards the Westerlands. News from King's Landing indicates my uncle, Stannis, has been defeated by Robb Stark. Now my cousin, Devon, commands the army, but they are merely green recruits. The young wolf is just a boy. Duke Tywin can easily crush him, Mace Tyrell maintained. But time is of the essence, Tyrion replied. My father still possesses a numerical advantage in the north, yet he requires a bit of time. Robb cannot act with impunity in the Westerlands. We shall vanquish Stannis. We are not at a disadvantage in terms of forces, but we must do so before King's Landing falls. Galanter remarked that the upstream had been obstructed, causing a significant drop in the waters of the Blackwater, rendering Stannis' warships unable to navigate the riverway, which was indeed favorable news. However, the adverse outcome was that the receding waters unveiled more mudflats. Lantali reported that Stannis had fortified the exposed riverbank with robust defensive structures and was constructing siege engines. The northern bank's trees were nearly all hewn down. What of the King's Landing? Tyrion inquired. Did they not advance towards the King's Landing? Thanks to your barbarian friends. Stannis' forces cannot penetrate deeply into the King's Landing, Lantali continued. Their scouts cannot extend their reach far. Currently, due to a lack of materials. It had been observed that Stannis was dismantling some small vessels to supplement his timber supply. How is the construction of his fortifications progressing? Tyrion asked. From my perspective, it appears impeccable. Lantali offered an objective and fair assessment. Regardless, Stannis was undeniably a remarkable commander, seasoned and particularly adept at defense. His encampments were constructed with great solidity, facilitating mutual support among the various camps. He extended his hand towards Tyrion, who relinquished his command baton to him. Lantali wielded the wooden stick over the map. Before us lie 2 small fortresses, with encampments behind them, surrounded by formidable walls. He pointed at the sand table, stating, should we attempt a forced assault, reinforcements would promptly arrive from other locations. There existed a total of 7 such encampments, Lantali noted, each capable of supporting the others, making them difficult to breach. 7 is indeed a remarkable number, yet Stannis has forsaken the 7 gods in favor of the Lord of Light. Why then establish 7 military camps? Mysterial sighed. Let us lure them into open ground for a decisive battle. What do you think, my Lord Tyrion? Margaery interjected, though she lacked military understanding. Stannis will not engage in battle, Tyrion replied, his thoughts on warfare always clear. The objective of this campaign was King's Landing, the Iron Throne, and Joffrey's Head. He would not squander efforts on futile skirmishes. Engaging us in open terrain would diminish his chances significantly. Have I provoked his faith, shooting arrows into the camp? He turned to ask Loras. Every day, came the reply. The Knight of Flowers was eager to insult Stannis, yet it bore no fruit, as he remained sequestered. Tyrion drafted several letters, filled with sentiments such as, may the others defile your Lord of Light, and afterward wipe its backside with your tattered red stag banner. Such matters. There was another drawback to his seclusion. Fewer scouts meant a lack of visibility. Perhaps we could counterattack from the city walls. Mysterial seemed to propose a viable strategy. If we broke through to King's Landing and secured ourselves within, would our chances not improve? After all, we possess greater infantry numbers, while Stannis' advantage lies in cavalry, which the walls could mitigate. To breach to King's Landing would exact a greater toll, Gallant remarked, observing Stannis's defenses on the sand table. If his navy could sail into the Blackwater, we would stand no chance whatsoever. Regrettably, Lord Mace's proposal has been vetoed by his son. Amidst the discussions, footsteps could be heard outside, and Balin swiftly entered the tent. Mace intended to reprimand this audacious mercenary for intruding upon their meeting, but Tyrion interjected before he could speak. Balin, have you found him? Indeed, my lord. I have conveyed your instructions to Cobain without a single detail amiss. The pyromancer, Harlan, has directed the ships of King's Landing to sail towards the upper reaches of the Blackwater River, upstream from where we have blocked the waterway. Balin shook off the rain from his attire. I have instructed them to steer the vessels towards our reservoir. It seems everything is in place. A smile blossomed on Tyrion's face. Now they awaited but one final event, the moment Stannis could no longer restrain himself and commence the siege. Ser Garland, Ser Loras. Our sole task during this time is to gather as many small boats and skiffs as we can. Chapter 45, The Battle of the Blackwater, Part 1. Thud, thud, thud. The earth trembled, jolting Tyrion from his slumber. The clanking of chainmail and plate armor echoed as a throng of soldiers hurried about. Yet it was not merely the ground shaking. It felt as though 100 war elephants were charging forth. Tyrion, clad only in a nightshirt and clutching his boots, parted the flaps of the tent to behold soldiers scurrying in every direction. Pod, Tyrion called out, and Podrick hurried towards him. What is it, my lord? What is happening? What are the soldiers doing outside? Tyrion bombarded him with questions. Stannis' army is attacking, my lord, Podrick replied, pointing into the distance. Following the direction of Podrick's arm, Tyrion gazed towards the distant shores of King's Landing, where the precarious tips of siege towers and the siege engines could be seen. Stannis' soldiers moved like ants, crawling, gathering, and dispersing. These immense contraptions rumbled across the ground, creating the very noise that had roused him from his dreams. Blast it, Pod. What are you doing? Why did you not come to rouse me? Tyrion exclaimed, leaning against a tent pole, one hand gripping his boot. Lord Mace commanded that you not be disturbed during your rest, Podrick replied meekly, asserting that the battle outside would fall under his command. May the gods grant you a moment of clarity. Tyrion stomped his foot. You are my squire, not a mere inflatable fish. Remember that. He then dashed towards the command tent. Mace Tyrell sat within the command tent, leisurely enjoying his breakfast, attacking a fried egg with knife and fork. He did not cease chewing as Tyrion burst in. Ah, Tyrion, come sit and join me for breakfast, he beckoned to the steward, gesturing for a cup of milk to be filled for the esteemed guest of House Lannister. My lord Mace, Tyrion panted, Stannis has already commenced his actions. Have we made any preparations? Brando, Tarly, and Garland have already set out, Mace Tyrell replied. Brando, as I instructed, is leading the elite infantry across the river to the northern shore, while Garland and Loras are leading the cavalry to assault the base of the walls on the southern shore. And what of the dam? Tyrion inquired. Has anyone been sent to release the waters? To ready the warships? Well, Lord Tyrion finally vanquished that fried egg. He wiped his mouth, noting that Stannis had yet to commence the siege. I plan to inform them just as the confrontation commenced. Good heavens. Tyrion nearly uttered an expletive. My dear lord. The river flows downwards at its own pace. By the time the siege begins, it will be too late. Podrick, he shouted, turning to leave, leaving Maester Tiller blushing and dumbfounded within the great tent. Podrick, the mercenary had not strayed far, sharpening his sword by his horse, just as he had done in the Moonlight Mountains. Podrick, what troubles you, my lord? Go upstream and notify of the breach, Tyrion urged. Now, as you command, my lord. Podrick sheathed his sword, mounted his horse. Shall I return immediately after releasing the water? No, no horse can outrun the river. You shall return by boat. Then, Tyrion found Ser Lancel Tarly by the riverbank, the fearless warrior directing soldiers to cross the river. He personally selected 6,000 elite infantry, their equipment piled upon the small boats. Tyrion gazed across the bank, where approximately 2,000 had already crossed, donning their armor. My lord, did you sleep soundly? Lancel, clad in chainmail and plate armor, with weapons piled on the little vessel, remarked. While you slumbered, my soldiers prepared to cross the river, and we shall take the majority of the heavy armor, for those on the boats need only leather armor. He was a seasoned warrior, well-versed in naval combat. Tyrion mused that only in battle upon the riverbank did heavy armor become necessary. Lancel's command was indeed prudent. Where do you intend to engage? Count Lancel inquired. Do you plan to cross with me? I suspect you would prefer to observe the carnage from the boat. Tyrion nodded, seeking the cavalry forces of Garland and Loras. The mainstay of House Tyrell gathered at a distance from the riverbank. The banner of the Golden rose upon a green field fluttered high in the front lines, symbolizing the family's prosperity and glory. instilling courage and faith in every soldier's heart. Beneath the banner stood the most elite knights and infantry of the house. Clad in uniform armor and wielding sharp weapons, arranged with precision, resembling a sea of steel, awaiting their commander's orders. Garland, Tyrion called Loras. Sir Garland, fully armored, rode forth. His sigil depicting 2 golden roses upon a verdant field, signifying his status as the second son. The armor of the Knights of Flowers was even more resplendent. The intricately carved breastplate adorned with countless flowers, making him the most striking among knights. My lord Tyrion, Garland dismounted. Will you charge with the cavalry? No, Tyrion succinctly declined. But I shall entrust my cavalry to your command. Please send for them. Thank you, my lord. Your kindness and foresight are commendable. Garland expressed gratitude. Most of our infantry equipment has been allocated to Count Tarly. We can now muster fewer than 10,000 infantry to accompany the cavalry. That shall suffice. The remaining soldiers can wield wooden shields and fight from the boats. Tyrion remarked that even a peasant armed with a pitchfork could slay a knight aboard a ship. Moreover, the golden cloak is also yours. My lord Tyrion, I am immensely grateful. Garland felt a deep appreciation at the unexpected delegation of Tyrion's guards to his command. You shall fight beneath the city walls. With the support of the golden cloaks, the garrison above will trust you, thus preventing friendly fire. Tyrion explained, Is this your armor? Indeed, my lord, Garland replied, though it pales in comparison to my brother's, it is rather unremarkable. However, my martial prowess shall not be lacking. I can only best my brother in the use of the spear. He is an exceptional swordsman. Loras, mounted upon his steed, interjected, Forgive me, my lord. But my armor is tightly secured, and I do not wish to dismount for pleasantries. No matter, I completely understand, Tyrion responded. However, I have an excellent notion I wish to discuss with Sir Garland. Please proceed. Might the body of Lord Renly be returned? It remains with the army, Loras Tyrell stated. I will not leave his corpse beneath the weeping walls of Storm's End. It shall be properly safeguarded, a testament to my triumph over Stannis. And what of Renly's armor? It remains, Garland confirmed. Sir Garland, if I recall correctly, your physique resembles that of Lord Renly, Tyrion suggested. Might you don Lord Renly's armor and charge into battle? Chapter 46. The Battle of Blackwater, Part 2. The vast majority of soldiers awaited at a distance from the riverbank. They remained oblivious to what would transpire. Merely clutching their spears and wooden shields, clad in rudimentary leather or padded armor, huddled in small groups by the water's edge. The commander assured them they would not be sent to their deaths as mere fodder, yet their lingering doubts persisted. They whispered among themselves, casting glances at the lord mounted behind them, Tyrion Lannister. Were it not for Tyrion standing there, the ill-informed and ill-equipped army would likely have seen deserters. As time passed, the sun did not rise. Instead, it remained shrouded in thick fog. Before them, the Blackwater River flowed with but a thin veneer. Despite the recent torrential rains that had failed to swell its waters, creating an eerie atmosphere, gradually, a rumbling sound echoed from afar. The soldiers turned to behold its source. Yet no lightning cleaved the sky. The sound did not originate from above, but from below. The river before them suddenly grew murky, and then the water level surged rapidly, its current accelerating to a tumultuous rush, igniting a wave of agitation among the soldiers. Those in the front sought to retreat hastily, while those behind struggled to evade the ensuing chaos, pushing against one another. Steady, Tyrion bellowed from his mount. Do not panic. The river surged forth like an enraged beast, bearing an unstoppable force, cascading from the distant and shadowy forest. In that moment, the once tranquil riverbank erupted into a cacophony, as if the Seven were sounding the war horn against the realm of Lawler. Tyrion gazed towards King's Landing. The spire of the siege tower had vanished from sight, obscured either by the thick fog or perhaps swept away entirely. The river grew ever deeper and swifter, as the grand ship of King S. Landing glided down from the upper reaches, emerging through the thick fog like a colossal specter, approaching the soldiers. It gradually came to a halt. Why were there no torches lit on the ship? Soldiers murmured to one another. Of course, we cannot light torches, Tyrion thought to himself. Dismounting as Podrick steadied him to prevent a fall, the soldiers parted to create a passage, and Tyrion stepped into the river, allowing the frigid water to seep into his boots. At that moment, a gangplank was lowered from the ship, and he grasped the rope, climbing upwards. As he neared the deck, Bronn extended his hand and pulled him up. Shall I fetch you some dry boots, my lord? Bronn inquired, gesturing to Tyrion's sodden feet. Tyrion shook his head. Where are the small boats? In accordance with your instructions, they are lashed together with coarse hemp rope at the ship's stern, came the reply. Let the soldiers board, Tyrion commanded, moving to the bow, where he seemed to hear the sound of a horn resonating through the mist. The bow was laden with wooden barrels. There were at least 100, merely from this single vessel, while the entire fleet held countless more. Upon opening a barrel, He discovered it filled with sand. Brushing away the top layer revealed rows of jars nestled within. Wildfire. A highly flammable liquid capable of burning for an extended duration. Once ignited, it would consume all in its path. It could seep into fabric, wood, leather, and even steel, igniting them all. Remarkably, wildfire could burn even while floating on water. This was the weapon provided by the pyromancer, Helene. The creation of wildfire was a lengthy and perilous process known only to the Alchemist's Guild, which claimed that magic was integral to its manufacture. Untie the ropes at the stern and let the ship set sail, Tyrion instructed. We must scatter wildfire at the river's mouth to prevent Stannis' fleet from advancing. The soldiers in the small boats will then clear the battlefield behind us. Before long, the grand vessel was once again underway. The cries of battle echoed from both banks of the Blackwater River, sounding akin to the whispers of ancient gods, stimulating Tyrion's eardrums. The battlefield was hardly a source of excitement. He would much prefer to be comfortably seated in the great tent, engaging in a war of wits with the noble ladies throughout the day. Yet, his thoughts drifted to Marjorie. He had not seen her that morning, when she would have bestowed upon him her blessing before he ventured into battle. But where was she? Not even at Highgarden with Loras and Garland had he caught a glimpse of the rose. Could it be that she feared being seen by the soldiers, lest rumors circulate? My lord, we are nearing King's Landing, Bronn reminded him. Tyrion hurried to the starboard side. A few siege ladders were forlornly propped against the walls. Yet no soldiers were climbing them. The defenders atop the walls, both in crimson and gold, were unmistakably Lannister soldiers clad in their golden robes. He leaned out, yearning to glimpse the base of the wall, but was abruptly yanked back by Bronn, who had somehow managed to affix a helmet upon Tyrion's head. My lord, do you wish to court death? The mercenary exclaimed, pulling him away from the railing. One arrow is all it takes to pierce your skull? And who would support me in my old age? In what circumstances do we find ourselves? Tyrion is preoccupied with the state of the battle. Stannis' soldiers are nearing extinction. Boros remarks that when the deluge arrives, fully armored knights and infantry will sink to the riverbed, becoming fodder for the rain. Some nimble foot soldiers attempt to approach the city walls, distancing themselves from the rising waters, yet they are met with the crushing force of stones hurled from above. Are there no survivors? Indeed, Boros replies. The remaining soldiers, upon sighting the forces of House Tyrell, are struck with terror, particularly by the figure adorned with the antlered helm. Wherever he treads, Stannis' men abandon their weapons and surrender. And what of the port side? Tyrion inquires, referring to the northern bank where Lord Renly's army is sweeping through. The bald duke is merciless. Boros is unaware of the name of the Earl of Blackwood, but ordinary soldiers and low-born nobles are executed on the spot, while heavy infantry rampage under his command, displaying a savagery surpassing any knights I have witnessed. Some fortunate souls, neither drowned nor crushed, flee into the woods. There, they will encounter Tyrion, Shagga, and Kybra. Tyrion remarks that this is a fate worse than death. Regardless, Stannis' land army is utterly vanquished, Boros concludes. Indeed, it is annihilated. Tyrion concurs, yet this is merely half of Stannis' forces. He still possesses his navy. The ships are gradually slowing. It appears we are approaching our destination. Boros removes his helm. The river is tumultuous, making it difficult for Stannis' fleet to enter the river mouth. A cluster of warships is amassed, with those who have fallen overboard swimming towards their last hope. Halt! Tyrion shouts as the vessel shudders violently, causing him to lurch forward. Stannis' warships align in the thick fog, resembling a desperate bastion. He raises a jar and, with great force, hurls it from the bow, upon striking the water. The jar shatters, releasing a verdant liquid that spreads across the surface, drifting towards the mouth of the river. Boros, once they are all cast away, ignite them, Tyrion commands. I shall use the water to engulf his soldiers and the fire to incinerate his ships. Burn them, let them be consumed by flames. Chapter 47. The end of the conflict. The wildfire at the mouth of the Blackwater continued to blaze until dusk, showing no signs of abating. Tyrion's eyes were stung by the flames, misty with tears. Do green eyes fear the green light as well? Boros, appearing from nowhere, queries. What is the state of the battle along the riverbank? Tyrion inquires, rubbing his eyes. Essentially, it is concluded, Boros states. All the living have been captured, leaving only the bodies yet to be recovered. If you wish to disembark, now is the opportune moment. As Tyrion descends the gangplank, he is met with a cacophony of cheers rising from below. It is Lord Tyrion, the Lion of Lannister, clad in golden robes. Soldiers of House Lannister and House Tyrell lean against the shore, continuously exulting, their spears thrusting upward and their battle standards fluttering. With a splash, Tyrion's foot enters the river, no longer frigid but surprisingly warm. My lord, please be cautious, do not wet your boots, a knight calls from the bank, flattering the nobility. It matters not that my boots are soaked. Tyrion wades through the water towards the shore, where he can dry off beside Stannis's burning warship shortly. The soldiers erupt into a chorus of laughter. Tyrion waves his hand, and they part to grant him passage. At the base of the city walls, a line of captives crouches, stripped of their garments. Nearby, an array of armor, weapons, and battle banners lies heaped. How many prisoners have we taken? Tyrion inquires, turning to Boron, who has followed him. Are they knights or mere soldiers? Speak up. We've captured over 4,000 soldiers, Boron replies. Approximately 300 nobles and knights, and more than 500 horses. This is the current tally, but Earl Lando remains across the river, and the waters are still treacherous. Take care of things out here. I must enter the city, Tyrion declares. Just then, Podrick descends from the gangway, struggling to run through the water toward the shore. Pod, bring me a horse. Tyrion mounts up, selecting 7 or 8 knights to accompany him through the muddy gate into King's Landing. The soldiers on the walls and the citizens lining the streets cheer incessantly, their shouts ringing in his ears, leaving him momentarily dizzy. From the heights of the buildings along the road, flowers rain down incessantly. Tyrion is astonished. Even those who suffer hunger can do without food, but not without the flattering blooms. At the entrance to the Red Keep, soldiers crowd the area, their banners a sea of green. Without orders, no one is permitted to enter or exit the Red Keep. A soldier calls out, "What?" Tyrion frowns. "Do you know who I am?" "I do not care. I hate only Lord Tyrion." A figure emerges from within, clanging in armor, cradling a gleaming stag helmet, none other than Ser Garland. "You fool." He kicks the soldier aside. "This is the hand of the king. Pray do not take offense, my Lord Tyrion. He's merely an inexperienced foot soldier," Ser Garland assures him, helping Tyrion dismount. "Hurry inside. Father, Loras, and Marjorie await you in the Great Hall." Inside the throne room of the Red Keep, only a handful of people are present. His sister holds her beloved nephew upon the Iron Throne, while Mace Tyrell, Loras Tyrell, and Marjorie stand at the foot of the steps. A few others linger behind them, but he can no longer discern their faces, his head pounding fiercely. "Ah, my Lord Tyrion," Mace Tyrell exclaims with a hearty laugh. "Thanks to your aid, we have achieved today's victory. Your Majesty, allow me to speak candidly. During my command, Lord Tyrion provided me with substantial support." Tyrion feels a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body swaying slightly. Ser Garland hastily steadies him, while Lancel brings a chair for him to sit. "Ah, cousin." Tyrion gazes at him. "Are you injured?" "I was struck by an arrow, lodged in my breastplate." Lancel gestures to his chest. "Thanks to your grace, my lord. I bear no other wounds." "And Jesslyn Bywater, your commander? He has fallen. May the gods bless him. There is no time for mourning. You shall assume command. And Boron will serve as your deputy." Tyrion declared. "Go, head to the Mudgate at once, assemble the troops, and prepare the defenses. I am the king." Joffrey shouted from the Iron Throne, his dissatisfaction palpable. "Only I possess the authority to appoint the commander of the city guard." Cersei discreetly tugged at his sleeve. "It was I who triumphed in the war," Tyrion retorted. "Pod, assist me back to the Hand's Tower." He disregarded Lord Mace's flushed face as he prattled on to Joffrey about his daughter, ignoring the sycophantic nobles who had survived. All he desired was a moment's respite. By the gods, the steps of the Hand's Tower had never felt so interminable. Inside the study awaited Coburn, and Pod helped Tyrion to a seat behind the desk before stepping outside. "Welcome back, my lord," Coburn bowed. "I trust the campaign fared well." "Do you see my face? Is it terribly red?" Tyrion inquired. "It appears to be singed by wildfire," Coburn observed without a thorough examination, well aware that the flames of wildfire could indeed scorch. "You must have been too close. Some may even develop blisters." "Is it treatable?" Tyrion asked, "or at least manageable?" "I recommend a good night's sleep, my lord," Coburn replied with a smile. "It is nothing serious, nor will there be any lasting effects. Rest is all that is required. If you find sleep elusive, I can prepare a cup of herbal milk." "No need," Tyrion responded. "How is the Stark girl faring?" "She has been sheltered in the Hand's Tower bedroom, accompanied by your maid. She is unharmed," Coburn assured. "And my father?" "He withdrew from Harrenhal 3 days past. He should be returning within a day or two," Coburn informed. "Lord Hightower seems to hold a disfavor towards me, yet I managed to glimpse his correspondence. Thanks to you all." "Thank you, Coburn. You may select from the prisoners outside." "Ah, except for the nobles." "Thank you, my lord." Coburn rose and bowed, wishing him a pleasant sleep, uncertain of how long he had been asleep in the study. A knock at the door roused Tyrion. "My lord, Lord Tyrion," a woman's voice called, lowered to avoid detection. "Shay?" Tyrion muttered, massaging his temples as he stumbled upon the carpet of the study. Upon opening the door, he was met by Marjorie Tyrell, holding a candlestick. "What is it, my lady?" Tyrion asked, somewhat taken aback by her presence at such a late hour. Marjorie did not wait for his reply. She slipped into the study and turned to secure the door. By the flickering candlelight, he noticed her eyes were red, likely from recent tears. "My lord, my father intends to betroth me to King Joffrey," Margaery Tyrell spoke with a quavering voice. "I am unwilling to comply. I require your assistance." "My assistance?" Tyrion was momentarily bewildered. The narrative had unfolded too swiftly. "What can I do to aid you?" "I do not wish to marry Joffrey Baratheon." Margaery placed the candlestick on the desk. "That is my father's desire, yet I long to be the lady of Casterly Rock." She extinguished the candle. No one can hinder the arrival of night. Chapter 48, The Betrothal. "So, you have been sleeping here for 2 days?" Tywin Lannister inquired from behind his desk. Tyrion sat across from his father, massaging his temples while reminiscing about that sweet night. However, he later dreamt he had transformed into a green-eyed raven, witnessing Robb Stark wed beneath the heart tree. Then he morphed into a purple-eyed raven, observing the queen stepping into the flames, subsequently cradling 3 dragons, reborn from the fire. It appears that the peculiar sorcery of Shireen was merely the key. The door has been opened, so feel free to proceed. Cersei sat beside him, her body slightly angled away from her brother. "I do apologize. I must have triumphed over Stannis and should have pressed the advantage to seize Dragonstone. Am I not right?" Tyrion remarked. "You actually bested him?" Cersei scoffed. "The Baratheons always manage to produce the most unexpected outcomes, just as Robert managed to slay Rhaegar." "Your brother is a war hero," Tywin asserted, "having delivered justice and brought honor to the family, deserving of respect." "Did you hear that, sister?" Tyrion taunted. "I advise you to heed Father's commands. A woman of your ilk has no place at the table." "Silence." Tywin Lannister rapped the table. "Tyrion, you have done well, winning the war and securing a betrothal. I am here today to discuss this very engagement." Tyrion puffed out his chest and cleared his throat, ready to wed Margaery Tyrell. "The betrothal between Joffrey and Sansa Stark has been annulled," Tywin announced. "He will marry Margaery Tyrell and make her queen." "What?" Tyrion nearly toppled from his chair, and Cersei could not contain her laughter at his comical expression. "My dear brother, he still fancies himself a heartthrob. Lord Mace Tyrell deems you presumptuous and lacking in decorum." Insisting that Margaery be made queen, Tywin stated, "The wishes of the Highgarden Rose count for little. Should Lord Mace desire a king, then we shall provide him one." "You are an arrogant wastrel. Lord Mace speaks the truth," Cersei mocked mercilessly. "They seek a king, and your lineage pales in comparison to young Joffrey." "But the Lannister bloodline is unmatched," Tywin countered sternly, "and there is no need for despondency. You have another fortunate match." He raised the letter in his hand. "Prince Doran is exceedingly pleased with the betrothal to Myrcella and has provided another contract." He extended the letter to his son, but Tyrion did not take it. "You shall wed Arianne Martell." "Ha." Cersei laughed uncontrollably. "My dear brother is to marry a Dornish harlot." Tyrion remained silent, imagining delivering a solid punch to his sister's face, just as Robert would have. Naturally, the inflated visage of Lord Mace would also deserve a blow. Observing Tyrion's silence, Tywin turned to his daughter. "You two are to be wed." The words came so unexpectedly that Cersei was momentarily stunned, her face flushing as though she had been struck. "No, I do not wish to remarry, absolutely not. Each additional day you remain a widow provides Stannis with another opportunity to slander," my lord father advised his daughter. "You must acquire a new husband and bear new offspring. 3 children are quite enough. I am the queen regent of the 7 kingdoms, not merely a broodmare. I should have the autonomy to decide for myself." Cersei swiftly departed the chamber, her ire palpable. She felt powerless against her father, a fact previously demonstrated during her marriage to Robert. "Should I say something?" "Forgive me, father, but it is actually my brother whom my sister desires to wed. I shall not marry Arianne Martell." "As soon as my sister departs," Tyrion spoke slowly, "I recall you once mentioned such a betrothal in my childhood, though it was rejected by Prince Doran. At that time, Arianne Martell was to be promised to Viserys Targaryen." Father asserted, "Now that Viserys Targaryen is deceased, the betrothal is rendered void. I shall only accept Margaery." Tyrion stated gravely, "Otherwise, I would prefer to remain single." "Very well, my second son is to become a Kingsguard. Lord Mace desires a king, and Prince Doran has specifically named you. Moreover, Joffrey and Margaery are of similar age, whilst you and Arianne are of the same generation." Tywin's tone began to brim with anger. "What? Do you intend to offend both Highgarden and Dorne simultaneously?" "The betrothal of children is determined by their parents." Tywin fixed a long, scrutinizing gaze upon his son, then abruptly inquired, "Have you lain with Margaery?" "I have not," Tyrion vehemently denied. "Ah. The air in this room reeks of deceit. My lord Tywin, you are my son, and you presume you can deceive me with lies?" Tyrion fell silent. "Tell me, Tyrion, when you were with her, did your sword taste blood?" "What?" "I inquire whether Margaery Tyrell is still a maiden." Tywin's voice rose in fury. By the gods above. How have you transformed from a dandy into a clumsy boy? I was quite fatigued, and the room was dark. I did not pay attention on the carpet. The foolish son, Tywin remarked. Septa examined Marjorie Tyrell, asserting that she has been deflowered, yet she maintains it occurred while practicing riding, which could have served as an excuse to prevent Tyrell from entering the Red Keep. You foolish boy, you have been played as a pawn by the Roses. They have calculated perfectly. If it were due to you, this matter would be difficult for me to articulate. Now Joffrey has no reason not to marry her. And Tyrell will also be a member of the small council. Tywin ground his teeth. It is precisely because they do not wish to marry their daughter to you that they allowed their daughter to share your bed. You have lost your senses. Believing that the Roses of Highgarden are akin to the daughters of the knights you previously trifled with. Tywin paced angrily within the chamber. You covet her beauty? I seek the support of the Reach. Tyrion chose to speak the truth. We are Lannisters. Tywin suppressed his fury. The lion does not feast on grass. You desire the backing of your maternal house. Very well, marry Aerion Martell and mend the relationship between the Martells and the Lannisters. Is Dorne not as affluent as Highgarden? Tywin let out a cold laugh, remarking that the gold of Casterly Rock was inexhaustible, and yet, you dare to mention Tyrell, merely the steward of a family of gardeners. A mere Florent could take away nearly half of his forces, not to mention the formidable Redwine and Hightower families. Have you lost your senses to consider Highgarden as a coveted prize? Dorne may not be as affluent as Highgarden, yet the Martell family holds the title of prince. Even the conqueror Aegon could not compel them to kneel. In Dorne, the Martell family commands respect. Tywin glared at his son, demanding whether he desired a third of Highgarden or the entirety of Dorne. Tyrion remained silent, yet his father discerned his wavering resolve. In Dorne, women possess the right of inheritance. Arianne is the primary heir to Sunspear. Tywin continued, and Arianne is both voluptuous and strikingly beautiful, undoubtedly to your taste. Yet I am not the heir to Casterly Rock. Tyrion finally spoke. Huh, you cunning little imp. Are you now in league with Peter Baelish? Tywin scoffed. Marry Aerion Martell, and I shall declare you the heir to Casterly Rock. It's a deal. Tyrion readily agreed, rising to depart. Hold on. You must find a way for Joffrey to become acquainted beforehand, Tywin insisted. I do not wish for the king to be belittled by a queen who has tasted the pleasures of life. Seek a merchant's daughter or one from a minor noble house. Cost is of no concern. Just ensure she is of good repute. And maintain confidentiality. I still need to reside in the Prime Minister's tower. No problem, but Tywin added, think carefully before you disrobe next time. Tyrion nodded, recognizing the necessity of a conversation with the Rose to discern who was deceiving whom. He did not trust his father, at least in another timeline. He had been lied to by Tisha. If it was indeed Tyrell, then the Lannisters must repay their debts. Chapter 49. Varys, my lord. You actually found time to visit me? Varys sat in a chair beside his desk, facing Tyrion. The spymaster's abode was located beneath the northern wall, small and cramped, consisting of merely 3 compact, windowless rooms. While he had time to spare, space was another matter entirely. The bedroom was no larger than a coffin. Tyrion could only sit upon the bed, which felt as if it were made of stone. My lord, my back pains torment me relentlessly. I must sleep on something firm. I assumed you were one to indulge in feather beds. How astonishing. How could you misjudge me so? Are you angry with me? How could I be? Why would I harbor such feelings? I trust you as I would a brother of different parents, Tyrion replied. Is it because you did not visit me after the war? And by the gods, your flask contains nothing but water. Alas, my esteemed lord, I had my reasons for hiding away after the Battle of Blackwater. My circumstances are rather delicate, Varys shrugged. I imagine throngs of sycophants have been eager to curry your favor. My accomplishments have been appropriated by Mace Tyrell. Tyrion expressed his dissatisfaction. How amusing. What merit does the Duke of Highgarden possess? Varys' smile was replete with sycophantic charm. And the Battle of Blackwater was dubbed the Lannisters' inundation of 7 armies. Indeed, your single act of urination swept away Stannis' 7 camps. There are whispers abroad that you are the reincarnation of the Flood God. The rustic rumors suggest that the Flood God is akin to the God of the sea. I merely commanded a river, nothing more. Tyrion remarked, what? Not only the Mad King, but must Greyjoy also insinuate himself into my bloodline? Do not be incensed, my lord. Varys chuckled. I understand that for a pure-hearted young master, parting is a painful affair. There exists a proverb that asserts if love is tainted with calculations unrelated to its essence, it ceases to be true love. You are well versed in many things. Tyrion scoffed. Then by all means, enlighten me. In what regard? Varys inquired with a smile. Concerning your esteemed father, Lord Tywin? Or the noble Lord Mace of the Reach? Or perhaps the lovely Lady Marjorie? No, the Queen? I am eager to hear all of it. That may not do, my lord, Varys chuckled. Such would place you in my debt. And what of being in your debt? Tyrion retorted. A Lannister always pays his debts. Ah, my lord, Varys smiled. Where shall I begin? Lady Margaery Tyrell wept the entire night. What a grievous blow for the poor Rose of Highgarden. Tyrion felt a tightening in his heart. The maiden devoted to love, sacrificing herself to avenge her betrothed's honor. Varys continued, what a heartrending tale, may you grant her solace. Of course, one cannot wrestle with fate. Even if Lady Margaery had 100 reservations, Lord Mace was resolute in betrothing his daughter to the king. Undoubtedly, the Duke of Casterly Rock is of unparalleled esteem. Yet still, he pales in comparison to the king. Are you suggesting that Lord Mace holds me in low regard? Tyrion felt a pang of displeasure. The Duke of Highgarden is indeed noble and possesses high standards, Varys remarked. But believe me, my lord, half the maidens in the 7 kingdoms long to share your bed. I would almost wish to bear a daughter for you. Does that imply that Prince Doran holds me in esteem? Tyrion inquired. Ah, Dorne, Varys chuckled. Dear lord. Surely you refer to Prince Doran's betrothal? Tyrion nodded. Obara Martell, the cherished jewel of Prince Doran, Varys whispered. Of course, my lord. I know what you are eager to inquire. Her beauty is renowned and rivals that of Margaery Tyrell. However, in terms of temperament, it is said that the cuisine of Dorne renders its men fiery and its women wild and unrestrained. Spicy peppers and exotic spices ignite their blood, leaving them uncontrollable. In Dorne, such traits are not deemed flaws. Customs vary greatly from region to region, Tyrion observed. I have heard that in Dorne, daughters enjoy equal rights of inheritance as sons? Indeed, that is the case, the eunuch replied. However, believe me, Prince Doran favors his sons over his daughters. Should you attempt to exert influence over Dorne through his daughter, you may find yourself sorely disappointed. Indeed, it is rather disappointing. Tyrion sighed, expressing his belief that Prince Daeron would take a liking to him. Not necessarily, Varys replied with a smile. Lady Alysanne may view you as a mere instrument wielded by Prince Daeron to usurp her claim to the throne. However, my purpose in coming here is not related to Dorne, Tyrion stated. I require your assistance with a matter. Do speak freely, my lord, Varys encouraged. I seek 2 young ladies. One should preferably be a maiden of unblemished lineage, perhaps the daughter of a merchant or a landed knight, Tyrion articulated. As for the other, she should be experienced and alluring, capable of providing some preliminary entertainment, I presume to aid our king in acquiring certain knowledge. Varys chuckled. That poses quite the challenge. My lord, you are aware that I am a eunuch. Should such matters not be entrusted to Lord Baelish? He has ample brothels in King's Landing. Hasn't Lord Baelish been dispatched by me? He has returned to King's Landing? Tyrion inquired, astonished. Has he not come to see me? Ah, my lord, Varys responded. He approached your father to seek Harrenhal. The Lannisters must repay their debts. Even if he were to return, I would refrain from seeking him. Tyrion remarked. Secrets are openly priced at Littlefinger's establishment, whereas you are adept at safeguarding them. Varys' smile widened, and Tyrion sensed his sincerity. My lord, you possess great understanding. Were I the Duke of Highgarden, I would willingly offer not only my daughter, but even my mother to you, Varys said, and I happen to have a suitable candidate. A merchant ship from Pentos is currently docked at the port of King's Landing. Following Stannis' defeat, these Essos traders have flooded in. The captain, accompanied by his daughters, his daughters are wandering about King's Landing, makes it a point to bring them each time he arrives, Varys explained. I assure you, these daughters are exceptionally beautiful, exuding an exotic charm, and they are all maidens. Their father, the ship's captain, hopes to marry them off to knights, though Pentos is not without its knights. Their conditions under the peace treaty with Bravos leave much to be desired. Allow me to speak with him. He would be most agreeable to letting one of his daughters experience the king's grandeur. Of course, the fee must be appropriate. Money is of no concern, Tyrion replied. That simplifies matters, Varys continued. A new bed's lay from Lys has recently arrived at Littlefinger's brothel, originally intended to train the young ladies and enhance customer satisfaction. You are familiar with Lys, I presume? It thrives on the slave trade, with the number of slaves outnumbering free citizens 3 to 1. Renowned for its bed slaves and courtesans who produce beautiful young boys and lovely female slaves. I am aware, Tyrion nodded. I can summon her, of course, ensuring that Littlefinger remains oblivious. My lord, came the voice of Podrick from outside the eunuch's quarters. My lord. Very well, Lord Varys, let us proceed as you suggest. Money is no issue. Have it delivered to the king's quarters tonight. I trust you can manage the arrangements. Tyrion stood, declaring that their meeting must conclude for today. Forgive me, but I cannot extend my farewells. Varys rose and bowed. The sunlight outside stung Tyrion's eyes. What is it, Pod? Tyrion inquired while rubbing his eyes. My lord, the maid Shireen sent me to find you. Lady Sansa has been summoned. By whom? A noblewoman named Olenna. In the 50th chapter, Sweet Misunderstanding. The Duke of Tyrell and his entourage resided in the elongated slate-roofed fortress behind the Royal September, a place known as Maiden's Rest. Here, the blessed King Baelor of the former dynasty had imprisoned his sisters, believing that their absence would shield him from the temptations of lust. What nonsense, Tyrion mused. Before the intricately carved wooden doors stood 2 guards adorned in gilded half-helmets and green cloaks trimmed with gold thread, each displaying the golden rose of House Tyrell on their chests. Towering at 7 feet, they possessed broad shoulders and lean waists, their physiques sculpted from muscle. 2 of you, Tyrion stated, please announce my visit. I am Tyrion Lannister. Thus, he easily gained access to the banquet hall, where the name Lannister served as his ticket, and the renown gained from the Battle of Blackwater facilitated his passage. The room was filled with women. Lady Allery, the Duke's tall and imposing wife, wore her long silver braid adorned with jeweled rings. Lady Lyanna, possessing striking bright eyes, was also a member of House Tyrell, married to Ser Garland. Countless other women, each distinct, shared one commonality. The moment Tyrion entered, they were captivated. He strode directly to the central table, where an elderly woman with white hair, surrounded by Marjorie and Sansa, sat. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Olenna. Ah, the charming rogue, the old woman replied, emanating the fragrance of rose perfume. She raised a hand, appearing diminutive. Why do they call her the Queen of Thorns? You are so kind to join me and my flock of foolish hens for dinner. Tyrion kissed the back of her hand. It was remiss of me not to come in person, my lady. I beseech your forgiveness. Lady Sansa's safety is paramount to my brother's well-being. She ought to be accompanied whenever she departs the Red Keep, though it may be somewhat inappropriate to have a knight present at such an event. Haha, I had intended to invite the king, Lady Olenna said. But allowing a mother and her unwed daughter to meet beforehand might create distance. Your presence as an uncle is most fitting. My apologies, my lady, Sansa interjected, rising. I should have sought your permission first. Unnecessary, Tyrion replied. You are not my wife. There is no need for permission in every matter. Well said. Lady Olenna clapped her hands. Marjorie needn't seek the king's permission for her actions, correct? Allery, fetch a chair for our lord. As Tyrion sat down, he noticed a flicker of unease cross Marjorie's face. My dear heart always manages to enchant the king, Lady Olenna remarked, her toothless grin revealing her age, first Renly, then Joffrey. Loras Tyrell is undeniably handsome, remarked Tyrion. Joffrey, on the other hand, boasts a noble lineage. The old woman scoffed. Indeed, he is grand and charming. And he bathes with great care. He knows how to adorn himself, how to smile, how to bathe, leading him to the conclusion that he ought to be king. Undoubtedly. The Baratheon family has always harbored some absurd notions, which I believe are inherited from their Targaryen bloodline. She sniffed. They once sought to marry me to a Targaryen, but I would not comply. As for King Joffrey, by the gods, the common folk claim that the food distributed by the king leaves them unable to relieve themselves. You and your kin seem quite fond of him, do you not? Tyrion wished to laugh. Mace? My dear son, sometimes I wish I were a simple countrywoman, so I could wield a wooden spoon to knock sense into that thick skull of his. Mother, Lady Ellen complained. Silence, Ellen, refrain from that tone. And do not call me mother. Had I given birth to you, I would surely remember. In any case, I did not speak of you, merely reprimanding my son, the dullard Duke of Highgarden. The old woman turned back to Tyrion. That is rebellion. I warned him. Robert has 2 sons. Loras has an elder brother. How could he aspire to that ghastly Iron Throne? TSK, my son tells me you do not wish for your darling to become queen? Your Lannister family has long served as kings, just as the Arryns and Starks have. Only the Tyrells were mere stewards before the Dragon King Aegon scorched the rightful rulers of the Reach in the War of Fire. To speak plainly, as the detestable Florent family often laments, our claim to Highgarden is indeed somewhat tenuous. This is why my son, such a simpleton, envisions a future where his grandson occupies the Iron Throne, which inflates his ego. The Tyrell bloodline traces back to the Greenhand Garth, Tyrion remarked. The Queen of Thorns dismissed this notion. What of it? The Florents, the Rowan family, and half the southern nobility are the same. It is said Garth was skilled in husbandry, fostering prosperity, but in my view, he employed more than just his hands for sewing. As for your father, Lord Tywin, and my foolish son seem to be of a similar mindset. Sweetheart, take Lady Sansa for a stroll. I wish to speak privately with the handsome Lord of Shadows. Very well, grandmother. Marjorie rose, circled around Tyrion, took Sansa's hand, and said, Come, my lady, let us take a walk. Sansa glanced at Tyrion, who nodded. Go on. My lady, be a lady. I must say, you do appear exceptionally handsome, not to mention your victory over Stannis. The Queen of Thorns observed the ladies retreating. My son wishes to claim the victory as his own. Only a fool would believe such a claim. Were it I would surely betroth my granddaughter to you. From Lannisport to Highgarden, The coastal road is like one's own corridor. My lady, I did not come to complain, Tyrion explained. This is not a lamentation, but a rightful appeal. At the tender age of 18, I was jilted by Daeron. My husband was similarly cast aside by the Princess Shara Targaryen, daughter of the king. The whims of the gods have conspired to bring together two unfortunate souls like us, resulting in the birth of 3 children. The Thorn Queen remarked that sometimes misfortunes may lead to unexpected blessings, and fortunes often harbor hidden calamities. Tyrion instinctively retorted, My heavens. You still possess the soul of a poet. From whom did you acquire such poetic grace? Asha, perhaps? The Thorn Queen chuckled, What a pity to have missed you. Had I been 50 years younger, I would have taken to the field myself, bearing the taxes from the Isle of Green as a dowry. She laughed heartily. I must say, you might yet find yourself fortunate. Dorne, perhaps? Tyrion mused, considering her a widow, while he himself was a widower. But, my lady, regarding Marjorie, hush. The Thorn Queen interjected, raising a finger. The innocent fluttering of a maiden's heart is not something to be taken lightly, yet it is best left unspoken. I wish not to revisit this matter. Truthfully, it is not a dignified affair for either of us. So I hope you can cast it aside as a mere sweet misunderstanding. The elder lady continued, My son is the Duke of Highgarden, though he may be simple-minded. His words carry weight. Despite any grievances, the outcome has taken root. I speak plainly, perhaps you harbor discontent over Highgarden's ulterior motives. Yet can a mere dalliance with a rose not suffice as recompense? Tyrion remained impassive. Regardless, I find your charm compelling, a blend of combativeness and poetic flair. The Thorn Queen replied, The friendship between the Tyrells and the Lannisters endures. I do not mean the bond between my son and your father, but rather, between you and me. Tyrion nodded. I hope you will grant me a favor to close this misunderstanding. Pray, proceed. If my dear heart finds herself in peril in King's Landing, I implore you to assist her, even if just once. Would that be agreeable? The Thorn Queen clasped his hand. I promise you, my lady. Chapter 51. Incompetence. As the banquet concluded, Tyrion and Sansa walked back to the Hand's Tower for Maiden's house. I beg your pardon, my lord. Sansa, with both hands clutching a basket filled with remnants from the feast, confessed, I did not intend to deceive you. I have already told you. There is no need for apologies. Tyrion walked alongside her, the young lady avoiding his gaze. What do you carry? He inquired knowingly, merely to alleviate the awkwardness. Food. Sansa replied. Lady Marjorie insisted I take it. I thought perhaps Arya might want a bite. Who would have thought you still consider your sister? Tyrion remarked. I see her bickering with you often. I assumed your relationship was strained. And you need not address me as my lord. Yes, Sansa nodded. Mother always said that when winter comes, the pack of wolves must band together for warmth. Ah, Catelyn Stark, I recall enduring quite a bit under her roof in the Eyrie. Forgive me, my lord. I have said it before. Do not apologize to me, nor call me my lord. Tyrion seized the basket from her hands. Allow me to assist you. Pray tell, Lady Marjorie. What have you discussed? Nothing of consequence. Merely the trivialities of young ladies, she replied. And what might those be? Tyrion inquired. What do young women converse about? Mostly men. Did Lady Marjorie mention me? Not at all. Sansa replied. She seems quite intimidated by you, avoiding eye contact. Are my eyes truly that unsettling? Tyrion asked. Did she not commend my handsomeness? Your attractiveness requires no external validation, Sansa answered with poise. Is that so? What is your opinion? Do I appear handsome in the eyes of the Northmen? Remarkably so, not only handsome, but also a valiant defender against Stannis' insurgents. Enough, Tyrion interrupted. Lady Marjorie inquired about King Joffrey. He sensed Sansa's slight tremor. What did she ask? Whether King Joffrey is kind or humorous. Tyrion continued. Or did she inquire about his prowess? Sansa Stark lowered her head. No, my lord, I remain a maiden. Lady Marjorie merely asked about the king's character. And how did you respond? Tyrion pressed. Did you inform her that he publicly stripped your garments, or allowed that wretched Meryn Trant to strike you? Sansa replied, trembling. No, my lord, absolutely not. I am a good girl. I recall your words to behave like a lady. Tyrion sighed as they ascended the spiral stone staircase of the Hand's Tower. You need not be overly formal in my presence. I am not like those wretches. Upon reaching the door to the bedchamber, Tyrion handed the basket to the girl. Go now. Rest well. All shall be well. Sansa knocked on the door, and Shae opened it, allowing the girl to enter, casting a glance at Tyrion, who feigned ignorance and retreated to his study. At least the Hand's Tower remained his sanctuary. He lay upon his narrow bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. After an indeterminate time, Tyrion was roused by a hurried, soft knocking. Who is it? He murmured, rubbing his eyes, the sky outside still shrouded in gray. My lord. It was a familiar voice from beyond the door. Varys? Tyrion rose from his bed. What brings you here at such an hour? He opened the door to find 3 figures, a eunuch and 2 young women, devoid of any men. "Let us converse inside," Varys suggested. Tyrion ushered them into his study, where the 2 young women perched upon his narrow bed, while Varys took a chair and he lit a candle. The dim light flickered over their faces. One was strikingly beautiful, slender, well-dressed, yet with red-rimmed eyes, weeping incessantly. The other was older, heavily made up, curvaceous, sitting there with an impassive expression. "My lord," Tyrion remarked, observing the 2, "who are these ladies?" "They're the ones you entrusted me to find, my lord," Varys replied with a smile. "Oh, I see," Tyrion remarked. "Look at my memory, yet my lord, yours seems rather poor as well. When did I request you to send anyone to me?" "Of course, I remember, my lord." Varys maintained his smile, indicating that matters had been attended to. "What?" Tyrion exclaimed in astonishment. "It has only been a short while, and our esteemed lord has acted with such swiftness?" He felt a sense of mockery towards his nephew, wondering if he was indeed so quick-witted, or if it was better left to the ladies to speak. Varys gestured towards them. The young lady wept incessantly. Tyrion interrupted her. "There is no need for introductions here. We need not address each other by name. Merely recount what transpired." "Very well," the young lady began. "This lord escorted us through a lengthy dark passage into a splendid chamber, where we encountered that lord. He appeared delighted to see us, and we engaged in conversation, enjoying food and drink. Later, I attempted to touch him, as my sister had instructed me." She glanced at the older girl beside her. "I wished to make him happy. I swear that was my intention. However, the lord became enraged." The girl rolled up her sleeves, revealing wounds on her arms, remnants of lashes, and she sobbed, unable to articulate her distress. "So, you did not even have the chance to engage in foreplay before the lord struck you?" Tyrion frowned. "Indeed," the girl cried more vehemently. The older girl turned her back, removed her outer garment, revealing her snow-white back marred with bruises and vivid red stripes. Tyrion cast a sidelong glance at Varys, who shrugged helplessly, as if to say, "What can we do about the king?" "And then what happened?" Tyrion inquired. "Did you consummate the encounter? Was it completed?" The girl's plight could be alleviated with wealth, but the king's coming of age is of paramount significance. The 2 girls shook their heads in unison. "The young lord possesses certain peculiar inclinations. Although difficult to articulate, they are not beyond comprehension," Tyrion consoled. "Might I implore you to return and fulfill the lord's coming of age? You may notice that I wield influence. Monetary compensation is of little consequence." The young lady shook her head, and Tyrion turned to the older girl. "My lady, you appear experienced, perhaps a guide. Might you persuade her further? Consider it assisting a clumsy boy." No response ensued. "You possess experience. Perhaps you know that some individuals derive pleasure only through whipping or torment. Perhaps," the older girl sighed. "We came not because we are unable, but because that lord cannot." "What? Cannot? What do you mean by cannot?" Tyrion queried, perplexed. "Does he not?" He glanced at Varys. "My lord, why do you look at me?" Varys waved his hands dismissively. "Please explain to me what you mean by cannot." Tyrion leaned in closer to the older girl. "Is he too young? Does he not understand? Cannot means cannot." The elder maiden spoke slowly. "It just doesn't rise." "What?" Tyrion's brows twisted into a shell-like formation, his confusion palpable. "If he possesses that ability, how could it be possible?" "Please, elaborate," he urged. Thus, the elder maiden proceeded to describe in detail how the young lady would pose alluringly and endure the lashings, while she observed closely, eventually taking part herself. Finally, she displayed her wounds to Tyrion, swearing, "My lord, I assure you." The elder maiden continued, "I am seasoned and have encountered countless individuals. Some patrons indeed relish such pursuits. Yet your youthful lordship does not partake. During the floggings, he merely savors the pleasure of torment, devoid of any sexual interest. His member, if I may still refer to it as such, remained utterly flaccid throughout." Tyrion fell silent, his expression contorted in an odd manner, making it difficult to discern whether he felt sorrow or joy. "Regardless, thank you both," he said as he rose. "I shall pay double the price. And I implore you to keep today's event strictly confidential." He then patted Varys on the back, leaning close to whisper, "Moon tea. Regardless, it must still be consumed. Seek out Caben. I shall inquire with him." He opened the door, watching Varys escort the 2 maidens away, and sighed in the corridor. "Hey, little demon, why the sigh?" The sudden voice startled Tyrion, and he turned to find Arya Stark before him. "What brings you here, horse-faced girl?" Tyrion inquired. "It's still dark. Why are you up so early?" "My teacher instructed me to rise like a cat. Cats awaken at dawn," Arya replied. "One must rise early to uncover secrets." "Isn't that right, you scoundrel?" "How have I become a scoundrel?" Tyrion leaned against the wall. "Child, one must not speak so carelessly. I saw 3 women leaving your room, did I not?" Arya stated. "You are a vile scoundrel." "3 women?" Tyrion paused, then suddenly realized she had mistaken the eunuch for a woman. How do you distinguish between the sexes, horse-faced girl? Do not call me that, Arya Stark retorted. Syrio Farrell taught me how to discern gender by their differing strides, and I can even judge character. A remarkable skill indeed. When shall you and your sister return home? Arya abruptly asked. You and your sister aim to exchange me for my elder brother, have you forgotten? Tyrion countered. What if your brother were to perish? Arya replied. Robb would undoubtedly kill him. Are you attempting to frighten me, little girl? Tyrion chuckled, bending down to regard her. Killing my brother? Never. Your brother and mother would never allow it. In my estimation, he is likely to outlive your family. Tell me, horse-faced girl, if both Robb and Lady Catelyn were to die, where would you and your sister go? Arya Stark flushed crimson, exclaiming, You are a bad man, a terrible scoundrel. All Lannisters are thoroughly wicked. Tyrion felt a twinge of regret. Why had he engaged in such banter with the child? Those words were undeniably harsh, especially when spoken to one so young. If Lord Jaime returns, will you truly allow my sister and me to go back? Arya inquired after a moment of silence. Tyrion sighed inwardly. Poor girl. Even if my brother returns, the Stark family will soon meet their demise. Where could I possibly take you? Must I inflict further heartache upon her? Of course, as long as my brother comes back, Tyrion lied. Then you must swear it. Is that truly necessary? Tyrion replied with discontent. I am not fond of oaths. A Lannister always pays his debts. We never renege on our word. You must swear. Arya insisted. Very well. I swear that I will ensure Sansa Stark and Arya Stark are reunited with their mother. Tyrion straightened his posture, thinking, May the gods forgive my deceit. Does that suffice? That is more acceptable, Arya nodded. I can now remove you from my death list. Ha ha. Tyrion chuckled. A death list, and I remain on it? How amusing. Do you wish to kill me? Arya merely regarded him with a cold gaze. You must have observed my movements for quite some time. What do you think of me? You are an arrogant fool. In due time, your father and brother shall meet their end before you. Arya spat at him. Perhaps your fate will not be so dire, and then turned to flee back to her chamber. Tyrion watched the closed door and shook his head with a smile. You ought to curse my sister instead. An intriguing girl, indeed. Tyrion turned to see Syrio Farrell. At least the face was his. Beneath that visage lurked Jaqen Hagar. You have returned? Has the task been completed? Tyrion opened the door to his study. Someone has accomplished the task. Syrio Farrell followed him into the room, standing in the shadows. Vargo Hoat is dead. One might say he has long been dead. An accident, perhaps? Tyrion seated himself behind the desk, realizing he must now commence his work. Where did they catch him? After Lord Tywin's retreat from Harrenhal, Roose Bolton seized control of the castle. Vargo Hoat joined Bolton's ranks there, Jaqen explained. Someone caused him to fall from the bridge. His men were scattered and absorbed by Roose Bolton. That sounds extraordinarily fortuitous, Tyrion remarked. Pray tell, how much would it cost to hire you to eliminate someone like Vargo Hoat? It would require tenfold the expense of enlisting this mercenary band, Jaqen replied. Then you have suffered a significant loss. Tyrion clicked his tongue. Can you move freely in the Red Keep? The guards at the Tower of the Hand failed to stop you. Someone traverses the shadows. That technique was not imparted to Arya, was it? The ability of someone is not easily learned. She just boasted to me that she could discern a person's character through their gait. Is that something you taught her? Tyrion inquired. Indeed, my lord. I assumed you were instructing her here merely as a ruse, but to my surprise, she has learned something genuine, Jaqen acknowledged. Someone will instruct her in the manner of Syrio Farrell. The art of discerning footsteps is a lesson for water dancers. Excellent. Now, may I ponder the next name? It shall not be long, perhaps merely a few days. Tyrion remarked. During this interval, I kindly ask you to continue instructing Arya Stark, if you would. Money is no object. Someone acquiesced. Jaqen bowed, preparing to exit the chamber. Wait a moment, Tyrion interjected, and the faceless man halted his steps. What do my footsteps sound like to you? He inquired. They resonate with an extraordinary perfection, Jaqen replied, possessing the essence of a sovereign. Chapter 53. The Privy Council in King's Landing. Within the Red Keep, the council had concluded. So, why am I left behind once more? Tyrion sat in a chair. He and his father the only remaining figures in the room. Just moments prior, Tywin had appointed Tyrion as the Hand of the King, granting him the authority to continue residing in the Hand's Tower. The discussion then turned to the state of the war. Robb Stark, that lad, remained in the Westerlands. Yet another northern army, commanded by Hyman Tohar and Robert Glover, was advancing upon the Vale of Arryn. Tywin dispatched Lord Tyrell to confront them directly, while sending Ser Gregor on the King's Road to sever their retreat. Tohar and Glover would find themselves trapped, with a third of Stark's forces destined for annihilation. The trivialities of the council require neither of our attentions, Tywin stated. If someone possesses a keen eye for detail, let them manage the stores. If another is careless yet proficient in slaughter, permit them to charge into battle. Yet, there must always be one who sits at the gaming table. Ha, Tyrion chuckled. I had thought that by being a waste, I would not be utilized, yet it seems father excels in the art of repurposing the useless. Jaime had departed from Harrenhal unscathed. Roose Bolton has graciously allowed him to leave, Tywin remarked. It appears that eliminating Vargo Hoat not only safeguarded Jaime but also inadvertently preserved the life of Lord Roose. Good news indeed. Tyrion felt a surge of joy, lamenting only that his elder sister was absent from today's council, for she would have been overjoyed. She has repeatedly declined my summons, Tywin noted. She fears I might announce her betrothal during the council. Evading is no solution, Tyrion countered. What manner of brother-in-law do you intend to procure for me? I am pleased to see you grasp this point. Tywin nodded at Tyrion. Lady Asha Greyjoy is aging and frail. Through this union, we might secure the allegiance of the Iron Islands. Though they are currently ravaging the north, I remain hesitant about the wisdom of such a match. The thought of my sister being sent to the desolate Iron Islands fills me with uncontainable delight. Tyrion could scarcely conceal his elation. If deities truly exist, they have heard my prayers. Oberyn Martell might have been a consideration, yet that would offend House Tyrell. They already harbored reservations about your marriage to Arianne. Offering your sister to him would jeopardize the Tyrell's loyalty to us. The Red Viper? He mused. His paramours are countless, and the number of men and women he has dallied with surpasses even the feathers of a chicken. I believe my sister would not take kindly to a man whose lust rivals that of Robert. Tyrion remarked, of course, Robert surpasses him in progeny. I have also contemplated younger suitors. Fundamentally, it is our alliance with the Tyrells that aids us in vanquishing Stannis and securing the throne, thus it must be fortified. Now, with Ser Loras clad in white, and Ser Garland wed to House Fossaway, only one option remains, their plan to marry Sansa Stark to their eldest son, Willis Tyrell. Tyrion remarked that he is a cripple. If memory serves, it was the work of the Red Viper. Willis is the heir to Highgarden, a gentle and courteous youth who delights in literature and stargazing. Even with his disability, the Tyrell family has not diminished their regard for him, particularly the Queen of Thorns, who dotes on him excessively. So what? Tyrion inquired. Do I possess the authority to decide my sister's matrimonial affairs? Jaime will soon arrive in King's Landing, and you and Cersei must go to greet him, Tywin stated. Since she refuses to see me, convey my sentiments to her. Me? Tyrion felt an exhilarating thrill at the thought of delivering this news to his sister himself. It was far more torturous for her than having old Squid, the Red Viper, and the crippled wretch approach her. For Jaime's return, both my sister and I owe you our gratitude. Father, even when expressing thanks, maintains his icy demeanor. Yet another issue arises. What is it? We must fulfill our commitment to House Stark. With Jaime's return, we will send the two young maidens away. Then send them. Tyrion replied, a Lannister always pays his debts. No, Tywin countered, those two maidens are crucial pawns. Sending them back would be akin to tossing jewels into a cesspool. To break our word? Tyrion questioned. It is I who made the promise. You wouldn't want one son labeled a Kingslayer and the other Breaker, would you? Robb Stark is about to meet his end. There's a tidbit I didn't share in the council. But soon these lords will learn. The young wolf has wed the eldest daughter of Gawain Westerling. I have long been aware of it, Tyrion mused. So what if we send them back? They are of no consequence. My brother's life and the honor of the Lannisters are worth 100-fold more than that heap of refuse. There is no need to break our oath, Tywin replied. Think creatively. Delay for a few days until the Starks are finished. Then those two young ladies will be unable to go anywhere. Perhaps we could retain them to attend Joffrey's wedding, a reasonable condition for their retention. It sounds plausible, yet it is too prolonged, Tywin opposed. The wedding is on the first day of the new year. That is too far off. Delaying for so long is tantamount to breaking our oath. Then let us host an engagement feast. Tyrion had a sudden inspiration. Let Joffrey and Margaery become betrothed first. He must first annul his betrothal to Sansa Stark. This could take place within a week or two, and it concerns Stark's honor, a fitting and appropriate reason. An engagement feast? Too extravagant. We still owe the Iron Bank. Let Lord Mace pay the bill, Tyrion suggested. He is vain and empty-headed. He would relish the entire realm knowing his daughter is to marry the king. With just a bit of flattery, he would willingly shoulder the expense. Tywin nodded. Your mind is indeed sharp. Although the young wolf lord has achieved victories akin to yours, he is merely a 16-year-old lad who has forsaken his vows, humiliated his vassals, and disregarded the sanctity of sacred betrothals. Having deflowered her, he now sees himself above all else. I am delighted that you do not share his folly. Tywin remarked. I have heard of your encounter with the Queen of Thorns. That was merely a matter of courtship on your behalf. Father, it is of little consequence. Tyrion replied. Do you suppose I would engage in idle gossip with the old lady over the nonsensical affairs of Margaery Tyrell? Tywin nodded in satisfaction thus. You shall address the matters concerning Cersei, Sansa Stark, and Aerion Martell. Thank you, Father, for thrusting me into the realm of women, just as I once relished. Tyrion rose from his seat. There are plenty of men in Casterly Rock to attend to your needs, Tywin said. Focus on the task at hand, and do not reach for the unattainable. Tyrion nodded and exited the throne room, feeling akin to a donkey tethered by a carrot. Yet, why did he find himself inwardly cursing that vile wretch, Valerion? He was perplexed as the thought seemed to arise from nowhere. Was it jealousy? Chapter 54. The Kingslayer in King's Landing. To the north lay the old city gate. The muddy path teemed with a throng of people. But at the command of the golden-cloaked guards, both soldiers and civilians parted for the queen's procession. Hollow-eyed children huddled nearby, some stared in silence, while others cried out for alms. Tyrion withdrew a handful of copper coins from his purse and cast them into the air, reminiscent of his arrival in King's Landing, prompting the children to scramble and shout in a frenzied rush. The fortunate among them might feast on a morsel of moldy bread that night. The market square had never been so congested. The Tyrells had dispatched countless supplies, replacing the so-called famine relief, yet the prices of food remained exorbitantly high. 6 copper coins purchased a pumpkin, a silver stag exchanged for a heap of corn, while a golden dragon equated to a cut of beef or 6 emaciated piglets. Nevertheless, buyers continued to swarm. Gaunt and haggard men and women surrounded every cart and stall, while the truly destitute stood in the alleys, morosely observing. Beyond the old city gate lay desolation, strewn with mud, ashes, and charred bones. Tyrion had ordered the bodies to be buried or cast into the river. Yet the homeless had once again erected tents in the shadows of the walls. They sought the corpses, scavenging for valuables, beginning with jewelry and armaments, then tattered clothes and broken shoes, and eventually even resorting to extracting teeth for coin. Tyrion feared that some had begun to consume the putrid flesh. The charred meat was unrecognizable in its original form. The warriors of the Burning Legion embraced Tyrion one by one as he bid them farewell, while the citizens of King's Landing looked on from a distance. On one hand, they feared these mountain clans, yet on the other, they longed for Tyrion, the handsome lord of House Lannister, who would invariably scatter coins as he traversed the city. Yet, none were aware that these coins were earned from the sale of laxatives. After embracing nearly 100 warriors, it was finally time for the son of the Alluring One, Tyrion. He appeared far cleaner than when they first met. His hair was meticulously groomed, and his beard was neatly combed. The single eye he possessed was a striking shade of blue. Upon closer inspection, Tyrion noted that he seemed to be around 20 years old. He imagined the other eye of this captivating figure adorned with a different hue, thus considering him to be his heterochromatic brother. Are you truly leaving? Tyrion inquired. The young man nodded. I feel out of place here. The adults do not favor us, and there is no point in subjecting ourselves to such misery. You could follow in the footsteps of Shagga and Zalo and venture to Derry City. Derry had been fiercely contested 3 times by the good men of the Vale and Bolton, its land turned upside down, now devoid of a ruler. While the war raged on. Thank you, Tyrion. The young man embraced him briefly. The fierce ones possess their own culture. We prefer not to bow to others. May the old gods bless us, that we may meet again in the mountains of the moon. Tyrion watched as the mountain warriors drove their cattle carts, laden with spoils, heading northward. You rely on these savages? Once the crowd had dispersed, Cersei approached, accompanied by a retinue of knights in white, red, and gold, including Lancel and Barrows. Tyrion ignored her, while Podrick brought over a chair and placed it in the shade. You bid farewell to one warrior and welcome another knight? Barrows stood behind him. Jaime Lannister is a great knight, Lancel remarked, having always idolized Jaime. Indeed, Commander, indeed, Barrows chimed in, the illustrious Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. My ears are nearly raw from hearing of him. It was hard to envision how 2 brothers could wield a sword so masterfully. He lacks talent? Tyrion pointed at Lancel, turning to Barrows. Of course, my cousin does, Lancel stammered. In public, you must refer to my title, Tyrion instructed. My lord, Lancel quickly corrected himself. I believe my training has been quite adequate. Is that so? Tyrion turned to Barrows. Barrows raised an eyebrow. Could it be that your instruction was lacking? Tyrion crossed his legs. That is why I had him learn from you first. I wish to train under my elder brother. Your brother may indeed surpass me, Barrows conceded. But look at the present. He was defeated and captured, whereas I, Sir Barrows of the Blackwater, stand here. He lifted his cloak to reveal an iron chain upon his armor, ignited with green flames. This is to commemorate the Battle of the Blackwater. Well done, Barrows, Tyrion replied. I almost wish to alter my sigil to reflect the raging river. What of the motto? Shall it not be revised? Barrows's cunning dark eyes glimmered. You seem to have already devised one for me, Tyrion said. Pray, share it. Let the women break the dam. He laughed. The lion and the mercenaries erupted in laughter. The sunset poured down like molten gold, painting the horizon in hues of orange and red, the afterglow gracing each face, delineating soft yet profound contours. Their silhouettes elongated gradually, intertwining with the heavy city gates behind them, the moss creeping along the walls, and the occasional fleeting shadows of returning birds, creating a scene that was serene yet tinged with a hint of solitude. Tyrion gazed at his sister, illuminated by the fading rays of the sunset, resembling a goddess. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the distant chimes of the Baylor's September ringing occasionally, reminding the people of the impending twilight. At last, a procession appeared beyond the horizon where the road vanished. 7 long-tailed banners of peace were raised high, fluttering in the wind, their bright 7-pointed stars reflecting the sunlight. The procession drew nearer, until Tyrion could discern the nostrils of the horse at the forefront. "Is that Lord Tyrion?" "It is I." Tyrion rose and approached the procession, astonished to think that the company he believed he had sent away had returned, a most ragged band indeed. All were clad in tattered garments, and Tyrion watched them dismount, searching for the figure of his brother, while his sister lingered at a distance, covering her mouth and nose with her hand. "Tyrion!" Someone was calling him. "Brother!" At last, Tyrion recognized the voice. It was undoubtedly the Kingslayer, tall and caked in mud, his hair similarly soiled, his trousers ragged as if on the verge of splitting. Jaime Lannister rushed over to embrace his brother with such force that Tyrion nearly gasped for breath. Thankfully, Jaime remained robust, and the strength of his arms was a triumph in itself, for which he would gladly expend the faceless one's quota of kills. "Cersei," Jaime exclaimed upon noticing. "Who?" she questioned, then gasped, rising abruptly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Is it truly you?" Jaime pulled Tyrion towards Cersei. "You should have returned sooner," she whispered as he embraced her. "Why did you not come back earlier? You look so thin, your golden hair." At that moment, Tyrion thought it best to cast aside the betrothal proposed by their father. To disrupt this fleeting happiness would be the gravest sin, even if such happiness bore its own transgressions. "My lord," a hoarse voice called from behind Tyrion. Chapter 55, The Oathbreaker. A towering figure loomed. Though not as exaggerated as the mountain, yet the voice belonged to someone extraordinarily tall. Had he not seen the face, Tyrion might have mistaken the figure for Sandor Clegane. But it was not. This body bore the visage of a woman. Although it was evidently a woman's face, it lacked feminine features. Her visage was round and coarse, freckled, with a distorted nose that appeared to have been broken multiple times. A row of uneven teeth protruded grotesquely, her mouth alarmingly wide, lips plump like caterpillars. And her hair was yellow, resembling filthy straw, frail and dry. Only her eyes stood out, large and blue. "My lord," the woman spoke, "I am Brienne of Tarth." Tyrion stood nearly as tall as Jaime, though lacking his brother's formidable strength, yet he found himself needing to look up at Brienne. "Ah, Brienne of Tarth." Tyrion nodded, recalling that she must be the daughter of Lord Selwyn Tarth of Evenfall Hall. "It is rather surprising to see you accompanying my elder brother. Might I inquire as to how this came to be? Do you require my assistance in returning to Evenfall Hall?" "Thank you, my lord," Brienne replied, her broad shoulders squared and posture as straight as a board. "I have come to escort the 2 daughters of Lady Catelyn back to their mother, a lady knight," Tyrion remarked. "Yet, I wonder if it would be prudent to interrupt such a delightful family reunion?" He gestured toward the embrace shared by Jaime and Cersei. "Dear siblings, a brief separation is often sweeter than a new marriage. It is perhaps best not to intrude upon them. Let us depart, Brienne." Tyrion continued, "My brother loves me. My sister hates me, but at present, they are both preoccupied with their own affairs." He instructed Lancel and Podrick to remain with the Golden Cloak while he and Brienne rode towards the Hand's Tower. "I recall that you are one of Lord Renly's Rainbow Guards," Tyrion said as they traversed the corridors of the Hand's Tower. "I presume you are a member of the Kingsguard? From your name and the hue of your eyes, blue seems to suit you best." "Indeed, my lord," Brienne replied, though it was evident she wished to avoid the subject. As a guard, she had failed to protect the king. "I have heard some dreadful rumors regarding the nature of your relationship with Lord Renly's death," Tyrion stated. "Of course, I deem them mere gossip. My own life is replete with such tales. One could easily suspect Stannis of foul play, having succumbed to the allure of the Lord of Light, likely dabbling in dark sorcery." Tyrion shook his head as he walked, incredulous that such a stalwart figure would embrace the shadows. "He is a treacherous man, guilty of fratricide," Brienne asserted. "I must avenge Lord Renly." "Such retribution is unnecessary," Tyrion replied. "Stannis has been flushed away beneath the walls of King's Landing, likely wallowing in a privy on Dragonstone. And one of those Rainbow Guards who pledged their loyalty to him. Is there one named Ser Loras?" "Indeed, there is," Brienne confirmed. "He dares to accuse you of plotting against Renly?" "How absurd. He is but a chameleon," Tyrion scoffed. "Lady Stark, as well as my brother, have placed their trust in you, and thus I shall do the same. Thank you, my lord, Brienne said. You are a good man. However, if I may be so bold, how did you come to serve under Lady Stark? Tyrion inquired. As far as I know, the Stormlands are a great distance away. Brienne hesitated briefly before revealing the truth. Lady Stark came as an envoy to visit Lord Renly, and in doing so, she saved me. Lady Stark went to visit Renly? Tyrion asked, perplexed. How could she have gone to him? From what I understand, Lord Eddard Stark considers Stannis the rightful heir. It was the scheme of Lord Peter Baelish. Brienne explained. He suggested that Lady Stark should ally with Lord Renly. Littlefinger's machinations are indeed at play, Tyrion mused. As they approached the door to the Prime Minister's chamber, Podrick stationed himself at the entrance while Tyrion rapped gently on the door, inquiring if Miss Stark was within. Indeed. My lord. It is Shay, came the response. Upon entering, they found 3 young ladies inside, Sansa Stark perched gracefully upon the bed, Arya Stark leaning against its side. Accompanied by the maid, Shay, Brienne stepped into the room, regarded the trio, and knelt before Sansa, stating, My lady. I have come at the behest of Lady Catelyn to escort you home. Tyrion, taken aback, queried, How did you recognize Lady Sansa? It is our first meeting, Brienne replied. But your mother spoke of your striking resemblance, red hair and blue eyes. I was certain I would recognize you upon sight. As she spoke, she produced a letter and a pair of earrings, presenting them to Sansa. This is a token from your mother, my lady. You are as lovely as she. I cannot recall Lady Catelyn possessing such beauty, Tyrion remarked, still harboring resentment. People do age, Brienne countered. Lady Catelyn must have been equally beautiful in her youth. You are young, yet beauty eludes you. Tyrion could no longer restrain his sarcasm. You will surely be bald in your old age, Arya interjected suddenly. What brings you here? Tyrion asked, turning his gaze toward Arya. Why have you not trained in swordsmanship today? Cersei granted me a reprieve for the day, Arya replied. Her eyes narrowing with suspicion. Are you pretending to be Robb's knight to deceive us? This is indeed Mother S. handwriting, and the earrings are unmistakably hers, Sansa exclaimed. Her excitement palpable. She was confident that no one could mimic her Mother S. script, let alone procure her earrings. Arya, we can return home, Sansa joyfully declared, rising to her feet. It was the first time in days that Tyrion witnessed her smile. Is it true? Arya rushed forward, snatching the letter. Mother has instructed us to meet at Riverrun. Where is that? Why not return to Winterfell? That place is hell, Tyrion mused silently, and Winterfell is equally a torment. May Cersei accompany me? Arya inquired. I wish for him to continue my lessons. That may not be feasible, Tyrion responded. I am the one covering the tuition. My lord, Brienne rose, if it pleases you, I would like to depart at first light tomorrow. Even though Tyrion had rehearsed this line countless times in his mind while lying on the bed, articulating it proved quite challenging. I apologize, my ladies, Tyrion said. But I fear you cannot leave just yet. Why not? Sansa asked anxiously, rushing to stand before him. He recalled how she had never dared to meet his gaze. Yet now those 2 azure gemstones were fixed upon him. You swore an oath, my lord. Sansa grasped his hand, its warmth rapidly fading. You promised us that as long as your brother returned safely, liar. Arya glared at him, accusingly. He is a perjurer. He deceives us, as I have always said. Allow me to explain, Tyrion pleaded. Tyrion hastily declared that the primary reason was King Joffrey's impending engagement feast. Fraud, fraud, fraud. Arya spat at him, while Shay restrained her, calling him a traitor, a traitor. You are aware that you are betrothed to King Joffrey. Tyrion dared not gaze into those blue eyes, nor could he look at Arya. He merely focused on the red-haired girl. You cannot leave while the betrothal still stands. His brother was a kingslayer, a traitor. He was a seducer, a deceiver. I had told you long ago, how could you still consider him a handsome nobleman? The engagement feast will commence shortly. Tyrion involuntarily raised his voice to drown out Arya's invectives. At the feast, the king will announce the dissolution of your betrothal, and then you may depart. Such a nobleman. Sansa returned to her chair, her expression devoid of the earlier excitement, still the same lady. Thank you for informing me of these matters. Bring Brienne along, kind nobleman. When is the engagement feast to be held? By the gods, this place is hell. Who can rescue me? Tyrion pondered, wondering why she did not weep. She appeared so composed. In about a week, at most no more than 2. Thank you, my lord. Tyrion fled the room, nearly colliding with Podrick at the doorway. My lord, the child is somewhat alarmed. You, when Brienne emerges, take her to select a suit of armor. Tyrion did not look back as he hurried downstairs, eager to escape the curses emanating from Arya. Chapter 56. The Mockingbird falls into the net. The royal meeting had long concluded when the 2 men finally departed the throne room. Tywin Lannister, as ever, had dismissed the other lords, leaving his 2 sons to converse for a while. The hand of the king, Tyrion Lannister and the captain of the Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister. Brother, you appear to have had a restless night, Tyrion remarked, fully aware that his brother and sister must have been entangled through the night. You seem no better off. Jaime replied, donned in a brand new gilded armor, brandishing a fresh sword, and draped in a new white cloak. Tyrion indeed had not slept well. Each time he closed his eyes, the faces of Sansa and Arya haunted him. Though it may seem improper to say, I must thank you, Jaime said, patting Tyrion on the shoulder, still strong. Cersei also bids me to thank you. Sister did not attend the royal meeting today. She will thank me? Of course, Tyrion. Jaime replied, you know Cersei, though at times she may not seem easy to endure, she is, after all, your sister. I know. I have never cared for my sister. She caused our mother's death, lived recklessly, and usurped your inheritance. I don the white cloak, Tyrion, Jaime stated. Never mind. She will eventually understand that blood is thicker than water. Blood is thicker than water, Tyrion echoed. Brother, you are needed not only by Cersei. I need you as well. You need me? Jaime chuckled, remarking that if not for their father's return to King's Landing, half of the Red Keep would likely be filled with his men. However, there was one matter he could not entrust to others. Tyrion leaned closer to his brother, questioning whether he did not even trust their father. I trust him, but he may not trust me, Tyrion replied, lowering his voice. This matter is solely between you and me. No one else must know or be informed. As Tyrion guided his brother down to the lower levels of the Red Keep, he urged, promise me that when I require your assistance, you will help me first. Any questions can wait until later, understood? It is imperative you remember this. Though Jaime appeared perplexed, he nodded in agreement. As they turned a corner, they encountered Podrick Payne, whom Jaime recognized as Tyrion's squire and a distant relative of Sare Island Payne. My lord, Podrick bowed, you have been awaited here for some time. My lord? What lord? Jaime wondered, following his brother around the corner where two figures came into view. Peter Baelish lounged against the windowsill, elegantly attired, and in the small council meetings. He and Varys were always the most impeccably dressed. Jaime recalled that just moments ago, their father had bestowed upon him the title of Lord of Harrenhal, granting him dominion over the Riverlands, and he was poised to seek the hand of Lisa Tully, thus ending the hostilities between House Arryn and the Iron Throne. Standing behind him was a knight, Sir Osney Kettleblack. My lord, delighted to see you, Tyrion exclaimed with a grin, patting Peter on the back. Jaime found this rather impolite. He wondered when their relationship had become so familiar. Even with himself, Tyrion had never exhibited such a lack of decorum. Baelish produced a heavy pouch, likely filled with gold coins, and placed it in Tyrion's hand. Thank you, my lord. I know you do not concern yourself with the pursuit of fame and fortune, yet you are most generous with friends. Tyrion accepted the coins and, with a mischievous smile, remarked to his brother, it was my idea to exchange you for a Stark girl, but the credit belongs to Lord Baelish. After all, Harrenhal holds little value for me. You are the esteemed Lord of the Vale, my lord, Peter said with a beaming smile. Harrenhal is but a pile of crumbling stones. What use is it to you? Indeed, Tyrion nodded. A black castle paired with a red-haired bride is quite fitting. I trust you, and Lady Lisa shall produce 4 or 5 heirs there. I have decided the wedding shall take place at the Eyrie, Peter replied, and rest assured, no matter the number. I will ensure the cries of the widow's wail resonate throughout the Vale. With a hearty laugh, Tyrion responded, in the small council, you and I are well suited. You can conjure gold from your fingertips, and I aspire to draw forth riches like Lord Tywin. You shall certainly succeed, Peter chuckled. The port of Goldtown will become King's Landing's largest tax hub. It better be so. Once the first gold dragons arrive, I will arrange the betrothal of Sansa Stark and Robert Arryn. I am immensely grateful, my lord. The group continued their banter, laughing as they made their way toward the lower levels of the Red Keep. What a fortunate coincidence it was, Tyrion proclaimed. My mountain clansman warriors captured a spy from Stannis in the King's Guard, who divulged this individual. He insists he is connected to Lord Baelish. The entrance to the dungeon is now visible ahead. Naturally, the interrogation has concluded, and it bears no relation to Lord Baelish. However, according to him, he defamed you out of a debt owed to Lord Baelish. Ever since Lord Tyrion ascended to the position of Hand of the King, he has maintained strict discipline, reminiscent of a youthful Tywin Lannister. Littlefinger has not ceased his flattery. If possible, I request that my first child be named Tyrion in honor of him. Lord Baelish is exceedingly courteous. Tyrion laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the corridor. A damp, chilling atmosphere enveloped them, as if it could penetrate their garments and reach their very bones. Surrounding them was utter darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps that cast a feeble glow, barely illuminating the few steps ahead. This light, dim and hazy, rendered the dungeon's surroundings in an eerie orange hue, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Water droplets continually cascaded down the walls, producing a rhythmic ticking sound that resonated eerily in the silence of the dungeon. This sound echoed in the vast corridor, evoking the sensation of countless eyes watching from the shadows, instilling a sense of dread. Occasionally, faint moans or low sobs could be heard from afar. The helpless lamentations of the imprisoned. "My lord, so deep within," Littlefinger inquired. "You know I never venture to such lower realms." "I sincerely apologize, Lord Baelish," Tyrion replied. "My scholar is engaged in anatomy. I wonder if you are familiar with the study. The bodies for execution are entrusted to him for processing. Hence his domain lies in the depths of the dungeon." The dungeon floor was uneven, strewn with moss and filth, requiring careful navigation to avoid slipping or treading upon something unspeakable. The surrounding cells were tightly packed, their iron bars marred by the passage of time, rusted and telling tales of countless prisoners' tragic fates. Through the gaps in the iron bars, one could glimpse the dim scenes within. The deeper cells were increasingly empty, littered only with weeds and refuse. "Lord Baelish, we have arrived. This is the interrogation room." Inside the room were 2 chairs, one occupied by an individual shackled and wearing a black hood. Lord Baelish Peter followed Tyrion into the interrogation chamber, with Cate Black and Jaime Lannister entering last. Podrick closed the door behind them. "My lord, could you assist me in removing his hood?" Littlefinger requested. "I am reluctant to touch it." "Fear not, Lord Baelish. You shall have ample time to become acquainted with him." Tyrion regarded Littlefinger. "As Hand of the King, I must arrest you on charges of treason." Chapter 57. The Downfall of Littlefinger. Osney Cate Black immediately reached for his sword, but Jaime's blade was swifter, resting against his throat. "My lord, are you jesting?" Littlefinger feigned calmness, though there was no hint of panic in his eyes. "My lord, he began, but Tyrion swiftly silenced him with a kick, commanding him to take a seat. "I can explain, my lord." Before Littlefinger could utter another word, Tyrion forcefully stuffed a rag into his mouth. "Enough, Lord Baelish," he declared, binding him tightly. "I am well aware of your myriad grievances and excuses, yet I have no desire to hear a single word." "Sir Osney?" Ser Kevin stood frozen, daunted. "My lord, I merely followed orders. If my brother were not here, you would undoubtedly have no qualms about ending my life." Tyrion picked up a fire poker from the corner. "Brother, shall you lend me a hand, or shall I be the one to deliver the fatal blow?" Jaime showed no hesitation, swiftly sending the unfortunate lord to his demise. "Congratulations, brother, you have silenced one who might have posed a threat to your beloved Cersei." Tyrion mused inwardly. "Master Qyburn." Tyrion draped a black hood over Littlefinger's head, calling out, "You may enter." The door swung open, and Qyburn stepped inside, carrying an assortment of vials and jars. "My lord, is everything resolved?" he inquired. Tightly bound, Tyrion gestured toward Littlefinger, indicating, "This is the man. With your repeated cautions, I shall proceed with utmost care," Qyburn assured, placing his items upon the table before crouching by Littlefinger's feet, where several iron chains lay. "Rest assured, my lord. I will follow your instructions to the letter." As he fastened the chains around Littlefinger's ankles, Jaime knelt to check if Kevin still drew breath. "What shall we do with this one?" "Leave him to me, my lord," Qyburn replied with a bow toward Jaime. "His garments shall be incinerated. The armor will rust away in the dungeon's corner. As for the body," Jaime stood and exited the cell. Shortly after, Tyrion followed, leaving only the sound of Littlefinger's futile struggles behind. "Pod, you go ahead and see if anyone is outside," Tyrion commanded. "As you wish, my lord." "Why did you capture him?" Jaime asked once Podrick had distanced himself. "Because he is a wretched schemer," Tyrion replied. "He is not our ally and must be dealt with expeditiously." "What will father say if he learns of this?" Jaime questioned. "He is the master of coin." "He shall not know," Tyrion assured. During the council meeting, Littlefinger expressed his intention to depart for the Vale immediately. "Though I am aware of his deception, father remains oblivious. He will merely think that Littlefinger has left." "And the money?" Jaime pressed. "How will the treasury function if Baelish languishes in the dungeon?" "Thus, I shall not demand his life at once," Tyrion replied, contemplating the matter. "As much as I desire to do so, Qyburn will interrogate him regarding his properties, accounts, and hidden coffers. Trust me, Qyburn is quite adept at such tasks. He has done so many times during his time with the brave companions." "Is it possible that Qyburn could be swayed by him?" "Qyburn is indifferent to wealth," Tyrion stated. "I have informed him that Littlefinger is astute and that he must heed not a word he speaks. Moreover, I remarked that a mind as astute as his possesses convolutions thrice as intricate as that of an ordinary individual." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Cobain was as exhilarated as a scholar encountering a courtesan. Jaime was oblivious to the meaning of convolutions. And what of Cate Black? There are 3 brothers, one of whom has gone missing, and this shall soon be discovered. Indeed, this presents a dilemma. Tyrion halted his stride, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "I shall send the other 2 brothers to convey a message to Dragonstone." If Lord Stannis is displeased and decides to incinerate them, so be it. Should they return unscathed, their traces will have long since vanished. The two made their way towards the exit of the dungeon. Jaime trailed behind his brother, wishing to inquire further, yet ultimately deciding against it. Brother, every individual harbors desires. Understanding these desires allows one to comprehend another, and thus one can manipulate them, Tyrion mused, articulating Jaime's unspoken thoughts. The carrot wielded by Littlefinger is none other than Sansa. Indeed, my carrot is Casterly Rock, he pondered. Brother, what is your desire? Cersei? Jaime mused, noting the transformation in Tyrion, who had once been solely preoccupied with indulgence and merriment, now orchestrating everything with meticulous precision. The sunlight at the dungeon's exit was somewhat blinding, as if a beacon of hope from another realm pierced through the thick stone walls, shattering the enduring darkness and silence of the dungeon. This ray of light, imbued with warmth and vitality, descended upon Jaime like a harbinger of salvation. He instinctively squinted, striving to adjust to this sudden brilliance. Sunlight streamed through their fingers, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, as if celebrating his rebirth. The air was imbued with the refreshing scent of earth and blooming flora, starkly contrasting the dampness and decay of the dungeon, providing an unprecedented cleansing of his spirit. He was saved. Those burdens, obligations, and oaths no longer held significance, for he had Tyrion, his brother. Their father could no longer reproach him. He could remain with Cersei forever. Brother? Tyrion turned to look at him. The outside world was deserted, with Podrick standing nearby. Oh, the sunlight is quite blinding, Jaime remarked. Is there anything else? Indeed, brother, Tyrion replied. I have numerous endeavors I wish to pursue, new inventions and creations. My mind is brimming with ideas. You do not expect me to assist you, do you? Jaime chuckled. I possess only this sword. We are still embroiled in conflict. It is premature to ponder such matters, Tyrion stated. Everything must wait until the war concludes. The war is nearing its end, Jaime said. Father is resolute in his ambitions. And what of you? Once the war concludes, how shall you wield this sword? I do not know. What of our sister, Cersei? I doubt she can remain a widow indefinitely. Our father would not permit it, Tyrion remarked. Father intends to marry Cersei off, Jaime realized suddenly. I should have understood. He sent you to gauge my sentiments? Not at all. Father is unaware. However, the father indeed harbors such intentions, Tyrion remarked. I merely wish to inform you, as you well know, that we, she and I, are powerless. I shall not allow this to transpire, Jaime interjected. Tyrion, regardless of who seeks to wed Cersei, I implore you to make it abundantly clear that my sword must first be pledged. Chapter 58. The Dornishmen. 10 miles outside the city gates, the Dornishmen approached, their banners gradually emerging from the remnants of the green forest, accompanied by the sounds of fervent shouts and neighing steeds. From that point onward, all the way to the river, the ground lay muddied, a testament to his previous campaign's devastation. So many banners. It appeared that House Martell had brought nearly half of Dorne's nobility to King's Landing. He endeavored to fathom what this signified, growing increasingly uneasy with each contemplation. King Daeron I chronicled that the Dornishmen were divided into 3 principal groups: the Saltmen by the sea, the Sandmen dwelling in the deserts and narrow valleys, and the Stone Men residing in the Crimson Mountains and their passes. The Saltmen and the Rhoynar exhibited the most intermingling, while the Stone Men largely retained their indigenous characteristics. How many banners do you see? He inquired of Podrick. The squire squinted to observe closely. 8, no, 9. My lord, Podrick said, somewhat bashfully. There are no litters in the procession. Indeed, Doran Martell has always traveled by litter, Tyrion remarked, but today we await Oberyn Martell. Look, he approaches. The face of the Dornish prince bore the marks of time with wrinkles and thin brows, alongside eyes as black as eternal night, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. His nose and forehead were sharply defined, his lustrous black hair interspersed with only a few strands of silver, forming a widow's peak above his brow. Oberyn Martell. Tyrion urged his horse closer. You appear as robust as the legends suggest, and fiercer than the tales imply. Flattery, demon, the prince replied sharply yet with a broad smile. You are far more handsome than I envisioned. Who would have thought such a striking visage would preside over so many graves in the Blackwater? It is a pleasure to meet you, my lord, spoke a woman beside the prince. Though not conventionally beautiful, her exotic allure and sensual traits rendered her captivating and attention-grabbing. A pleasure to meet you, my lady, Tyrion replied, noting, this cannot be Arianne Martell, as her age suggests otherwise. This is my paramour, Ilaria Sand, the prince revealed, discerning Tyrion's thoughts. Are you seeking Arianne? She is here. Behold, she approaches. Arianne Martell emerged from the throng on horseback, her figure voluptuous and beautiful, with olive skin, large black eyes, and a cascade of glossy dark curls. Yet, She appeared diminutive, particularly when mounted. She remarked, "If you are not as handsome as the rumors proclaim, I shall blend into the crowd." The prince laughed heartily. "Uncle," Arianne exclaimed in exasperation, but her gaze shifted to Tyrion, blossoming instantly. "I am delighted to see you." "Lord Tyrion." "Enough, Ilaria," the prince said. "You have already witnessed the demon's charm. Let us converse privately, shall we?" After the prince kicked the horse's rear, Arianne followed closely behind, with Tyrion striving to keep pace, creating a noticeable distance from the main party. "Heavens, uncle, he is even more handsome than Joffrey Baratheon," Arianne remarked. Her gaze fixed on Tyrion. "How does he compare to Prince Rhaegar? Is he as handsome as Rhaegar? If both his eyes were violet, I would mistake him for Rhaegar." The prince declared. "I advise you to keep such remarks from reaching my father," Tyrion replied, "and I have no desire to be crushed by a hammer." "If Robert encounters you, you'd best be cautious," the prince warned. "Are you as skilled with a sword as your brother?" "No, your highness. I am not particularly proficient in one-on-one combat," Tyrion candidly admitted. "Those who cannot wield a sword were shattered at the Blackwater against Stannis." The prince nearly shouted. "How could the fat fool, Mace, not want you? Mace's daughter is destined to become a queen." "I have no need. I am already a princess," Arianne interjected. "Though unskilled in martial arts, your ability to command on the battlefield reveals your adventurous spirit." "I beg to differ. I value my life greatly," Tyrion replied. "Yet trouble seems to seek me out. Handsome men are my weakness. If they possess an air of adventure and taboo, they captivate me even more." Arianne laughed. Unlike Marjorie, she did not cover her mouth. "Uncle, when shall we send word to father to inform him of my satisfaction?" "You are too eager," Oberyn said. "I believe we should first test the merchandise. What if it turns out to be a dud? Perhaps I can enlist Illyria's assistance." "Uncle." Tyrion glanced at Arianne, her expression difficult to interpret as anger. If Lord Mace Tyrell shared the prince's sentiments, it could jeopardize Marjorie and Joffrey's betrothal. "Tyrion," the prince turned to him. "Do you mind sharing Illyria with me?" "I am certain she would not refuse." "No, your highness, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no such inclinations." "You wish for me to partake after you have finished with your lover?" "Uncle," Arianne exclaimed once more, "did you send everyone away just to say this? I can hardly endure you." With that, she urged her horse forward, declaring, "Let us race to see who can reach the city gates first." And off she sped. She too departed. Tyrion did not believe her affections were genuine. They were likely mere pleasantries. How many Dornishmen could be so kind? It was merely a ruse. "Tyrion," the prince said, "we have met before." "When was that, my lord?" "Oh, many years ago, when my mother ruled Dorne. And your father served as the prime minister to another king. The differences between him and the current king are perhaps greater than you imagine. When my mother, her man, my sister Elia, and I visited Casterly Rock, I was only about 14 or 15, and Elia was a year older than I. I recall your brother and sister were about 8 or 9, while you had just been born. When Tyrion's mother gave birth to him, she tragically succumbed to complications. Thus the Martells arrived in Casterly Rock during a period of mourning. Their timing was indeed unfortunate. I must admit, your cries during that time were remarkable, capable of resonating for several hours. Nothing but a woman's breast could soothe you. I find myself in a similar state now." "Ha ha," the prince laughed heartily, inquiring about Arianne. "She possesses extraordinary charm and is exceedingly courteous. Like you, she fails to win our father's affection." The prince sighed, stating that the child's disposition resembles his own. "She clearly has the potential for greatness, much like you. I too have achieved only modest success. Your destinies are intertwined, and I hope you will treat her well." The prince kicked the horse's flank, hastening their pace, with Tyrion closely following. Upon reaching the city gate, Arianne was already there, distributing coins to the beggars gathered outside. "Why have you only just arrived?" she called out. "Your highness, my skills in horsemanship leave much to be desired," Tyrion replied. "Those lacking in equestrian prowess can only be mounted by others," the princess retorted. Chapter 59. The Minister of Finance breakfast is a delightful affair, provided the company at the table is suitable. Tywin Lannister, along with his 2 sons, sat at the same table, relishing their morning meal. Even the arrival of a White Walker would send shivers down one's spine in such a setting. "Have you spoken with Cersei?" their father inquired, spreading butter on his bread. "Not yet," Tyrion replied, aware that his father referred to his sister's betrothal, which had not yet found a suitable match. Tywin Lannister interrupted, stating that Mace Tyrell refused to allow his heir, Willis, to marry Cersei. Jaime paused momentarily in his actions. "To deny our beloved Cersei?" Tyrion dared not look at his elder brother, focusing instead on their father's butter knife. "When I first proposed it, Lord Tyrell seemed amenable," their father continued. "But within a day, everything changed. It was that old woman's doing. She employed every means to deter her son. According to Varys, She informed the Duke that your sister is too old and promiscuous to deserve her precious one-legged grandson. Cersei might take a liking to him. Tyrion offered with a forced smile. Tywin shot a fierce glare at his son. She is unaware of this proposal, and I intend to keep it that way. From this moment forth, this matter shall be considered as if it never occurred within our family. Remember, it has never happened. Tyrion harbored doubts that his father would absolve Lord Tyrell of this in the future. What of Joffrey's betrothal feast? Jaime interjected, seemingly eager to shift the topic. In a few days? 2 days? Tyrion chimed in, noticing that Lord Mace appeared quite pleased to finance the event. Indeed, Tywin confirmed, asserting that Lord Mace vowed to host a grand affair with 49 courses. 49? What does that signify? Tyrion questioned. 7 is a sacred number, Tywin replied, setting down his utensils. Thus, Lord Mace insisted on serving 49 dishes at the feast. 7 times 7 is 49. Lord Mace truly possesses remarkable arithmetic skills, Tyrion chuckled. If the engagement feast requires 49 dishes, then surely the wedding will demand 77? Indeed, came the reply. What? Tyrion could hardly believe his ears. Are you serious? 77 dishes? Are you and Lord Mace behaving like children, competing over such trivialities? The dignity of the crown must not be questioned. Moreover, extravagance has its purpose. It serves as the finest opportunity to showcase the wealth and power of Casterly Rock to the world. Then the expenses should be charged to Casterly Rock, Tyrion asserted. You have gold even when you defecate, father? Do find a suitable place for your business. Absolutely not, Tywin replied. This expense shall be borne by the crown. And I intend to appoint you as the master of coin. Ah, I am most grateful, dear father, Tyrion said, pushing back from the table, reclining slightly. A Lannister. Accomplished at such a young age, holding 2 titles. When have you ever regarded me so highly? Entrusting you with significant responsibilities may earn you greater respect from House Martell. Tywin remarked, considering your past, and the fact that Prince Doran once rejected your betrothal to Allery. Thank you, father. Your considerations are astute. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from passing me such a hot potato in the future. The matter with Sansa, the Stark girl, berated me thoroughly. Being chastised by a mere girl will harm you? Tywin averted his gaze. You could easily slap her twice. To strike a defenseless girl is the manner of the Martells. Tyrion replied, and our dear Joffrey, someone must discipline him. It is Cersei's indulgence that has spoiled him. Thus, I shall find a husband for her. Oberyn Martell might suffice. Though I must first convince Lord Tyrell that this will not jeopardize Highgarden's interests. Oh dear, Tyrion thought, sensing impending trouble, having just managed to divert the conversation. Oberyn Martell is a notorious figure. His penchant for poison on swords is merely one of his lesser transgressions. Do you know he has more bastards than Robert? He sleeps with boys, Jaime interjected at last. If you have a better candidate, feel free to suggest one, Tywin said, his tone calm and unhurried. Otherwise, allow me to make the arrangements. Huh, Prince Oberyn and Jaime? Surely that would result in torrents of blood in King's Landing, Tyrion mused inwardly. What if it were someone else? My brother and sister would undoubtedly pile a mountain of green caps atop his head, coupled with young Joffrey's impotence. Should Marjorie rekindle her past with me, my brother would be with the Queen, and I with the Dowager, truly a pair of merry Lannister brothers. Tyrion vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel such wicked thoughts. With a clatter, Jaime set down his knife and fork, rising. That's enough. I must attend to my duties. With that, he exited the chamber. Tyrion contemplated rising as well, but Tywin halted him. Stay. He stood, pouring a glass of wine and offering it to Tyrion. Do you have any means of acquiring funds? None whatsoever, Tyrion confessed. What is the situation? I have encountered the ledger of Littlefinger, and through his management, the financial revenue has increased tenfold compared to the era of Aerys. Littlefinger is currently languishing in the dungeons, awaiting his decay, perhaps before his demise. He may unearth these rotten accounts one by one. Have you not noticed the significant increase in expenditures? Lord Robert squanders wealth as liberally as he would scatter seeds. Moreover, much of Littlefinger's fortune is borrowed. You should be well aware that he has borrowed the most from you. Indeed, he possesses a knack for generating wealth. Yet the accruing interest on his loans offsets any increase in riches. Would you be willing to forgive the debts owed by the crown to House Lannister? Of course not. Thus, in my view, a 7-course meal for the wedding is entirely sufficient, and the guest list should be reduced to 300. In fact, we could forego dancing bears or cut back on some musicians to host a splendid wedding. Otherwise, House Tyrell will deem us miserly. Tywin poured himself a glass of lemonade. And I've heard that the Martell girls take quite a liking to you. Arianne? Tyrion remarked, I am not sure from where you've acquired that information. But it is indeed true. I have never been disappointed in your ability to win a lady's favor. Tywin responded, however, I hope you keep one thing in mind. Martells are not to be compared with Tyrells. What do you mean? Tyrion took a generous sip of red wine. What is Oberyn Martell known as? The Red Viper. And what is a viper most adept at? Deceit. Tywin fixed his gaze on his son, cautioning him not to place his trust in them until all dust is settled. Chapter 60. A bit of gold dragons in the Prime Minister's study. Tyrion examined the list on the table and inquired of the man seated opposite him. Is this all? Yes, my lord, Coburn replied with utmost respect. Lord Peter Baelish. Not at all the hardened man one might expect. These are the assets he divulged before any torture was administered. Tyrion calculated with his fingers. 3 brothels and a few warehouses. Everyone in King's Landing is well aware these belong to Lord Baelish. Far too few. He remarked. Our dear Littlefinger is quite the sly fellow. We shall return and promptly remove his little fingernails. Isn't that the way of interrogation? First, a beating, then the questions. You are quite experienced, my lord, Coburn bowed. I presumed you might wish to spare his life. Absolutely not, Tyrion replied. My ultimate goal is to extract every last drop from him. As you command, my lord. Is there any correspondence from the Tower of the Hand? Yes, my lord. Coburn bowed again and produced a letter. I have perused it. The construction of the Tower of the Hand is over 80% complete and can soon resume production. Tyrion took the letter, reading as he spoke. The repair of the Tower of the Hand need not continue. Let the mountain clans go to Casterly Rock. I require the minerals from Casterly. Casterly Rock lies near the Cliffs of Insanity and the Tower of the Hand, rich in gold mines. It was once the domain of House Rain, vassals of the Westerlands, until they were eradicated by Tywin Lannister for offending House Lannister. Since then, Casterly Rock has been flooded and left desolate. Even with the discovery of a gold mine, it remains insufficient to quench immediate thirst. The funds acquired through clever tricks may be squandered, yet covering the royal expenses is but a drop in the ocean. Why should I consent to this matter? Tyrion massaged his temples, the clanging noises from outside exacerbating his agitation. What options remain? From the perspective of a traveler in time, a monopoly on salt and iron? That seems implausible. Agricultural development? Perhaps with 3 to 5 years of cultivation, it might yield results, yet it cannot address the urgent needs at hand. Taxation? Whom shall I tax? The prostitutes? It seems they are willing to partake in such arrangements. However, Littlefinger's brothels now belong to me. After all, the fleece must come from the sheep. Enough of this, Clegane. Tyrion rose, determined to resolve matters concerning Casimir first. I must contemplate alternative approaches. Should I borrow another sum from the Iron Bank? After all, it would be recorded in the royal accounts. Alternatively, I could slightly increase the various taxes. It need not be substantial, merely a trifling gain, but with numerous levies, even a small accumulation can amount to a significant sum. He departed from the Prime Minister's tower and arrived at the courtyard of the Red Keep, where familiar faces awaited. Lancel Lannister, adorned in resplendent armor shimmering with a faint golden hue, bore a painted golden lion upon it. He wielded a slender, sharp longsword that reflected a cold brilliance under the sun. This was a new set of armor, especially crafted by his father, Tyrion's uncle, Kevan Lannister, to reward his son for his valor during the Battle of Blackwater. Perhaps I might borrow a bit from him? Opposite him stood Boros, clad in dark bronze scale armor, adorned with the faint marks of battle, chronicling the victories and glories of the same conflict. He grasped a one-handed sword, not particularly heavy. Yet each swing was accompanied by a deep, resonant sound of wind, while his other hand held a round shield. As a low horn sounded, the two commenced their martial duel. Lancel advanced swiftly, his longsword tracing an elegant arc aimed at Boros' shoulder, his movements fluid and precise, resembling a dance. Boros, steadfast in his defense, parried the strike with his sword, countering with a swift riposte that sliced through the air like lightning, grazing Lancel's chest. Though it did not touch the armor, the fierce intent sent a chill through the air. The two exchanged blows, their swords intertwining, each clash resonating with a metallic ring that echoed throughout the expansive courtyard. Their motions fluctuated between rapid as the wind and steady as a mountain, sweat trickling down their brows, splattering against the parched ground. After some time, they noticed Tyrion observing from the side. "My lord Tyrion," Lancel exclaimed, rushing over. "It is a private matter now. There is no need for such formalities," Tyrion replied, admiring Lancel's splendid new armor. "It is quite beautiful." "Thank you, cousin," Lancel said. "By the way, Boros, have the battlefields of Blackwater been cleared?" "They have long been tidied," Boros responded, "armor, weapons, and clothing. The damaged planks were salvaged by the impoverished to construct makeshift shelters, while the drowned warhorses were butchered for sustenance. Aside from the corpses, every salvageable item had been thoroughly scavenged. The riverbanks, shores, and forests had been scoured repeatedly. There is nothing left, Bensel declared. However, there is certainly a place that has yet to be plundered. A sly smile crept across Tyrion's face, for the spoils here would undoubtedly be plentiful. Where? The riverbed. Oh. Haha. Boron sheathed his sword, laughing. The demon certainly has a sharp mind. Indeed, if you drowned 10,000 men, the riverbed must be abundant. The armor and weapons lay at the bottom of the Blackwater, awaiting rust. Such wastefulness is a grave sin, Tyrion remarked. Has no one attempted to salvage them? No. Bensel shook his head. Who would dare to scour the riverbed for spoils? Certainly not the gold cloaks, nor the knights, nor the mercenaries, Boron added. With the mountain clans? They would not either, Tyrion replied. But someone will, the destitute along the riverbank outside the city. Indeed, Boron nodded. They would risk their lives for those items. But once retrieved from the river, the shore guards would seize them, informing these wretches that the spoils belonged to the soldiers. Who would still dare to do so? We cannot allow these items to rust and decay at the riverbed, Tyrion insisted. I shall grant them the authority to salvage these goods. I am in need of funds. A sound plan, Boron nodded. How shall we arrange this? Let these impoverished souls venture into the water to retrieve the armor, weapons, and other spoils, Tyrion contemplated and commanded. Then we shall arrange for our familiar armor merchant to purchase them on site, or the blacksmith to remelt them. An excellent approach, based on their value. We can split the proceeds with the salvagers 80-20. Tyrion mused that even a mere 20% from a gauntlet would suffice for several months of sustenance for a destitute family. Naturally, the armor merchants and blacksmiths were our own people who could further negotiate prices based on the degree of rust or damage. 20% is too generous, Bensel remarked. Even a mere 10% would incite fierce competition. I require 80%. The portion of profit derived from further price reductions may belong to either the gold cloaks or be distributed as you see fit, Tyrion stated. Let us proceed with this plan and return a sum of funds to me. Chapter 61. The betrothal feast. The bride-to-be donned an ivory silk gown adorned with a lace skirt, embellished with countless small pearls shaped into delicate flowers, exuding an air of innocence. As the widow of Renly, she should have embraced the Baratheon colors of gold and black, yet she chose the hues of House Tully, symbolizing purity. Her bridal cloak was fashioned from green velvet, embroidered with 100 golden roses. How pretentious, she scoffed. Does my nephew truly know whether she remains a maiden? Regardless, he is oblivious and powerless. The king appeared equally resplendent, garbed in a dark rose-colored coat. Draped in a crimson velvet cloak adorned with the motifs of stags and lions, his crown effortlessly resting upon his curled locks, the two shades of gold merging harmoniously. Tyrion sat not far away, with only his elder sister and father separating him from the king, engrossed in the lavish feast of 49 extravagant dishes. Outside the city, the impoverished crept under the stars into the Blackwater River, wagering their lives for the meager sustenance needed for survival. Meanwhile, he barely tasted each dish and contemplated packing the leftovers to sell at the flea market. Arianne Martell sat beside him, resolutely refusing to sit with her uncle. Perhaps drawn instead to the more entertaining company on Tyrion's side. Sansa Stark sat expressionless in the back row, clad in simple attire. Her head bowed in an effort to avoid meeting anyone's gaze. Could it be that she still harbored thoughts of replacing Marjorie? Tyrion furrowed his brow. Such notions should not occupy the mind of a mere child of 3. Arya Stark, sitting next to her sister, muttered incessantly, occasionally kicking Tyrion's chair with her foot. Shae and Brienne were utterly at a loss on how to handle this little imp. Brienne was clad in a pink dress, the largest size available, yet it still revealed her knees, making her resemble a pink bear. At the very back were Ser Podrick and the noble of Blackwater, Ser Balon. The royal couple engaged in lively conversation, while hymns resonated throughout the throne room, with guests gathered in jubilant assembly. As the music ceased, Queen Cersei rose. Your Majesty, the small council believes it unwise and inappropriate for our king, in his most precious form, to wed the daughter of a traitor who has been justly executed. Especially since her brother remains obstinately defiant, refusing to lower his traitorous banner and submit to the crown. For the welfare of the realm, we beseech you to resolutely annul the betrothal to Sansa Stark and elevate Lady Marjorie to the position of queen. Once again, a display of grandiosity. Tyrion sipped his wine, pondering whether he should stand and point out the king's predicament, perhaps even compel Joffrey to embarrass himself publicly. The noblemen and women in the hall immediately erupted like well-trained hounds, eagerly shouting, Marjorie! We want Marjorie! No traitorous queen! Bring us Tyrell! Bring us Tyrell! Joffrey raised a hand. As king, I must heed the will of the people, but my mother must understand. My betrothal was made before the gods and is of utmost importance. The High Septon stepped forward. Your Majesty, while the gods indeed watch over such vows. When the late king pledged his troth in Winterfell, the treachery of House Stark was not yet revealed. Now that their foul deeds are exposed, inciting universal wrath, There is no need to honor past alliances or uphold bygone promises. Your Majesty, I hereby declare, in the name of the gods, that your obligation is absolved, and the betrothal is null and void. I am willing to take Lady Margaery Tyrell as my wife, Joffrey eagerly proclaimed, raising his goblet. His cupbearer promptly approached, pouring an entire jug of deep red wine from the arbor into the golden cup gifted by the Duke of Tyrell that morning. The king raised it, proclaiming, "To my wife, the queen." Tyrion cast a sidelong glance at the Knight of Flowers standing among the Kingsguard. "Sharpen your sword at all times, Ser Loras. Long live Margaery," echoed throughout the hall as 1,000 goblets clinked together in unison, heralding the official commencement of the feast. Tyrion Lannister, like those around him, downed his first cup and requested a refill upon taking his seat. The wine from the arbor resembled paint diluted with water. Arianne Martell furrowed her brow. Shaking the crystal glass she had brought from Dorne, another identical one rested in Tyrion's hand. "If you have the opportunity, you should visit Dorne," she suggested. Her frown was exquisite, a beauty entirely distinct from that of the young rose, embodying a different kind of allure. The first course was a rich soup made from mushrooms and buttered snails, served in gilded bowls. Due to his recent exertions, Tyrion indulged heartily, quickly polishing off his serving. One course down, 48 remained. Children starved daily in the city, and commoners fought over a single carrot, while we luxuriated in a seemingly endless banquet of 49 dishes. If the common folk were allowed to witness this, they would surely lose any affection for Tyrell. His father was engaged in lively conversation with Mace Tyrell. Prince Oberyn was telling some amusing joke that prompted his mistress to roar with laughter. Tyrion's nephew stood up, the would-be queen supporting his arm, as they traversed the banquet hall, toasting and conversing with the esteemed guests. "Hey, uncle," Joffrey approached Tyrion. "Why aren't you seated with my loyal subjects? Lower yourself to grace us here." The would-be queen extended her hand, and Tyrion offered a gentle kiss. "Ah, Sansa, my former betrothed," Joffrey remarked, casting his gaze over the people behind Tyrion. "Your Majesty," Sansa rose and offered a slight curtsy. "I wish you and Queen Margaery happiness." "Sansa," Joffrey suddenly grasped her chin. "Why aren't you crying? You should weep for the annulment of our betrothal. Let everyone know how devastated you are for not being able to marry me." "Damn it," Tyrion thought, calling out to the Kingsguard. "My nephew has had too much to drink. Escort him back." "I am not drunk." Joffrey glared at Sansa. "Tell me, you reside in the Hand S Tower? Has my uncle climbed into your bed?" Brienne covered Arya's mouth, attempting to pull her to the back. Tyrion's expression darkened, more dismal than a latrine stone. "No, my lord, I have not," Sansa replied, her head bowed, stifling her sobs. "Are you both deaf?" Tyrion glared at the Kingsguard, specifically Sandor Clegane and Meryn Trant. "Damn hounds, were it not for me, you would have fled in terror across the Blackwater." Sansa began to weep audibly, prompting Margaery to come over and comfort her, wiping away her tears. "My love, let us return. This is enough. Look at how distressed Lady Sansa is." "Not enough. This is far from sufficient." Joffrey's face contorted, resembling that of the Mad King. "I want her to cry. Louder. Make her cry more. If you don't know how to make her weep, Meryn Trant, you go teach her. Give her 2 slaps." A Kingsguard stepped forward from behind the king, reaching for Sansa Stark. "Enough." Chapter 62. The Judgment. With a resounding crack, Tyrion forcefully hurled the resplendent crystal goblet against the ornate helmet of Ser Meryn Trant, shattering it into countless shards that scattered like an unexpected hailstorm, leaving blood trickling down his hand. "My dear, you are hurt. Look, your hand is bleeding," Allery exclaimed, wrapping her arm around him. "Take your king away, immediately." Tyrion's gaze was fixed upon Joffrey Baratheon, whose mismatched eyes flickered with an unsettling light in the dim ambience, causing the young king to instinctively shudder. "Darling, let us return," Margaery gently implored, eager to extricate him from the tumultuous scene. "How dare you?" Meryn Trant wiped the wine splattered on his face, his fury palpable. "You assaulted the Kingsguard, boar." Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Ser Dantos Hollard sprang forth with the swiftness of a long-stalking leopard, deftly seizing the arm of the Kingsguard, who was firmly grasped by the formidable Brienne. "This woman possesses immense strength," Tyrion observed. "Let the knight sit," Tyrion commanded succinctly but authoritatively. With a shared exertion, Meryn found himself seated beside Tyrion. He turned his gaze towards Sandor, regrettably realizing that his sworn brother had become a hound of the king, not his ally. "Remove the king," Tyrion instructed Sandor Clegane, who hesitated momentarily. Margaery quickly grasped Joffrey's arm, saying, "My dear, there is nothing to fear. Lord Tyrion merely wishes to invite Ser Meryn for a drink. Let us move over there." She positioned herself protectively in front of Joffrey. "Uncle, If I discover, Joffrey's protest was abruptly silenced as the Queen and Sandor hastily escorted him away. The music in the hall surged suddenly, roaring like a tide that nearly drowned out the king's words. The melody, both splendid and stirring, possessed an ineffable enchantment that invigorated the audience. It was a ballad recounting the tale of two lovers torn apart amidst the apocalyptic devastation of Valyria. Regrettably, it was delivered in High Valyrian, rendering it largely incomprehensible to the assembled nobles. Fortunately, the tavern wench Bessa regained their favor with her lascivious verses. The attention of the onlookers seemed to wane, redirecting their focus to the performance and the culinary offerings. There were still 20 more courses to come, making the banquet feel interminable and rather tedious. My lord, if you have no further business, Meryn Trant ventured, betraying a hint of unease. Tyrion paid him no mind as he gently swirled the wine jug, pouring a glass for Meryn. Pray tell, sire, how many times have you struck Lady Sansa? What business is that of yours? Meryn's countenance darkened instantly, his eyes brimming with disdain and anger. I am executing the king's orders. Each blow is in defense of the royal dignity and order. By the gods. Are you still proud of that? The king guard ought to know how to counsel their king. Tyrion remarked that if your pitiful little brain fails to comprehend the meaning of this, you ought to remove your white cloak. Demon, what qualifications do you possess? Ah. In truth, I am vastly qualified, Tyrion stated, lifting the goblet of Arianne stained with blood to his lips, taking a sip of wine. I am the hand of the king, the master of coin, and a Lannister, not to mention your betrothed. Arianne interjected, a fine son-in-law to Prince Dorne. No. It is premature to speak of that, Tyrion interrupted. We must at least await your father's response before we can discuss this matter formally. He cannot control me. I shall marry whom I choose, Arianne declared stubbornly. In my eyes, you are the true knight. Punishing the scoundrel who strikes young maidens does not constitute a knightly deed. Tyrion retorted. Then, sir. He turned once more to Ser Meryn Trant. Do you confess? Do you acknowledge your violent acts against Lady Sansa Stark? Tyrion set down his goblet, splattering blood onto the face of the king's guard. Ser Meryn's countenance turned a ghastly shade, his jaw clenched tightly, eyes filled with both rage and fear. As he attempted to rise, Podrick and Brienne swiftly subdued him once more. Lady Sansa, pray tell, with which hand did Ser Meryn strike you? I do not wish to cause trouble, my lord, Sansa whispered. In her mind, she thought, he used both hands. Our dear girl is truly lovely and kind, Tyrion chuckled. Arya, have you witnessed which hand he used to strike your sister? The right. Arya had not seen it. Yet she was unwilling to forfeit the chance to punish the villain. The horse-faced wench knows you are right-handed, Tyrion declared. Now I shall pass judgment upon you, Ser Meryn. He removed his helm, stating, in my estimation, you are wholly unworthy of the title of knight. You have no authority. Podrick, fetch me my sword. I have heard that Stark men administer executions themselves. Is that not so? But my lord, you do not possess a sword. The loyal yet somewhat bewildered squire spread his hands in confusion. Then for the love of the gods, find me one swiftly. Podrick hurried into the throng. What punishment shall I impose upon you? Tyrion pressed his hand upon Ser Meryn's contorted face, which was brimming with terror, akin to the fear that had marred the girl's visage during the assault. In my name, dear, Arianne coiled her arms around his neck. You are the true knight. My lion, a genuine knight. Let the judgment be rendered in the name of Sunspear. This shall be our castle. He felt the Dornish girl kiss him from his ear to his chin, and finally, to his neck. Podrick rushed back, sweat glistening upon his brow, breath coming in quick gasps. He had procured an axe from somewhere. Tyrion accepted the axe, its blade gleaming coldly, weighing it in his hand. Feeling its heft was just right. Podrick placed his hand upon the table, but be cautious. I do not wish to harm you in the process. Ser Meryn. For the crime of striking nobility, bullying a young girl, and referring to me as a demon, as the minister of justice, I hereby decree the revocation of your knighthood and your white cloak, imposing upon you the punishment of amputation. Demon, how dare you? In the next moment, the gloved hand of Merryland rolled on the ground. Tyrion seemed to hear some gasping in shock, others wailing in despair, while Arianne laughed boisterously, the wine surging within him, spilling onto the ground and mingling with the blood of the former Kingsguard. It felt as though he had indulged too much. Chapter 63. The red wedding, two pale green eyes flickered like ghostly flames, swaying up and down Tyrion's figure. How had he returned last night? Was it Arianne or Sansa who had helped him? He must have been carried upstairs by someone, most likely Brienne. Poor Lord Tywin's study carpet, stained thoroughly by his vomit. He wondered who finally cleaned it up, who claimed that the wine of Greenstone Ale was merely diluted with water. To my mind, it was likely a potent sleep-inducing concoction made from the sweet sleep flower. At last, Tyrion focused on the pale green eyes, those of his father, devoid of any ghostly flames, replaced instead by a blazing fury. Tywin Lannister, elder brother, elder sister, Joffrey, Meryn Trant, Oberyn Martell, Kevan Lannister, Pycelle, there were too many to count, making him feel nauseous. You severed Ser Meryn Trant's hand. Tywin's voice was calm, yet terrifying, as he stood before the Kingsguard. I saved my brother's hand. It was only fitting to offer one to the god of many faces. He committed a crime, and as the Minister of Justice, I possess the authority to punish him. Tyrion cleared his throat. Humph, do you see this, father? He has always been so arrogant and dismissive of others. Cersei had even attended today's council meeting. Isn't it because you educated your precious son so well? Tyrion retorted. Regardless, the punishment of amputation is excessively severe and cruel, Meryn Trant remarked. According to the rules established by House Targaryen, those who harm royalty are to face amputation, commented the Red Viper of Dorne. The Stark girl is not royalty. His sister interjected, her expression twisted, challenging who resembled a serpent more than Oberyn. At that time, she was betrothed to Joffrey. Tyrion's mind began to shake off the effects of the hangover and resumed its function. Meryn Trant had acted against royalty. I showed mercy by not severing his head. In some places, killing or assaulting women and children is hardly considered a crime, the Red Viper scoffed. Regardless, members of the Kingsguard deserve their due treatment, Jaime interjected. Should I be magnanimous and grant Ser Meryn some land or a keep? That worthless rogue does not merit such favor, Tyrion spat. Enough. Tywin grew weary of the chaotic discourse. Tyrion, henceforth you are relieved of your duties as Minister of Justice. Thank the gods, Tyrion replied. At least I did some good during my tenure. The Red Viper laughed heartily. Today's meeting is adjourned. Tywin issued an eviction order, prompting the courtiers to rise and exit in an orderly fashion. Only Cersei, Jaime, Tyrion, and Pycelle remained behind. It appeared that a family meeting was imminent, Tyrion mused. His father handed him a scroll of parchment, meticulously flattened, indicating it had been perused by many before him. The letter, adorned with a drawing of a plump trout, announced that Roslin's brothers were offering 2 wolf pelts as a wedding gift. Tyrion flipped the parchment, examining the seal, which bore the silver-gray wax impression of House Frey's twin towers. What riddle does the Lord of the Twins intend to convey? Tyrion scoffed. It seemed the wedding had concluded. The trout likely referred to Edmure Tully, while the wolf pelts. He is dead, Joffrey gleefully proclaimed. As if he had personally skinned Robb Stark. He was as depraved as the bastard of Bolton. What would be the cost, father? Tyrion returned the parchment to its place. Had the honor and reputation of House Lannister been squandered? There is no victory without conflict, Tyrion, Cersei sweetly yet venomously remarked. This is all the doing of our Lord Father. Some victories are won through sword and spear, while others require ink, parchment, and ravens. Duke Tywin cautioned everyone not to rejoice prematurely, for the enemy had not yet been vanquished, and the matter was far from resolved. The lords of the Riverlands were no fools, the Queen Mother argued. Without the support of the North, standing alone against the alliance of Highgarden, Casterly Rock, and Dorne was tantamount to courting death. They would soon switch sides and surrender. Tyrion's betrothal was not yet secured, and the alliance with Dorne was thus not established. However, most would, Tywin asserted, save for Riverrun. But as long as Walder Frey firmly held Edmure Tully, Blackfish posed no threat. Jason Mallister and Tydos Blackwood would fight for honor. Yet the Frey forces were sufficient to pin Mallister at Seaguard, and with the right inducement, Genos Bracken would turn against Blackwood. Indeed, given time, they would ultimately submit. I intend to offer generous terms. Anywhere that surrenders and submits to the crown may retain their status. They all deserve punishment, Joffrey declared. The Mallisters, the Blackwoods. The Brackens, they are all traitors. I want them exterminated, grandfather. I shall not offer any generous terms. The king then turned to Pycelle. I also want the head of Robb Stark. Write to Lord Walder, stating this is the king's command. I want it delivered to Sansa on the day of my wedding. Look at our beloved king, Tyrion scoffed, sharing a bond of both mentor and friend with Marwyn. Return him to Casterly Rock, father, Cersei seethed. Do not allow him to appear before me. The chill emanating from Duke Tywin was palpable enough to freeze the ears of all present. Ser Kevan, the king, is weary. Please escort him to his chambers. Pycelle, can you administer a potion to aid his majesty in slumber? A sleeping draught, my lord? I do not desire a sleeping draught. Joffrey shouted. Duke Tywin ignored him, as if he were a rat in the corner. Very well, let it be a sleeping draught. Tyrion, you stay. Ser Kevan firmly grasped Joffrey's hand, pulling the king from the study, while Ser Meryn shielded him. Outside, 2 Kingsguard awaited to fulfill their duty. Maester Pycelle, his trembling old legs struggling to keep pace, followed closely behind. Cersei trailed at the rear, casting a venomous glare at Tyrion. I extend my congratulations. I wonder how long you conspired with Walder Frey. I do not favor the term conspire, Duke Tywin replied stiffly. I can envision how you orchestrated it. A joyous wedding feast where all partook of bread and salt, only to be struck down by crossbows beneath the host's very roof. You may have achieved a fleeting victory, yet you shall be reviled by the masses. Killing them matters little. I am not intimately acquainted with Robb. And that foolish woman harbors a deep-seated hatred. However, depleting the honor and credit of House Lannister. Indeed, he was shot dead during Edmure Tully's wedding. This boy is exceedingly vigilant, not only organizing his forces with precision, but also surrounding himself with attendants and guards. Tywin expressed surprise. You are quite astute, Tyrion. However, the sacred rites of hospitality cannot secure us victory in war. Those who violate such rites shall be cursed by the gods? Merely a tedious tale. By the gods. A tedious tale? We are the most prominent nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. We are the ones who require the protection of guest right the most. Tyrion must realize that Lord Walder plots against guests beneath his own roof. The Freys must pay for this. Enough. They are our allies now, his father declared. I intend to marry the elder Stark daughter to Lancel. Sansa, the younger one, shall be sent to Harrenhal. Do you believe Sansa and Arya will comply willingly? Tyrion retorted with a scoff. After I informed them that we murdered their mother and brother, they still reside in the Hand's Tower as your prisoners. Tywin closed the narrow window, furrowing his brow. Mind your own affairs and refrain from foolish notions of seeking out tedious justice, like the hand of Ser Meryn. The Dornish are likely not as honorable as you imagine. Chapter 64. The Hand's Tower, Walder Frey? It would be better for me to perish in the Eyrie. As night fell, Tyrion finally returned to the Hand's Tower, his steps heavy as he traversed the long corridor, ultimately arriving at his narrow yet tidy chamber. Sitting upon his narrow bed, he noticed the carpet bore stubborn traces of dirt that, despite careful cleaning, remained faintly visible. Yet how was he to convey this matter to Sansa and Arya, though it had originally been part of the plan, before he could settle in? A knock resonated at the door. My lord? It was Shae. What is it? Come in, Tyrion replied. It's not I who have business, my lord. Shae opened the door, poking her head inside. It's the ladies who require your attention. Sansa Stark and Arya Stark entered the room. If there is a matter, call for me. I shall await outside, Brienne stated, closing the door behind her. Ah, my ladies, what brings you to visit at such a late hour? Tyrion asked, though he did not wish to see them both. I was just about to retire. My lady, I have come to express my gratitude. Sansa politely approached Tyrion, extending her hand. Oh, my hand, Tyrion replied, raising it to reveal the scabbed surface, feeling no pain. You see, it has nearly healed. It is nothing to worry about. Furthermore, there is no need to address me as my lord. However, during the dressing of the wound yesterday, there was a significant scar. Sansa knelt before Tyrion, taking his hand. You require another application of ointment today. It was she who had aided in cleansing the injury. Tyrion observed her tending to his hand and winked at Arya in the distance. Horse-faced girl, tell me, is Meryn on your list? You ought to eliminate him. Arya retorted, you are rather sluggish in your endeavors and have made quite a mess. At the feast? Tyrion inquired, acknowledging the truth of her statement. You have made a mess here as well. She pointed to the stains on the carpet. There is a patch here, another there, and one over yonder. As she spoke and walked, the filth, much like his hand, had formed thick scabs, making it quite laborious to clean. You are the one cleaning? Tyrion asked. No wonder you are so disheveled. It pales in comparison to what your sister accomplishes. Arya stuck her tongue out at him. My lord, Sansa raised her gaze. The betrothal ceremony has concluded. When may my sister and I return home? Indeed. Tyrion glanced at Sansa, then at Arya. No, absolutely not. We cannot inform them that Robb and Lady Catelyn have perished, at least not now, nor here. Ah, yes. I have given this matter considerable thought, Tyrion said. There must be no trace of hesitation. Even the briefest pause could render one susceptible to the appearance of deceit. My lady, you must understand. The Riverlands are fraught with bandits. It requires meticulous planning to ensure your safe return home. I am not afraid, my lord, Sansa replied, with Brienne to protect us. Nothing will happen. I know, I am well aware. Who can save themselves and ensure their desires are fulfilled? I am assembling a party, and in 2 or 3 days' time, we shall set forth. Sansa was about to speak again when the door swung open. A figure with dark hair entered. It was Arianne Martell. My apologies, my lord. Brienne said, I could not prevent her entrance. She claims to be your betrothed. Arianne remarked, it seems you have guests. Ah, the young ladies of House Stark. Sansa, I have visitors arriving. May we discuss this matter another day? Sansa rose, curtsying to Tyrion. Thank you, kind my lord. She then turned to Arianne, my lady. You look stunning today. Only then did Tyrion notice that Arianne wore a delicate and airy black veil, clinging to her form, utterly captivating. The young ladies exited the room, and Arianne closed the door. I hope I have not interrupted your good fortune. What good fortune? Tyrion raised his hand. It is merely a matter of dressing my wound. There is nothing else. Arianne approached the desk, retrieved 2 candles from her bosom, lit them, and extinguished the original candle. She seeks your favor. And I wager that whatever request she makes of you, you shall acquiesce. Are you a devil? Tyrion furrowed his brow, believing himself to be the true devil. What are you contemplating? I regard her as a sister. The candles brought by Aaron burned quietly, emanating a fresh and unique scent of cardamom. The fragrance wafting through the air, infused with a hint of sweetness and warmth, as if to dispel all weariness and worry. She settled beside Tyrion, gently grasping his wrist. Turning his palm over to inspect his fingers and the lines of his hand. Allow me a glimpse of your hands. The girl's craftsmanship is exquisite. As she spoke, she took Tyrion's fingers into her mouth, though they were rather too cold. That scoundrel's one hand cannot compare to your wounds. The price is not merely this, Tyrion declared. My father has stripped me of my office. I am no longer the hand of the king. They do not understand you. Aaron responded, you are a true knight. A genuine lion, glory radiating from your being. They are but jesters, fools, and schemers in the court. She comprehends me, Tyrion mused. Aaron tenderly removed his outer garment, each movement imbued with meticulous care and tenderness. As the garment gradually slipped away, revealing his solid chest, a glimmer of admiration crossed Aaron's gaze. My dear husband, would you mind if I kept you company tonight? Perhaps not. Tyrion seemed to harbor a reluctance towards such embraces. Surely, you do not intend to seek solace in another woman's bed, do you? Tell me who she is, and I shall duel for you, bloodshed and all. She smiled. Could it be that my uncle has gifted you his mistress? If so, we might share you. What jest is this? At least for now, I have no other woman. Tyrion savored her caress. I simply have many thoughts weighing on my mind. Your toil has rendered you weary, my lion. I ponder the future, contemplating Casterly Rock. Casterly Rock is but a haggard harlot, dry and desolate between her legs, and her kiss will leave you bleeding. Aaron pressed her lips to his chest. We shall bear a pair of twins, Casterly Rock for our son, and Sunspear for our daughter. Before that, I could share Dorne with you. Tyrion wished to close his eyes, hoping not to emulate his elder siblings, and in a daze, he recalled his father's words. Consider wisely before disrobing. Consider what? Where one falls, there one should lie. Chapter 65. The green-eyed raven. The black silhouette of the stone tower stands against the slanted rays of the setting sun. The sea washes against the dark rocks, their surfaces adorned with algae that glows crimson under the sun's embrace, while the raven lurks in the shadows, observing all. Griffin, spoke a corpulent man with golden hair and a forked beard. The plan must proceed ahead of schedule. Why? Griffin sat opposite, his beard neatly trimmed, his face etched with resolute lines and crowned with blue hair, a stark contrast to the time we had agreed upon. It may not align with our planned timing, but I see he is already prepared. The portly man declared that he was prepared to bear the burden of responsibility, yet it felt overwhelmingly heavy. Griffin shook his head, the waning rays of the setting sun caressing his face, accentuating the depth of his wrinkles. What are you worried about? Is the dragon too small? The fat man retorted. We need not rely on those magical creatures. Then what shall we depend on? The Golden Company? Griffin frowned. I was meant to be the successor of the Golden Company. Yet for the sake of this child, I have squandered years and lost my honor. Ghosts and liars, Griffin thought, painfully pinching the bridge of his nose. From the war of the forgotten, the souls of the vanquished, the failures of rebellion, the brotherhood of the defeated, the disempowered, the disgraced. And those stripped of their inheritance, this is our best support? The Dornish are willing to assist, he was told. Griffin abruptly raised his head, startling the raven, which flapped its wings in distress. Are you certain, Illyrio? Prince Daeron would engage in such matters? Prince Daeron is cunning, Illyrio replied. It is not Daeron with whom I have reached an accord, but rather his brother. He has traveled through the free cities and has maintained our relationship over the years. Yet Griffin remained perplexed. But why? He is the son of Ilya, Illyrio explained. The Dornish will join us, and they must. This is not reliable. Prince Daeron has long since secretly betrothed her to Prince Viserys Targaryen. After Prince Viserys was slain by Khal Drogo, that secret betrothal naturally ceased to exist. I believe Prince Daeron will seek another son-in-law, one of Targaryen blood. Griffin contemplated for a moment. No, this is not our plan. I do not refer to young Griffin, Illyrio said, patting his shoulder. The son of the usurper is hidden in lists. I can find him. The Blackwoods? Are they not in King's Landing? Seated upon the Iron Throne? A noble bastard, Illyrio elucidated. Bastard? Griffin shook his head. Bastards are unreliable. If one were to emerge claiming such a lineage, 100 more would follow suit, regardless of their noble blood. The waves crashed against the shore, resonating with a robust and melodious sound. He heard the chants of the Red Priests igniting the night fires, along with the laughter and commotion of children playing beyond the high walls. Griffin rose and walked into the courtyard adorned with towering stone columns, where pale ivy climbed in every direction. The shadows of the leaves painted in fiery orange by the sunset. The previous night, he had dreamt once more of Stone Town, alone, wielding a sword. He ran from house to house, smashing doors, racing up staircases, leaping from one rooftop to another, the distant tolling of bells echoing in his ears. The clamor of bronze bells and silver harps pierced through his skull, a maddening cacophony that threatened to shatter him. 17 years had elapsed since the Battle of the Bells. Yet those tolls still twisted within him. Others might claim that the downfall of the realm was due to Prince Rhaegar's fall at the hands of Robert's hammer by the trident. Yet had the Griffin slain the stag at Stone Town, the Battle of the Trident would have never transpired. On that fateful day, the bells tolled for us all, Illyrio and his queen, Elia of Dorne and her young daughter, every true man and loyal woman of the Seven Kingdoms, and my Silver Prince. The road ahead was fraught with peril. He understood the gravity of the situation, yet what did it matter? All would meet their end. He merely required time. He had awaited for so long, surely the gods would grant him a few more years. Enough to witness the boy he had once called Son of Sin to the Iron Throne, to declare his dominion over lands, his surname, and his glory, and to silence the resounding bells that echoed in his dreams each time he closed his eyes. The boy he referred to as son was clever and well-educated, fluent in numerous languages, and well-versed in history. Besides his native tongue, he spoke High Valyrian with ease, and could converse in the dialects of Pentos, Tyrosh, Myr, Lys, and the common tongue. He had just begun to learn the Valyrian dialect of Volantis, knowing only a handful of words. The Myrish dialect, stemming from both Valyrian and Giscari, posed a challenge for him. He had also attended mathematics classes, proving adept in arithmetic and possessing a grasp of geometry, along with a study of poetry. Illyrio believed him to be more learned than half of the lords of Westeros. Yet, all this meticulous plotting, was it to be so recklessly squandered? We possessed wealth, an army, and ships. Everything seemed destined to unfold smoothly. Tywin was formidable. Oberyn vowed to assist us in achieving justice for his heart's desire. Illyrio reassured him that he was also the hand of the king. He had a son, a regicide? Merely a knight. No, the one who defeated Stannis at the Blackwater. Tyrion? It was not uncommon for doves to grace a wedding feast. A stroke of luck was hardly remarkable. We ought to seek a marriage pact first. Griffin obstinately insisted that the prince's existence should only be announced once we had united with Queen Daenerys. The lions would surely have learned of the dragons by now, Illyrio remarked. Yet they were but small dragons, slightly larger than newly hatched ones. As all the armies converged like a fist upon the city, they would be of little assistance. Behind them lay all the wealth of Casterly Rock. The boy king was betrothed to a daughter of House Tyrell, which meant we would also have to contend with the might of Highgarden. A century hence, we still held friends in the Riverlands. Perhaps the strength of Highgarden was not as formidable as Mace Tyrell imagined. Illyrio smiled. I know you trust me, and I have faith in my abilities. Griffin countered. Yet to challenge the remaining 6 kingdoms with just one kingdom seemed rather childish. The North and the Riverlands had been scorched in war, losing a substantial portion of their forces. Moreover, we are not one, Illyrio stated. We are 3. 3. The crows cawed as they took flight, diving over the waves. Chapter 66. A deal with Thorne's respected lord of the Succubi. Have you toiled all day, finally to meet? The Queen of Thorns sat opposite Tyrion. A magnificent array of dishes spread across the vast round table. The surroundings were adorned with vibrant blooms, causing Tyrion's nose to twitch with irritation. After a night of revelry, he had slept until nearly noon, the bright daylight revealing that Arianne had long since vanished. Within the Red Keep, his father was nowhere to be found, leaving Tyrion to oversee the salvage operations by the banks of the Blackwater alone. As dusk approached, Podrick finally found him in haste, conveying that Lady Olenna had invited him to dinner. It appeared the lady was perpetually concerned for my well-being. Tyrion regarded the dishes on the table, nodding repeatedly. No wonder his eyelids twitched so insistently. Is that roasted meat? Perhaps you have offended too many people. The Queen of Thorns spoke slowly, her voice sharp and penetrating, like a dagger, such as a certain knight who had lost his hand. That scoundrel? Tyrion Lannister scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully, a smirk curling his lips. In this world, countless individuals reap the consequences of their actions. I have long since learned not to squander my intellect on these inconsequential characters. And what of our king? The Queen's gaze suddenly deepened. Is he not a scoundrel as well? Tyrion raised an eyebrow, his mismatched eyes glimmering mischievously in the dim light. He glanced around. Podrick sat at a distance, engrossed in his own meal, with no one else present. Mind your words, my lady, Varys little birds hear all. The little birds cannot flit into thorny brambles. Lady Olenna leaned slightly forward. I wish to discuss your dear nephew. King Joffrey. What is there to discuss about my dear nephew? Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly. His cruelty and tyranny have transcended the bounds of what is tolerable. He is the king. Young as he is, at his age, I could assure you I would have acted even more outrageously, Tyrion replied, including commanding his guards to beat a little girl? Or perhaps murder? The queen inquired. Joffrey, in my eyes, is merely a bastard. He hardly qualifies as a king and does not even resemble one. He is still young and, with a modicum of guidance, could certainly be corrected. Tyrion asserted, I intend to find a new husband for Marjorie. Oh, Tyrion was taken aback. Who has such good fortune? Tommen seems like a good boy. The Queen of Thorns began picking her teeth. You appear to be contemplating a perilous endeavor and insinuating my sentiments. A flicker of subtle wariness crossed Tyrion's eyes as he regarded the old woman coldly. He is my nephew. What if the roles were reversed? The Queen of Thorns probed cautiously. I have no interest in being another's second choice or consuming another's leftovers. Tyrion scoffed, gesturing toward her plate before resting his hand on the table. If Littlefinger were still around, I doubt the target of this conspiracy would be me, Tyrion mused. This cunning old fox believes I still harbor fantasies about Marjorie? No, she merely seeks to ensnare me in this plot. A pawn to leverage against my father should it come to light. It appears that you harbor a keen interest in the maiden from Dorne, Tyrion remarked noncommittally. Might one consider an alternative? The Queen of Thorns began selecting fruits, which served as dessert, seemingly having satiated her appetite. What of the daughter of House Redwine? Or perhaps the girl from House Hightower? Or even both, if your constitution is robust enough. I dare say they would not object. Enough of this, my dear grandmother, Tyrion chuckled. I would take that as an affront to my character. Clearing his throat, he added, I am, after all, a man of singular devotion. Haha, she clapped her hands. I merely wish to protect my granddaughter. The Queen's tone suddenly grew somber. I concede that I have erred in certain matters. To be candid, I bear no fondness for Joffrey. Tyrion interrupted her with a belch, yet he is, after all, my sister's son. Naturally, I harbor no affection for my sister either. In truth, what I meant to convey was regarding my brother. What dreadful deed do you wish to undertake? I would not stand against it. Perhaps you could. Like my sister, elevate Marjorie to the status of queen? Allow my dear to bear his child? Absolutely not. That cruel wretch. Perhaps young Joffrey's cruelty stems merely from poor upbringing. Of course, the prospect of conceiving his child seems rather implausible. Tommen is a good boy, is he not? Perhaps there are still some decent individuals within House Baratheon. A lack of proper upbringing. The Queen of Thorns smiled at Tyrion. Cruelty is often inherited. The malevolence of House Baratheon may well derive from their diluted Targaryen bloodline. Is that so? Tyrion said about attacking the next dish, a plate of clams. That child. The Queen of Thorns pointed toward Podrick. I recognize that white and purple checkered pattern. It is the sigil of House Payne. Indeed, the checkered design even harbors gold coins. Tyrion replied, I would much prefer those coins in my own pocket. Ilyn Payne is mute. Do you know why? He spoke words that should not have been uttered. And the Mad King had his tongue severed. Tyrion continued to eat. No need for your reminders to keep secrets. I value the alliance between the Lannisters and Tyrells. And I cherish the friendship between us even more. However, all matters should be approached with a touch of elegance. Allowing Marjorie to become queen is my final concession. My lady, do not set your sights on me, nor on Tommen. He is a good boy. That is not my intent, Tyrion. The Queen of Thorns replied with a smile. She harbored no ill thoughts, Tyrion mused. What did Ilyn Payne say? Lord Tywin is the true ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Lady Olenna remarked, and then the Mad King severed his tongue. Do you know what this brings to mind? What? At the betrothal feast. The Dornish wench whispered in your ear, and then you severed Ser Marentrant's hand. Lady Olenna stated, I do not mean to accuse you of wrongdoing. But your uproarious laughter as you kicked the severed hand upon the ground was reminiscent of the madness of Aerys when he had Ser Maren's tongue cut out. Lord Tywin is indeed the true ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps you should speak with him rather than with me. Attempting to provoke me? Tyrion glared at her. My father will give your proposal careful consideration. Are you seeking vengeance against me? Or perhaps against my foolish son? I swear this has nothing to do with Marjorie. My sweet, Thorn Queen shakes her head and sighs. I can acquiesce to your proposal, yet you must heed my words. One must never trust a benefactor, Tyrion.